bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Voltage Series. I'm your caster, as always, Star Drago, with my boy Cries. Anything you want to tell us about today's secret matches?
Well, we have a lovely lineup today. So we have Myth and Team VIP starting us off. Now, as far as I'm aware, between these two teams, I mean, they're both great, amazing. But I mean, Myth at the minute starting themselves off strong, beating, I think it was GK the other day, 7-4. Now, if you want to be impressive, beating GK is the number one thing you can technically do within, Siege as a whole. I mean, making it T1 is great as well, but VIP, they've got a lot of work to do, so we'll see how that one pans out.
Well, that does give me a good leading point onto, you're saying you want to see the best. Let's go to standings. Let's see how the lineups are standing up. Let's see what's changed the last couple of days. We weren't here yesterday, so I need to know. DK, again, still the top here, but have been dethroned in other places. So remember that. They still have another match to play today. Diavoli second, Panu third, Psychopathus, Myth, UAIM, Ryogen, and Team VIP. If something is looking a bit weird though, why has Team VIP lost a point?
Well, so as you might know, is that within Voltage, if you need an emergency sub, it will cost you. So VIP have used their third emergency sub. Since each team is out a maximum of 2, this results in a deduction of 1 point from their standings. So you're allowed 2, which I don't think affects anything, but after you go over that, it's a deduction of a point, unfortunately.
So the best way for DK to lose is to have multiple emergency subs. Got it. But for now, jokes aside, we're going to have to head into the schedule. I want to know what teams we have playing today. I didn't get the shout out. I didn't get the script. So we have Myth versus Team VIP incoming our first match, as everyone could see at the start. Diavoli versus UAIM, DK versus Panu, and then Psychopathus versus Ryogen. Ooh, I can say that yes, DK versus Panu is the match of the day, but I really want to see what Diavoli do versus UAIM, just because that will be a more scripted match. It won't feel like a ranked match. It will feel like, hey, we're playing checkers. Let's see who can bash the other one harder. What about you?
I mean, yeah. After the interview from our last cast from UAIM, beautiful words which came out from the team. So clearly they have the confidence to go through. Plus, the results are definitely showing. It's been a battle for them. I mean, when we saw them last, was on Clubhouse. They went, I think it was 3 rounds down, then brought it back 7-3. So it's an amazing shock. But clearly they have the motivation and the passion.
Definitely right about that. I'm gonna have to agree. So we're going to have to do one quick thing. Staff predictions. I want to know what you voted for. Who you voted for. Or if I'm standing alone like the last time.
It's actually me who's standing alone mostly.
Oh, wow.
So I've gone with VIP. I've got to, I felt like someone has to be the outlier. I can't make it look like a boring bracket. I've gone with VIP. I've got to stand proud and say, they're going to flip the odds. I mean, the last time that these two teams played together, I think they played a best of 3. Then they went Bank Nighthaven and Myth won both 7-5 and 7-4. However, there's still a chance for VIP. I believe in them. Then I've gone with UAIM out of the 3. Again, like I said, great words from them during that interview. I think they've got the passion. They can push it through. Then I've gone Panahoon. Again, GK I'm thinking it might be a little bit of a slump after they lost to Myth. So we'll see how that one. And then Ryujin, haven't been doing the greatest at the minute, but I'm thinking, again, switch it around. I've gone with a little bit of like an underdog prediction today.
All right, well, I went by statistics and scores. Bar the sake of Patterson Ryujin match, I went from what we learned last play day. So I can't argue with that. I can only argue with the facts. One way or another, we have some good plays today. And the fact that both us casters are going to be on the total opposite sides, except for that final match where it's the hope for the underdogs, is going to be a really good story to tell. So, well, it looks like the players are getting ready. I want to go to map bans, though. I need to know what map we're going to because it's going to tell all the difference.
Let's have a peek. So we take it to Chalet with a Myth defense first. Now, one thing which I do hate to keep seeing is Lair's just being constantly banned. What's your opinion on Lair?
As a ranked map, I love it. Now that I learned a couple strats. As a comp map, I hate it. There's way too much you can do where it actually feels like a burden of choice. The fact that we've been so used to Clubhouse, Nighthaven Labs, where, all right, well, we've got 3 options. That's good. With Lair, I have 12. Whether I'm going through the floor, going through the wall, going through the hatches, going through the back door, going through the garage door, that's a bit too much for me. I'm a Siege player. I don't think I press Shift, W, and run. But we are going to Chalet, something that I do like as a map. Yes, there's a couple bomb sites I'm not favorable to, but it's not a bad map. Everyone has their hits and points against it. I'm going to ask you this quickly. What are your stats for this map? What are your stats for Chalet?
For Chalet, I mean, just off the top of my head, it's not the most one-sided. I think it's slightly in between heavy and balanced. It's like right in the middle. There's nothing perfect about it. It's slightly defender biased. However, there is a really good chance for obviously the attackers to actually take the round, since I've seen it a plentiful amount of times. It doesn't, stand out to me right out. So yeah, there you go. So looking at the direct stats, 49% attacker win rate and a 50.6 defender win rate. So it's almost even, but like I said, it's just slightly off-centered. I mean, there's nothing more of a even match really you can get. I'll take my words back. That's pretty much almost even.
Well, I'm not going to argue that. I'm going to say, let's head over to team stats. Because one way or another, I need to know whether I've made the right choice looking at statistics, numbers, or how they're playing. Because that's how you win in Siege. You look at the numbers, you don't guesstimate, you estimate. And for now, we have Myth bringing Eli, Nexon, Dynamite, Erika, and Tridley. Tridley? Yeah, I'm going to call Trid.
Yeah.
But anyway, these are all great players. As you can see, we've got 233 bombs, and that's just terrifying. But even more so when you realize Erika's on a 1.0 KD, just having the 35 kills to 33 deaths. That's only a couple difference, and it makes a world of difference. Dynamite being the fresh face we've seen last time, who showed up, did the work, and was able to help clutch out a couple of rounds. I need to see the other team, though, to make a definitive decision that I am right, and I will always be right. So I will never be wrong, right?
Apparently so. We'll see from the predictions. But VIP instead, we have an actor. I keep saying attacker, don't know why. Jonu, James, Bolton, and Mateen. Now, Mateen being the MVP of this entire team, but with 31 kills. Now, it's a little bit less than what we saw from Myth. However, it's not always about the kills. It never is. And the main concerning thing at the minute, which obviously you've got to show how many sources you have with actor, obviously having a 0% survival rate. Not the greatest, however, I think that's only, say, maybe 1, maybe 2 games worth. But still, we need more information to get up there. But other than that, entirety of across the whole roster with a negative KD, it's not looking the greatest, but hopefully the strategy will pick up for it instead.
I hope you're right, because I'm voting for Bolton one way or another. I can't be against them. I have to be, Bolton coming. I need to see him work. I need to see the plays. I need to see the person I've interviewed a couple times and played to train show up today. So one way or another, I need to see something weird. I need something special, something out of the box thinking. and make sure you get into the bomb site before a minute passes. Those are the rules that we've taught. Those are the rules of the engagement. That's just what I'm going to have to hope and see. So, we've done the team names. We've got to do team stats, teams cards, and then we'll hopefully head into the match. Is there anything quickly you want to say before we head into break or anything?
I don't think there's much from me, other than I'm actually quite excited to see this matchup. Since, I mean, to be fair, we haven't seen Chalet in quite a little bit of time, if I'm not mistaken.
You disappoint me. I give you the perfect walk-in for ELC, Fallout Leagues, Fall Season 6. Open qualifiers, there's 2 of them. You gotta remember this. The 10th, the 11th, and then you've got the 18th and the 19th. Fall Series 6, prize pool's 2k, and you gotta remember this. Top 8 teams, after the qualifiers, get to go to prizes, and open into... Starts October 1st for the full series, keeps going on. Yeah, I can't do this as well as you. You know it better than I do. Please finish me.
Well, obviously, the sign-ups will finish tomorrow. Tomorrow is our start date, so get in there now. You need to be in there. Get in there. Now, obviously, if you do not prefer, obviously, the T2 path or anything of the sort, like I said, we do have the minors and majors as well. Those will still go through. Those are all also free. Now, the main thing which we do also have to mention as well with this is that for the T2 circuit, MENA, due to the ping-wise, has not been allowed, unfortunately. However, for the minor and major, they are permitted there. Now, between, I'm glad we were able to like slot in another T2, but also grassroots league, which it enables everyone to get up there within it. So like you can start with the minor and major, grow yourself, and then become absolutely massive and go straight into T2 and take the entire scene. I think it's fabulous.
Agree more. As an analyst, if I wasn't a caster anymore, if I had a good eye, good wrist, good legs, good face, I probably would have went on to be a player. But it all comes down to how well do you know Siege? How well do you know your opponents? Do you have the aim? Do you have the brain? Again, Siege is a game of titans. Destroy the top players, and then you become a titan. Let's head on to a quick break. I'll have to... Oh, hold on. Robbie's apparently ready here now. So we're going to hopefully hop into the match in a second. Let's give us a quick loading screen and see you in there. It's frozen.
And welcome back. We have everything all set up and ready to go for this Myth and Team VIP lineup. Now, one thing which I'm sure Drago is very happy about is unfortunately Clash is currently in quarantine. His favorite operator. This is due to
the shields.
This is due to a little bit of an issue with the game merging with, I think it's a Clash skin, was it? Just having a little bit of an oopsie.
Yes. Apparently one skin specifically on a couple of the standard comp maps and rank maps are actually having this issue where if you bring Clash with a specific skin, the moment you spawn in, you'll be the one to freeze the lobby. If you leave, the lobby plays as always. So you just got to be prepared for this one way or another. This is still Rainbow Six Siege, the game we know and love, and the game we love to hate, but also love to play. We have Valkyrie, we have an Asami band, so going to be a little bit more aggressive. We have a Grim, but also a Bravo band. That kind of tells me that Aruni's, what Malusi's, just any traps are going to be safe. So I'm kind of hoping this works out better in the defender's favor.
Exactly, but I mean, going straight to Bar Gaming, which is not your usual lineup that you'd see, but see, Myth have got something cooking. Is Eli going to put a mirror window here? Okay, I was about to say, I thought he was just going to slap a mirror window on Garage Wall for a second.
Oh, yeah, you can always go back. You just got to be prepared for that. But one way or another, we can see that they're trying to do the best upstairs hold they can. One way or another, it's going to be up to them if they want to try and hold the long levels, try and hold the upstairs. Because we're in board games. This is a map that, as much as I love it, I don't know it the best. How about you?
I mean, yeah, this map is, I wouldn't say it's boring, but it's somewhat repetitive. You can kind of get the drift. Like, you can do the same things most of the time. It's just kind of who can master the basics the best. That's why, obviously, we kind of got rid of Oregon, which, I mean, I'm somewhat fine with. I guess, again, it's a map out the pool, but I'm hoping to maybe see something different.
I do believe you're right about that, especially with watching these people trying to repel in. You know, Kebby is probably the perfect operator to try and fight against any bulletproofs or just try and give away these roamers, because there's quite a lot of people upstairs. If they're not caught out, it's gonna go massive. But now we get the 417 on Twitch. How are you feeling about the new 417 meta?
Me personally, because I'm absolutely doo-doo at ARs sometimes, DMR is absolutely fabulous for me. But as a meta, I think it does somewhat need to change. But hopefully we'll get to that somewhat within the next, say, maybe 1 or 2 seasons when something changes. But saw a little bit of an early engagement. I think that was between, what should we call it? The DMR of the Aruni. A little bit of damage onto, oh, mine. No one actually took damage, just ran straight on through. But as they'll make their way slowly towards library, since you need to take more of that library control to basically take the entirety of site and do all that vertical. But the longer you hold on to it, the longer you'll be able to basically draw out their time and take that win. But again, only taking almost a little bit of damage from Tridley. That's it.
Yep, you're right about that. It is just going to be a quick refresh. Hopefully the engagement's going to start in a second. One way or another, I'm actually seeing the fact that we have the Ash being brought, we have the 417, and trying to go for those pre-fires. And again, since this season has changed, there's no more ACOGs, that long range isn't helpful as much for the defenders, except for Rooney. It's gonna put them in a much worse state. But the fact that they've been able to hold it out for so long is great. Eli still only 10 HP in a dream, gets out of there, does not die though in fire, but Zero and Tridley getting taken off the board. James now being answered by Nixon, and hopefully leaving them off in a 4v3. I'm gonna ask you, just because I can see it coming out, there's not a chance of a plant here. It's gonna have to go for kills. One player waiting below the hatch, but Nixon is ready, just hoping for any sort of line of sight or drop to happen. Capture is below, takes the angle, but was not there for the arena kill, luckily. Backs out just a little bit, but Dynamite is in a gunfight, does actually win it out versus Zero. But he's 10 HP in a dream again. No matter what, they're just seeking it. 30 seconds. Eli gets a pick, making it 3v2. 10 seconds left. Peter has to go down, or they have to push in for the kills. They do not have the time to do this. They really gets one tap onto this capped out, and now leaving just the Ash. So Ash downs the yellow, but doesn't work out for them. Aruni wins the fight.
I mean, there's a great hold at the end there from Myth, just holding on to that site. After there were 2 players down and with 1 player on 1 HP. I think the Mirror was actually able to get 1 pick, just that slither of HP remaining, which was played out very nicely by Myth, but VIP unable to secure the round out. Obviously, not being able to get that diffuser down, since it's a little bit of a sticky situation. Because I think the Capital bolts, none of the smokes were actually distributed, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, actually, I think that they just barely missed them. If anything, it looked really close. It just did not land.
Yeah. I mean, I think... Well, 100%. I'll have to see if I can watch that one back, because I'm actually quite interested for that. So those smokes would have been, I would say, pinnacle for that round there, just cutting off line of sights. But as we move on to round 2, we have a somewhat similar lineup coming in from Myth, but I do see a switch from a Blackbeard to a Glaz on VIP. It's starting to maybe seem like a little bit of a, well, potential rush, but I think it might just be a fast-paced roam take. But you have to take the top floor first, which you can see Myth fully reinforcing, trying to claim as much as they can. But in order to get off a good attack, just do this basically the exact same as I did for Bar Gaming. Take that vertical, push all the way down, but see VIP were unable to accomplish that round 1.
Well, you're probably going to be right about that. But they're not going to give up. They've got the gridlock, so they're not going to let anything stop them to that last stand. They see the Fenrir mine, so they know he's up holding this library window, but it's going to be up to whether they can get everything they want. Does Fenrir still work the way he did before as patched? So he's got 2 cameras, two code lines. He can only use them when he needs to. They did not drone and truly get a massive 2-pick. That's Ash and Goodluck off the board. That is painful to lose. Ooh, Fenrir being aggressive though does get the kill.
Oh, no.
Takes out one more. Sorry, that's Legion. Kill for Myth. That is heartbreaking to see. But that's his insight. As long as he can catch one of these 2 players off coming back to site, he could have walked straight through, but Dynamite was above. It's now all... The last player just jumps in. Team VIP trying the best, but stuck in the wub machine for now. Trying the best. There is lines of sight above. One way or another, you are walking through a site, but you don't know where people are. Line of sight for people trying to be close. Shotgun in hand for Smoke. Gets tagged, but gets finished by Ellie as he comes down the staircase. Need the drop tone blue. Need to draw on sight. Need to have everything lined up. I'm hoping the drone economy isn't just because they were trying to rush, as you stated, and it was just, oh, we just didn't have any left.
Yeah, like I said, it seemed like it was going to be a fast pace, either roam clear or just rush into site, which, I mean, it seemed like James was going to go for the rush straight towards site after being, 3 players down. But, I mean, either way, that was an absolute stomping from Tridley, let alone Myth as a team as a whole. But as they mentioned in team chat, droning top blue needs to be necessary. I'm hoping that, obviously it doesn't punish VIP in their mental game, since you're forgetting the fundamentals and basics of Siege. It's going to take a toll on you.
Probably, but hopefully they're talking to themselves, just being like, hey, we knew what we did wrong. Even the enemies could see that. This time we take it a bit slower, we use our brains for a couple seconds, and it works out better. Just learn from your mistake. You only have 5 rounds left. Any more mistakes is going to put you in a worse state. Yes, this is a somewhat, like as you said, a nudge to defender favorite map. But when it's things like that, that's not an excuse. But we do get to see the new operator. Please remember that he is allowed in this tournament. Denari can actually be set up in some really interesting ways. So, I'm going to ask you, when it comes to the new operator, is there anything you're hoping to find, steal, or, use for yourself?
Well, whilst I'm watching these games and going over, obviously as an analyst, there is things which I want to look out for Denari. I haven't found anything specific. I've looked into him that much deeply, since it's not the go-to operator for our defense, but I'm just going to stop there since it's going to be a rush from the Blitz, but it's going to be stopped by Eli as the smokes do go down, hoping to get a plant off. Touching on a C4 toss out, James is just going to rush straight on in. It gets punished by Nixon as Eli will get a second, as it's now down to a 5v2 again. VIP on the back foot for the 2nd time in a row on the defense, on the offense. And Myth's just holding on to this and stopping them in their tracks in every way possible. Diffuser's right in front of the head holds on Wine, as Eli's just going to swing right on through, taking the head of Martin. It's all very gone downhill. Tridley finishing off the round to Jonu, as it's 2 failed rushes in a row. We're hoping, like you said, Drago, that they need to start having conversations with each other and realizing they need to slow things down, take it methodical, since the last time they took it methodical, they brought it quite close. They'd got 2 open picks, but then obviously just unfortunately failed to close it on out round 1. But these last 2 rounds have been dreadful, really.
Maybe it's something where they know they could work better on defense. They just want to take it there and try to push for overtime. But you still need to win at least 3 now to put yourself in what I'd call a favorable position. Because if you get to 5-1, that's still not a good odds. 6-0 is it's do or die at that point. I'm kind of hoping that Myth are playing the game they want to. They're shutting down, they're bringing the new operator. FMG9, sorry, just that caught me off guard on Denari. I normally don't see anyone bringing it, so maybe it's just the fact it's a good SMG. I've never used it enough on smoke because shotgun. But I'm hoping there's something that they've got that I don't see.
Exactly. Now, like I said, FFG9, I think it's an underrated gun. I think it's very underrated. Oh,
He switched back to the Vector. Right. He switched back to Ella's primary. What is it actually called
Scorpion.
again? Just
The Scorpion. I think it's underrated. Apart from smoke, where you have to go shotgun SMG-12. SMG-11, sorry. SMG-12. Wrong one. Now, Myth going back to Bar Gaming. I don't think much is going to change. Obviously, we've seen a Denari being picked up, but what I'm a little bit concerned about is obviously there's a Valkyrie ban, there has been a Zami ban, and a Melusi ban. I think some of their issue at the minute might have actually been that mirror. I think maybe a mirror ban would have been better off for them rather than the Melusi, but we'll let VIP cook. We'll let them leave them to their own devices, but hopefully they can bring back around for themselves and get them into this game, since the best they can do is a 3-3 split, which, I mean, to be honest, for Chalet, it's, well, for any map really, it's actually quite good to have a 3-3 split if you're on the attack first. But Myth, proving that they want all of these rounds to themselves, it's definitely proving.
I do believe you're right with that, and especially with the shotgun in hand trying to open up from below. It's going to hopefully not give too much away, because the plan is, hey, we're finally droning, we're finally being smart about it. The C4 comes out being wasted, that's some good utility to be used, especially this early on. So I'm hoping they have some way of answering any sort of doubts or problems that they're seeing as a team right now.
Yes, Sakari taking a fair bit of damage, but actually getting punished by Jonu. I think jumped out. Not sure where he fully jumped out. See the elbow of the Ash. Nixon barely just missing. Martin's able to run away with just a little bit of a scrape done. But that pillar doesn't fully cover him in that position, which is a little bit unfortunate positioning, but it is what it is. But with half the round remaining, we've still got plenty of work to do as VIP. Again, on this Bar Gaming, have the advantage. They have the first pick. Now, whether they can close it out is what matters. See Zyro, a little bit of progress towards basement. Again, Nixon getting very aggressive onto this Ash. Doesn't actually do much damage. I don't think he actually did any damage. Shotgun in hands, able to take one. Isn't able to take the second. Does plentiful amounts of damage. But Dynamite is traded off. Tridley gets one onto Jonu as well, making that a 2 versus 3 as Nixon obviously is still down. But Eli's there to swing right on round and take out that Zofia, as they do now have the man advantage. As Boltan, never mind, let me say that, it's gotten even worse. Tridley getting the most amount of kills between everyone, if I'm not mistaken, or tied at the minute, as it's down to Bolton. The Capital waiting, trying to get any 1v1s he can with 30 seconds remaining. It's looking a little bleak, but again, it's 2 versus 2. Mirror hear him go towards fireplace stairs, where the ace made them little holes, as they're just going to drain time away from him, not allowing him to enter from anywhere comfortably. There's Tridley and Eli. Well, Eli in a little bit of a basic position, but Tridley's going to be just waiting on that case. Just holding crosses left, right, and center. 5 seconds remaining. It'll be Eli to finish off the round, which seemed somewhat inevitable after it dropped to a 3 versus 1.
Not sure how I feel about that. That's kind of tough to accept, but it is how this game goes. One way or another, you have to make the fight. You cannot let anything slide. If somebody is treating you this way, you can say no. And that's what they're doing. Myth was like, hey, you're playing a game with us, but you've left Mute alive. Sorry, you've left him downed but not out. That still shows us 3 players. That's in their mental state. If the call out wasn't called that Mute's got down by Ace, that's just a huge time sink, and it did not work out in their favor. For now, I'm hoping they understand, hey, we gotta push in. We're doing the right thing, but we need the next 2 rounds. It's kitchen. Bring something different. Bring a Blackbeard to force them. Yes, Blackbeard isn't as good as he used to be, especially with the fact of he's got a slower ADS time. He's got the slow bring back up a shield to protect his face. He can no longer bust through barricades, and he can no longer bolt while ADSing. So he's kind of just back to being a basic shield, with his toes a little bit more exposed when he reloads. So I'm hoping they have some way of answering this.
Just hoping it's not another rush.
Attackers are heading out to defuse the bomb.
I don't think that would work as well as the other 2 rushes have gone. Like we can see that there's more progress being made with VIP when they take it slow and methodical. We saw that they brought it down. Well, they got first pick, especially for Bar and Gaming. Sorry, 2 first picks, and they haven't been given the round win. So the conversion rate's not the greatest at the minute. However, it's a step in the right direction. They need to realize that that's what they need to do. They need to adapt with their playstyle to Myths. They need to take this slow and methodical way and merge it around how Myth is defending. That's purely how they need to do it. But for now, picked up that Blackbeard, and obviously you can see the Solarium side is very well covered. I need someone to jump on that big window to move Akari out of the way, which will allow for at least 1 less player from Myth to be covering the Solarium side, since you somewhat do need it unless you're going to be taking a fireplace. But for now, I don't think much of an excuse is going to be made just yet, as Martin will be taking out Eli. That's the first pick for VIP again, hoping to convert. That's all the way, I think, from Case Windows. As Martin will take a second, as Jonu will as well, as it's come down to a 5 versus 2 within the first minute and 20 seconds of the round, as it's going to start slowing down since Akari and Nixon need to pick up 1v1s between each other. The Deimos start tracking as Jonu will be able to take it out Nixon, as it's all down to a 1 versus 5, and it'll be a flawless for VIP. Now, where was this round 1 to 3? It's like it just came out of nowhere.
Not sure how to feel about it, because we're seeing the fact that Johnny just walked straight in, took out 3 players, almost making it an ace as he wanted to, but it worked out fantastically. If that could work again and again, they could just handle everyone. But again, this is their best choice now here right now. A 4-2 split. They need to win Wine Cell, which they lost handedly last time. Thermite was able to go in, almost went for the plant, but they didn't know the wall wasn't reinforced because they hadn't droned it enough. Hopefully, this is where Buck is being used. Yes, they're joining with Buck, they're shutting things out early. And I'm also kind of wondering, is this where Denari's being used as like a drone stopping sort of gadget? Because he's putting it on windows, he's putting it low on doors. So maybe that's how they were using it. It's to stop drones, similar how Mozzy's working in Mute. They don't want the intel because that seems a Myth's biggest advantage against TVIP this round. But it's either a 5-1 split or a 4-2, and then VIP's defense. They need to think wisely.
10 seconds left.
Very much so. How are you, after like the first week into the season, how are you finding Denari?
I'm enjoying them, but there's a couple mistakes, and I'm not gonna lie. If it just was like, hey, one way or another, we could just rush site, we could do this. No, people are putting them all over staircases, making scatter graphs. I'm enjoying them on defense, yes. Well, here's the thing, same with Tridley. It doesn't feel like a kill frag operator. It feels like, hey, I'm just gonna set up. If you happen to be killed or stunned by my trap, great. It's not like Frost or Capcom where they're meant to be kills. These are meant to be really discomfortable things. They just shut you down early. As you can see, he's held up in kitchen and he's going to be able to stay there the entire time. Juno's going for it though, gunning no longer on Buck, now on Gridlock, gets the ping. The pre-fire through the wall, perfect timing. He aims slightly off center first, but he is able to get the kill.
I mean, you can't really complain about that wallbang. They had the information, they had everything they needed. Just capitalize it on it perfectly. But you can see Dynamite and Eli actually lurking around the kitchen area. Jonu hopefully going to be trying to disrupt them out of this position. Hopefully doesn't walk straight into it, but James is going to be caught in a crossfire between those 2 players. Eli's able to just run away. Only escape, but he's in quite a fair bit of a pinch here, taking a shot towards the Ram's toe, but Martin's able to pick up 1. Eli's able to still pick up 1 for himself whilst in this position. We'll toss a C4 just to cause an audio cue. Will be naded away. He's going to be fully flashed out, but I think he might still be able to get away. Never mind, he'll be shot whilst on the floor by Jonu, as it's down to a 3 versus 2. Unsure if they've even gotten breach as of yet. Still need to make their way. Knowing the 2 players are inside of sight, they can kind of do this a little bit more comfortably.
Well, I'm going to have to say you're right about that, especially with the fact that it's now a 2 versus 3. One way or another, you have to push it and go for the plant. A minute left. It's a downstairs site, so 2 operators can't hold this, especially with the fact that Dynamite still has a C4 in hand. anything can go right or wrong. You try to go for the plant, C4 rings out, nobody's covering. Not what you want to be. But they do have the pixel angle into the player in dirt, and the pixel angle of the player in blue, so it works both ways. Those new red pipes being used to slow everyone out and stop them from pushing in. But now the wall's going to get open.
And the issue they have is that mute jam is stopping that bottom west main from being opened up. Zyra's going to be trying. I'm not sure if he's got that mute jam as of yet. Zyra's just in a little bit of a sticky situation. Almost gets his head taken off. We're just going to rush straight on in here. Zyra taking a full-on swing. Pre-fire is dished out. Is able to take out Dynamite as a swing out from Nixon. Be able to get one, but not Jonu. As it would be a 4-2 split. VIP dragging this one back, hoping to revive it from the dead. We'll see from their defenses.
I think we're going to see a lot. I think this is where VIP is going to show us. Because again, Myth versus Team VIP have played before. The previous head-to-head stats show that they not only played in Royal Rumble, but they've scrimmed a couple times. So these are teams that know effectively how to play against each other. It's just the fact of, hey, anything you want to do can't be showing off strats, can't be playing aggressive or messy. We got to shut it out. Grim and Asami are our first two bans. Who's the next?
I could potentially see a mirror here just to deny that upstairs. Maybe on the offense, potentially a Dokkaebi. Allow the roam a little bit more safer. That might be Castle and Monty instead.
So no more slowdown strats for now. You do have to deal with what you make of it. We do get to see a mirror being brought, a Jaeger. We're going to bar games, so I'm gonna say top floor control needs to be held properly by the Scoyo here. And I know Teen is missing that ACOG as I am too. The vector of that ACOG does not feel right to me anymore.
I can't lie to you. I'm a holographic hero all the way. I'm not too keen on ACOGs. I'm living perfectly fine. Just these hollows.
I'm gonna have to live vicariously through you then for now, because I even just use reflex. I use the Russian reflex, the one that's the perfect circle with the little triangle. Me happily. Don't need anything else. Don't worry about it. But as we can see from now, they're trying their best. They're trying to make some sort of shift play into this, which can work for them, yes, but it also might be a bit of a downer here because they're trying to cut off entire section of the map. Phantom map pressure is really strong in Siege, and I'm going to ask you to quickly explain why.
Phantom map pressure is one of the best things. You can open up the entirety of a roof. So let's take bar gaming for an example. Open up the entirety of library, the vertical. You have to live playing that defense knowing that anyone could be anywhere upstairs. And it's that entire they could be, or they can be. You don't have to be there at all. It's just basically putting fear into them, knowing that if they swing that, there's probably someone, or could be someone playing upstairs. Or, say, if you, it works both ways as well. Team VIP, they can open up, they can put like 20 punch holes in a wall, which they don't really have control of. And that can cause a lot of issues, say for Myth, because they just have to worry about they could be there. Even if they drone it, nothing's there. There's still that lingering feeling that something could happen. There is some information possible. But it seems like wanting to go for maybe a little bit of a quick rush, as Nixon has that diffuser on the Ying. It seems like they want to pop smokes, pop candelas, and run straight on it. I mean, with a minute and a half remaining, you've still got plenty of time for it to go down. Also concerned on what this scope is from Martin. I hate that one, I'm not going to lie to you. Sure.
I'm not sure how to feel about it either, but it's just gonna have to be dealt with. It's nice. It's the Russian Holo B. It's fine. It happens. But now we've got something else we have to worry about. I'm not sure if you've noticed, because I definitely have, and I'm not a big fan. Right now, they kind of need to focus up on, hey, if we push through this, we don't have a lot of time. There's a minute left. That 6th defender is taken away. While Juno actually gets the first pick on the Tridley, that's a huge pick because it feels like a back and forth between Tridley and Juno this entire match. Bolton's still trying to get his first pick on the board, but he's not droned out. There's another pick, though. Trades coming out from both sides. Long angles. Juno getting another one as well, but that's the entire attacker side just removed from the board. We had NXT getting one. We had Mir getting one before the trial. We had Bolton getting downed by an occasion, but we had Zeno trying his best. This last defender is being drop shot pushed by the whole team, but Xeno is there to go for it first. They waited. Plan worked out in their favor, but it could have went horribly wrong.
Oh, 4-3. They're slowly drawing it back. So the comeback is very still relevant here for VIP. Obviously, 3 rounds down, giving Myth the advantage, but VIP able to bring it back. Still looking quite plausible. However, Myth still control the lead at the minute. But being on the attack side is a little bit of a downfall. Not as much as other maps. So we'll just have to see how that goes. Since their defense, I can somewhat say, is, for most teams, are their most comfortable thing. And always will be. Since you have the knowledge of what you're setting up, what you have, what you don't have. Whereas the attackers kind of have to figure everything out. So basically, reality, the more you have, the harder it is. I guess.
I'm gonna say you're right about that, and especially with the fact that we're getting to see the 6th pick come out. This is how it's supposed to be used. You're going up against a good team, yes. You won against them during your defense because defense is slightly favored, but it doesn't mean it's always going to be in your best interest. One way or another, something has to be set in stone.
5 seconds to go.
I mean, other than that, it seems like they're wanting to slow down the wall take, since we do have the oh, his name's just gone straight out my head. Tuberau.
Which one do you think?
Oh
Tuberau.
my!
Oh wow! Just don't worry about it.
I am losing it. I mean, to be fair, I didn't wake up that much long ago, but that doesn't matter at all. You can always cast Siege on 30 seconds of sleep. The more delusional, the better. But this little, I think that was a run actually, but never mind. It was a little ping from Martine. But Bolton and Akari still somewhat of the same boat here, sitting on a donut each. However, hopefully something will come to light for them. But taking quick possession of mezzanines, VIP didn't want to control that as much unless they did, and to fall off quickly. But also got to remember that sight is kitchen. They can fall off this as much as they want and kind of just bunker inside of sight. For now, it seems like they haven't been moved as much.
You're probably right about that, especially with the fact that Sturman's just going to try to go for it. Hopefully he can get this top wall, and if you actually put that low enough before the Tuberau goes off, you can detonate and get both walls, top and bottom. At least he'll have a line of sight into kitchen. But you can see the Thermite's not even concerned about it. He knows there's nobody to stop him. He's going for the main wall anyway. That wall is going to get breached, but he's losing his life to Jaeger from the flank. That is the top floor now finally open, but we do have Twitch with 417 with the line of sight, hopefully going to be able to get James and take him out of this game. Because for now, Tuberau is just freezing his own teammate for now. It's a 4v5. This 6th defender could actually be the downfall of Team VIP. Sorry, for Team Myth again.
Well, I'd like to also point out, when talk about that Thermite just rushing down the kitchen wall, the Jaeger from Zyro actually picked off the Thermite charge as well. But speaking of Zyro, able to take out his second for the round to Eli. But Tridley's able there to try and even it out and flatten it in terms of player count. It's a 3 versus 3, but with 45 seconds remaining, doesn't seem like Myth really have much of a foothold. They have 2 players upstairs and 1 on the rappel and big window. But VIP are just going to return all the way downstairs, caught in a little bit of a sticky situation towards Trophy, but they will go away unscathed. It's James barely running away with his life, as he's potentially going to try and walk up fireplace stairs. But for now, focus on what's going to happen with this vertical and these hatch drops. Since with 20 seconds remaining, Myth have to pull something out here. The vertical coming out, maybe some pings or a lucky ping, but Akari, not sure what's going on there. Naded himself was jumping into Trophy window, but is able to do 2 trades equally, as it's Dynamite versus James. No diffuser has been picked up, so James just has to sit in place. Don't peek anywhere, don't go absolutely anywhere, stay put as he will. And VIP able to even out the score total, making that 4-4.
Not sure how I feel, because right now, that gridlock trap actually would have been enough to kill him. He would have had to shoot each and every one of them. So if the attackers had a couple more seconds to have that diffuser and go for the plant, it could have changed that entire round immediately. But again, it's Siege. It's never over till the gridlock traps go. One way or another. Oh, go ahead.
So I'm really hoping that nade was Gridlock's and that Akari didn't just nade himself.
Don't know what you're talking about. Nothing happened. It was just perfect gameplay. Again, we all agreed it was just a one tap from the window. Somebody got him or jumped in, right? It was a 7th operator. But for now, it's not what matters. The important part is the fact of they're finally bringing Kai. They understand it's now time to start keeping them out of our sight. We cannot keep wasting time with them. We cannot keep playing their game. It's our turn.
Exactly. Now, one thing we can have fun with is that Bolton has a kill. He's out of the slumps. Watch it. He's going to get 3 aces here on out. The absolute goat, Bolton. But Akari, obviously, after we've seen from last round, still on 0, but wanting to bring this back up. However, we can still shine light on Jonu here. Hitting double digits, 10 and 5 with lovely 2 KD. They are lovely for Team VIP. Now, with basement, you have the cage, you have... I'm surprised Ram isn't banned more often, especially if you're going to try and focus your basement hold. Since that's going to be, in my opinion, one of the easiest ones. If you allow them to take your basement, you have a little bit of an issue.
I can agree with that. The fact that we are seeing changes here and there are important, but it's more about the fact of the phantom pressure is essential. They can't just cut off the entire map like they want to. Yes, it worked out for them in their favor, but it was still very tight and very close. For now, they're not going wild with it. Pretty almost getting taken out by the Jaeger jumping out, so that's really important. But Juno's actually taken off the board by the Blackbeard. He is stuck in the green mine. He did try to choose his time wisely. I believe Guy tried to go for the trick there, but it was destroyed in the long run. But there's another kill for the Ram, taking Jaeger off the board, getting it down. But MXT actually finishing off Thermite. For now, there's Eli finishing off Goyo, becoming a 2v4. The last 2 operators are in sight. You know this. It's time to go start shooting fish in a barrel. This Ram gadget, as we've all seen, just being an absolute bulldozer, giving their team a lot of time.
Now, Myth obviously able to play with a whole minute and 30 seconds. They're going to take their time and double up, since separating is the absolute worst thing you can do. Giving VIP 1v1s and allowing them just to play off of it is the absolute worst thing. You see Dynamite here in a little bit of an odd position. Gets a little bit of damage onto James, but Bulltan does go down, meaning that's a 1 versus 5. Gets stuck on the railing. I think he was maybe trying to vault over. Not sure what's happening there, but very unfortunate for VIP. But that is Myth picking up an attack round and putting them a step closer towards a victory of the map. But for Chalet, anything can happen. What do you think about these bans then? You always ask me, let me ask you, what's these bans? Go on then.
Oh, come on, you've got it. We've already got rid of Monty. It's time for focus and comfort bans. We're losing a Clash. Sorry, we're losing Kaid and Blackbeard. So he's still having Clash being removed in the 3rd round, but it's Kaid and Blackbeard, as stated. You keep it to the fact of, hey, Blackbeard was a menace last round. It took out your best player, Juno. It's time for the fact of, hey, Kaid was able to stop your push directly and slow you guys a lot. Take him off the board now and make sure they have to bring someone who has to be directly in front of the gadget to shut it down.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
But here comes the bigger problem that I'm not sure how to feel about. We have the mirror being brought again. Yes. Would there be another operator you want to switch? Because mirror's always been impactful in Siege, but in certain points, everyone knows how to fight her. Everyone brings the Twitch, everyone brings the operators such as Curie, Ace, just to force them out of the corners. Is there any other operators you'd like to see other than mirror being brought?
Well, if I don't have the mirror, my little somewhat go-to pick is actually the Zami, but I don't have it on the board. Without the mirror, like we've been talking about, the phantom pressure isn't really there. So the one thing you want to do is bring someone with a deployable shield. I like bringing a Frost, just to make it a little bit more of an issue, because you can put it inside of you make it a rotate rather than head holes where the mirror head holes would be. You can put the shield just directly in the wall, which causes not the same amount of phantom pressure, but knowing that you have to use somewhat the same utility. It has the same concept with the little glass slits inside of the actual metal. See that you can play the Warden just to add the extra pressure, knowing you can't just ying it out, can't flash him out. So you have to use explosives, but those would be my go-to, a Frost or a Warden.
All right, I can get that. I can get behind that. It does kind of tell me though that if we have to go for this push, if we have to try and run this strat, this meta, as they're doing now, they've got the Ashe, they've got the Blitz, they always are relying on a shield. If one operator can just think, hey, you know what? We don't have to worry about this that much. Let's just shut it down. Just get rid of everything. And it's gonna work out in their favor. So, sorry, go ahead.
We've just got a rush straight coming through. Zyra's able to pick up one, so is Bolton. Bolton's going to get 2 for the round. Like I told you, this is Bolton's uprising here. But we saw an early pick from Martin taking out Nixon. I think that was front door he just ran out of, by the way. Front door. But down to a 1 versus 5 already. That's 2 flawless rounds of VIP on their defenses. It seems like that's their most comfortable thing here. But it all happened so quick.
I don't think I'm going to trust you the next time you say a map is defender-sided, because at this point, it is defender-sided. That number should be like 60-40 or 100 to 100 or 100-0. Because right now, we're having the teams equalize on the defensive halves, waiting to see how this played. They basically walked in, caught the players off guard, and it's a blitz. He shut down one of the attackers, then shut down the rest. It shouldn't be working like that. Blitz is supposed to be a menace, or at least when I play him, he normally catches me off guard and I'm flash for days. I'm done. Neither of those survived. Bolton showed up and did the work.
Exactly. I said it. It's Bolton's uprising. He has the full confidence within him. It is his time to shine. Obviously, stopping that rush from the Ashe, then also getting that bullets whilst flashed, as far as I'm aware. What more would you like from the man? Absolute goat.
I'd say absolute cinema. But now, one way or another, they're gonna have to push in. They don't have the time to waste. I'm hoping they've given each other calls. Hey, bring this operator. Bringing Gridlock and Nomad is good change for that. Yes, the 6th pick has been used, so bring this operator. Shut this out. We're going for a downstairs. We know they're going to the kitchen. Bring the Twitch. Make sure to clear as much as possible. But they're not bringing Thatcher, which kind of puts me off, because, like, yes, you don't want to have to get close, but if you still have Ace on the board, bringing Thatcher, meaning Twitch, could just get it. But Thatcher guarantees it. But for now, they see the Sentry. They're hopefully going to go for the pick, but they can't get an MXT and answers with his own, taking out Gridlock. Again, just absolute big menaces now. You don't get to play this round. You're taken out in the first 30 seconds. The rest of the time, you're on cameras.
I mean, on that MP7 team, an absolute menace. Obviously, we've seen him do that run out round 1. What more do you want from him? He's done absolute class of run outs and early first picks. It's now just down to whether they can actually convert the opening pick into a round win, since, you know, as a stats man, that's the stats you want. You want good conversion rates. Because if you don't, well, your conversion rate for your opening pick should be very pinnacle. It should be somewhat the #1 thing you have. I mean, that's the most of an advantage you can have, having the first pick. But Zyra coming face to face with Nixon on this blitz. Obviously, he's not going to do much. He's not going to ADS him. Seems to be a little bit of a silly idea, unless he's just got absolute brains to do it. But Jonah just be holding onto this wall as long as possible, delaying minimum 30 seconds.
You can say minimum as much as you want, because right now I want to see the maximum effort they put into this. They've already lost one operator. As you can see, he can just go back up and pick his ace charges for a second time, making sure that they can't immediately be destroyed by any charges or anything else that they have. Bandit, so if you're trying to trick it, it's gonna have to be frozen again before it can go off. The timer doesn't always work out, but when it does, it works out wonderfully. Ooh, Blitz dodging the C4, but his teammate ending up sacrificed for it. It's just not going to come out to whoever's pushing in. Luckily, Dynamite is there to refrag the bandit. Now Blitz can go for the plant, but he does not have the diffuser in hand because they can't drop Silo. One way or another, they know James and Bolton should be in sight. Hopefully there's a drone there with a line of sight.
Now, what I've seen is I don't think any of them actually have the diffuser in hand. I think they've left it top mezzanine, just sitting there for the moment in time. So I'm hoping they're actually able to pick it up, which there you go. Myth does. Now, the last time we saw this, Team VIP were able to clutch out the defense after they dropped off with very little time remaining, which they've done the exact same thing, but with one player less. So that VIP have got some collecting of kills to do. The 2 versus 3, they're just going to drain this time as much as possible to stop the plan. But Eli is going to be taking out Bultan as James could potentially cut off this blitz, which he doesn't. He actually gets predicted sitting in that rat corner and will be pushed straight through the walls, sent him into the glass panel inside a trophy and shut down.
It did not work out in their favor. They tried their best for it, but that's 6-5 to Myth. I'm gonna say this match has been a lot closer than I would have thought it was, especially after how we started it. So I can't be upset, but I want to hear what they're thinking. I want to hear the players' thoughts, because right now my brain is thinking, hey, we've got the spillage. We've got the mistakes being made by both sides. They're being aggressive. They're shutting each other down, but they just can't finish it. One way or another. It's Chalet. They picked this map. They knew they were going to it. So one last rat strat, hopefully here from Myth to win it out. If not, we go to OT, and then we could just end up going all the way to round 15. I see the bomb we brought. I'm a wee bit concerned because Asami's normally brought to block off the drone, or you've got mute or somebody to make sure that that drone hold is plugged by something that has to be wasted. But now, I don't see that happening.
Exactly. Well, I mean, VIP need to take this round for themselves. So if they're unable to, then they're going to be severely on the back foot on the next round, since they will be on the attack next, if I'm not mistaken.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Because Myth had the map pick, and they chose... No, sorry, I think it was VIP had map pick. Myth chose which side they were like. So actually, I think VIP might have defense first next. This could still potential, but that final round is still the dreading one, since the offense for VIP was not the greatest. But we'll soon tell, as Myth will try and close out this round for themselves, or VIP will flush it to overtime.
That does seem to be the winning case, but again, they've thrown out, and they're not, the hyper aggression from Team VIP area might actually be the downfall. But no, he gets a beautiful pick taking out Nixon. Eli is there to back him up though. That's a good start, but losing your blitz, who has been your mainstay, is not what you want this early. So maybe they have something else that I don't know. Maybe there's a strat coming, because right now they need it. One way or another, they put themselves in a worse back foot than I can possibly imagine.
Yeah, that blitz being gone, there goes your spearhead of your push downstairs. Obviously, having that entirely bulletproof shield is going to put you at a massive advantage when then sprinting towards someone's face. But obviously, bring it down to a 4 versus 4. You know, it could be worse. It could be worse. Put it that way. You see Tridley just taking an absolute beating from Jono, jumping straight from top solarium stairs and just absolutely hitting every single hip fire on his way down.
Not sure how to feel, but it works one way or another. They're gonna have to push this in. Wamai is now being Deimos tracked. It's no longer up for grabs. It's just shut out now. The time is not in their favor. One way or another, they're just gonna push it through. Hopefully get this pick. We've got a minute left. This is Myth's round 2 win, but Team VIP will not lose it. They're not giving up. And at this moment, Deimos has all 4 defenders tracked. He can use his gadget to give callouts, but he can only do a certain amount of them. He's got 2 left in pocket.
I mean, with 45 seconds remaining, Myth need to pull something out of the bag here. Since with only 3 players remaining, they still have Goyos available, but however, Dynamite will be picking up 1, leveling it out to a 3 versus 3. They have smokes in hand as well as 2 exothermics. So anything could be possible here if they are just to take this west main wall. But they're running out of time. Plans need to be made. The Goy's been popped, meaning there's 10 seconds left on that doorway. Smokes popped out. Eli's able to pick up 1. Maybe this could be the closing out, but it's a 2 versus 2. They're able to retake the vertical upstairs. James has. So this is what could be pinnacle for them. The swing out is covered by Eli, as James is going to swing all the way into blue. And it's Akari left. 1 versus 1. Goes prone, both on low HP, but it'll be Myth who win out the round. Very unfortunate for them. But a GG. Almost a clutch up from VIP. But the Thermite able to clutch it up with that prone player. Very well played.
Heartbreaking is probably the best term to use. Because for now, it was so close. Even I can't say that worked out against them in their favor, because right now, it's not what you want to see. There's a lot they could do. It didn't happen for them, not this time.
I mean, the potential for VIP was definitely there. Most definitely. They were just slithers away from taking it to overtime, which is very unfortunate. Which means, unfortunately, my prediction was incorrect. I had full faith in you, VIP, in which, I mean, reality, it was very much there. It was very much possible, but everyone else will take their predictions.
I'm not going to say you're wrong, because again, I had to go back and look at it again for a second time. Certain rounds just came out to the fact of, hey, we don't have the timing. We're not pushing it together. Drone economy wasn't there. It was rookie mistakes, yes, but it was also high risk, high reward plays, which didn't pan out. So, do remember, they ended up with a 4-2 split for round 7. So, it doesn't tell the full story if you just look at stats or numbers, because you would never known that it was 4-0 up for Myth. You're just not looking at how the match ended.
Exactly. But I mean, either way, very well played from either team, which I'm actually glad it came to a very close and tight-knit game in the end, since it actually made it a lot more interesting rather than just a 7-1, 7-2 stomp entirely. But very well played. I think it was actually Tridley ended up on, I think it was 16 kills in the end. Was it?
Just going to have to look quickly back at my board. Yes, he was. Tridley was the top
16.
holding it.
That is insane. Absolutely insane. But I mean, from being 3-0 down, VIP brought it back to 4-4. Then it went to, was it 6-4? And then they brought it back one more round and then unfortunately lost it out after that. But Martin, as you see on this replay here, on this highlight, taking out that blitz. The quick swish, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Even with the blitz being down, Myth were able to actually conjoin it back very nicely and flush out this final round, but this is baffling.
Answer your question though, it was actually it was a limb that was on 14, Dynamite on 8, Erector on 2, Tridley on 11, Nixon on 7. Bolton, James, MXT and 0, all trying the best with 3, 4, 9, 0 on 8, and Juno on 12. He would be the SVP for that team. I'm going to say, they tried their best, it just didn't work out in the end. I'm not going to give them too much grief, especially about those first few rounds. It felt like they just wanted to get to their defense very fast, and that kind of worked out against them in their favor this time. But it's a best of one. They've now played Team Myth, and they have to play them again later. Hopefully this is the answer we're looking for. Hopefully this is the stats, this is the brain time where they thought, hey, make your mistake. Learn from it next time. Don't show off all your skills. Second one, the other one. But are you ready for our next match?
I am very much ready. I am very hyped. After that first game, there is plentiful amounts which we can see. But there is coming through me. The siege is right through me. Also, we've got UAIM and Diavoli next, which I think we will cut to a little break. I think we'll just have a little bit of time once we get everyone in the game. So we will see you in a couple of minutes.
To hope that the opponents will drop down and give away the control from up above, and it's exactly what they will do, but there's still one more player up above. Gonna have to be careful as we walk on side. Nipsey will find the first. A little bit of chaos are happening, is being created. The pins are just all over the place, but it's just so...
A minute ticking down. They still got this Tachanka alive, which could save them plenty amount of time, but I mean, in a 5 versus 3, it's not really a situation you want. As a lovely one-tap from Nipsey will take the head out of Hoxie as the time will start to go down. No.
Actually not going to be finding any damage, although Religion with a fantastic way of trying to challenge the only breach they really necessarily have to. A bit of damage, a bit of damage. Yes, it is. And Nixon are going to be actually able to find the final blow on. How do you see a slap on the wrist with the HP lead?
Big strong, he could have played him alone, but now he needs still support from the team, and that will just fall back to the team play that we need to see, especially in competitive. Now, Lambert will be the first one to find himself a cheeky killer. Killer double frame, a triple, why not? If he takes out free play.
Aren't necessarily that bad. but it means you're going to be a little bit short on utility overall as the impact nade comes through and shorted on the Ella, able to take down Lamb, finding the headshot. And I mean, I'm sure Lamb is actually going to get dropped over in towards admin. Might be a Mario, and Jeremy able to find the opening kill to C4, not quite able to connect, but Rorik catches Jeremy off guard as it ends up being a trade in the end. Even man count, but the team catches work. Dynamite has been the impact player of this round and has the most kills in the lobby so far. So yeah, the buff definitely proving to be crucial in this matchup so far as YNK goes down to Akari as Bozo was the only one left.
From GK. They play that perfectly. Just need to kind of delay as much as 10 threats and starting us off quite quickly as Rorik will be taking the control of the killer. Now they're already at 3 versus 5. And you're only flying 40.
It's just too much to handle. As Eli finds another, it's all going to be left up to Merrick. On the Legion, has to manage to find all of these kills, all 5 of the kills. The pace going down is Lumine going to be able to stop it? It's not going to be able to find it. One kill comes through, but Ryan.
How could they even try to win this round against 5 defenders? And still 3 smoke canisters left. Like, is there really a chance? Or maybe just sneaky kill onto Spiral, but he doesn't get it! No! Oh no, the trade is there. He's still just injured. Maybe
Might be able to might be able to find something here. The Yin Candela is distracting everybody right now, and Nook able to find the kill onto the Aruni, which is going to be massive for this push. A series through the wall, able to
For the last 30 seconds, Packle needs to get this hit down, otherwise you will be caught up in this. But way up the stairs and weapons, but this round is almost over for Oblivion. He's able to pick up one as the
Time is ticking down. 50 seconds. That Raptors is open now. Nomad could possibly go up to get it, but she does run the risk of any other player, such as this Valkyrie, getting the headshot, taking her head off, and now becoming a 1v3. They know there's one player to
5 seconds left in the clock, but no, behind the bar, the scoreboard of Balu able to take down Heaven. That's going to mean there is no more Dokkaebi on the board. Don't have to deal with that whatsoever. There is going to be a last where you're pushing down and trying to take control. Ducky able to find 2 kills. That's a
take away all of those tools defensive work to stop this run.
Does Lamb? No, they don't! Tanuch is going to be following the Bravo drone, getting a bit too overzealous, but it's backed up by good gun skill, as able to become 2, and now overtaking this verticality.
With their attack and go down for the main side onto bar. Found herself already in kitchen, also in closet, trying to push on quicker than light. And the screen is going all white, and but look at the kill feed. The only color that I see is blue, and again just blue. Afraid
Across the whole map. You can see here the visual effect coming in really well as he just hides away from this drone. But they're just putting a net across the whole map. The jump out going to be there as well. Going to take out this player on big window as well, as that's going to be your ace of all people. Taken off the ball early. That visual
pick to make him to do that himself, since he's so eager on these kills at the minute. But with 20 seconds remaining, while to make something happen, Slayers trying to get themselves inside a site, but there will be a trade from Leonski, but side
to take down the Ash, meaning those Ash breaches not going to come in handy. I know one was already used, but not quite sure about the rest, as the Maestro cam proving absolutely diabolical here, dealing so much damage onto Rumi, and another one from a different angle, the wall being opened up.
No, it's going to come out one way or another. Oh, the pre-part barely missing ahead of Sumian. He's way inside Avon. It's not in their favor. The C4, no, and he just doesn't land. But Deimos doesn't either. He gets taken out. Falcon getting his own pick, though, making it a 2.
Look at Raxo, knows one's opponent. This player is very isolated in the flashback. They're going to be pushing Raxo into a corner and even being helped from the main breach. That peeks out, tries to get the pre-fire, not going to be able to lock it down. As Simply does finish the job onto the earlier down player, but now in a sandwich with being 2, just to keep them on even ground, and ground 0 it will be Cat. As now 3 against 3, dropping down to the bottom for hunt down some of these players, as 1 is stuck on the side of Wine, and it will be Danu. Not much of a chance as Packful there shuts them down. And Geeke, they still have a contender down.
Or still being up, but no one's playing behind it, so that's fine for the attack so far. They haven't cleared the vending position yet, but they do now with the blitz, but they get a trade there, and he's just insane for doing that.
Well, you know what I thought? They could have hopefully pushed in early and tried to get some sort of factor into it. They are having second floor control. Devils gets one, Arlen gets another while flashed. Beautiful game sense coming out from
As YMK, absolutely no clue of where the final few stand. Save could be set for pose though. It's just going to be walking into the line beside of Skipper, able to find that second, third, fourth, just like that. Hungry finds YMK amidst all this chaos. As the last one standing will be a victim to the gun of Skipper. The Slayers of T2 will be strong
up top. If not a rush plant through smokes and whatnot, the Warden not being available means that is definitely an option, as the Ash getting in a gunfight here, just able to win it out of against the Capcan. They know that this Capcan is a possibility.
50 seconds remaining. Time might go against them. You can still see that player above. That's what might be the driving factor. There you go. A Team Cade, not sure what's going on there. Pozo takes out Null. Vertical, not sure if he's going to be able to come out. He's able to spot out one. He's going to spot out the player, which you will with 2 seconds remaining. 2 versus.
The members, Nifsu and Lumber. But Nikis and Hoop and Rassen are still alive. They've taken under control of Rafters. And a slow but steady moving closer to the side. Beautiful ping right there. Great information throughout the drone. Will be taken out though immediately. With that, Monty finds us up.
Yourself down onto the attack to prevent them from taking the side control that we saw GK do so well last time around. As GK, they're bringing some wacky stuff of their own. As Eli, he's going to find the opening this time around, shutting down that sense which can be so unpredictable.
Oh my
Still
god, not again.
Oh, not again. Not again, Buffo!
Oh, look at them. They keep on swinging as well. You are just walking into it. It's like a death trap anytime Patahune raise some sort of utility.
Flank known, Stiff able to take down Chet. It means it's going to be a 5v2. You have that player upstairs, but there's only one player left board side. That's going to be the Goyo. This gun can prove absolutely lethal if he can make usage of it, but no, the capped out fireball able to find the headshot, able to find 2 headshots.
Sneak away just in time, but Devils making sure that Trilly doesn't have an opportunity of fighting back, as Myth will be having their first loss dealt. 140 to remain, and with a swing following quickly will be Devils with a second as well. They keep on contesting him back, but they find no victory off of it. It's now 2 dropped. Myth.
Yeah, very interesting that we're going for a master over this time around from the side of Sarcophagus. We do have 2 members of the attacking team working the breach, so it is going to be a split take coming in. But Favaro doing his thing, the Nitro finding its mark as well, just like you predicted.
now. Just gets weird.
A minute and a half. It seems like I'm assuming they're only going to slow it down, but never mind. I'm just going to eat my own words. They know where Hungry is last, so they'll be able to take this site so much easier. Cypher most likely should.
Again, the floor. Dynamite will find himself injured and the smokes have been deployed. And other than that, it's just a little bit of a slower game. Myth, they do seem a little bit lost.
They get the trade though on this pillar area. They find themselves in a 2v3 situation. 1 down, so they can get him up.
Taking out the shield. Smoke. As the first one rings out, Smoke's fighting. Life could be able to back up. Mut's watching for the flank. You can hear somebody destroying barbed wire. Goes to the swing. Mute gets to the sledge. Sledge misses the SMG-11, but another one from the Goyer through the
Putting up the play styles, it's time to do so. The nades are going to be perfectly calculated. A bit of a swing from Block. He will be shut down, but still goes for the pre-fire. Able to find them down, gets over Zealot, but the pistol is still able to claim its mark. All of a sudden, Simpadas are now in a 5v2. That single player dropped to
Picking up his teammate on this third floor. Akari is just being hunted by everybody here as the W bait not quite working out. A Smoke fucking a bait. The last round in the mag. Always finds one for his troubles. And that could be all of your plans now. Taking out the very early.
Down overextend there. Now it is. Oh no! Oh, he's standing in front of the soft wall, getting killed there from the back. And now there's more openings for the defense to react, but the kills are coming down into 1v2.
I feared it's gonna be an 0-5, an 0-4, because 5 players standing, 1 player alive from the side of VIP, and he finds himself in a very dangerous position. He may find 1, but can he find the other 4? And as we all,
I can understand that. One way or another, they have to be able to rush because Jacuzzi was now open. Only Renier behind that mirror, just waiting to get on. of sight. T4 rings out and actually ends up getting it killed. But she's now stuck there. Thermite answers with his own, pushes him.
Advantage, but not for long. Beautiful flick there from Akari. 2 versus 2 now. Final 30 seconds left of the round. They have the idea about the Maestro. It's crucial gunfight, and Akari wins it. One above the hatch. Sagrada can just play the time, play the clock. The diffuser now needs to be recovered at a very...
Make sure at least one drone is saved. Devil will find Lambe as the first opening pick here for the side of Diavoli. Second half of the game and of this round is just starting beautiful. Echo Nixa will find it first, and that is the one player that we need.
That Grim and IQ have on the board, as it looks like a run out might actually come through, and I might be able to find somebody. The timing is going to be everything here. Goes for it. There's no Claymore down, but no, how does Maratz live? How does he get away with it?
Because of setting up any kind of execute onto anything, GK seems to be all over it, and that just comes.
There we go, and welcome back. So, without much of a wait, we have a lovely new game on our hands. What have we got today, Drake?
So we're going in for the UM versus Diavoli game now. As we all remember, it's again 2 great teams going up against each other. UM actually winning out their last match and coming very close to just dominating the series as they wished. But as they heard in the interview, they've got some strong will there. They're a Ukrainian team, they're not going to let anything slide. So I'm going to support them, and I want to see how they do well. But let's go over to the map plans, let's go over the schedule, let's go over everything I want to see. First, map plans. I need to know what map we're going to before I make a decision. How handedly are they going to win? Alright, so Diavoli have chosen to take us to Chalet.
Back on it again. Now, I see we do have another lair ban immediately. I'm going to scold everyone for it. Don't care. We need to see more lair. We need to see a lot more of it. However, back onto Chalet with a Diavoli attack start. I mean, at least we're warmed up on the map. Let's say, Dragon. We're warmed up on it.
For everyone asking in chat, I do not agree with this man. For everyone at home, understand that I do not agree with this person. Again, as I stated, Lair is not a map I want to see. Chalet, I'm okay with this. And to be honest, it could be just a Chalet day. We're entering that autumn period. The snow is falling in certain countries. Everyone wants to go to Vancouver. So, let's get our inner Twilight out. Let's enjoy this. Let's head in to see the team stats. And let's see how this is going to play out. Team Diavoli, we have Arld, we have Ariel, we have Martz, we have Devil, we have Sith. Sorry, Scyther. Again, Pokemon has not been a game I've played in a long time. I do apologize. But everybody here, bar Ariel, has that 1.1, 1.2, 1.5 KD, just showing their playstyle, showing that, hey, they can flag it when it needs to be done. But only one of them has to be a playmaker. One of them has to be their Doctor Strange. Ariel calling out the strats, calling out the plays. Yes, not always being the last man standing, but being there when they need to be. Let's head on to Team 2. I'll give it to you, Chris.
Yes, so we have UN, which obviously we all have seen before as well. We have Shadow, Smiz, Siri, Marek, and Nylar. Now, obviously, having a KPR of above about 65% is roughly where you want to be. Now, having Smiz on a 0.87 is a perfect position for you. Let's also not forget Marek with a 1.02. Very impressive, especially for his cost overall. But all of them, apart from 2, having a 1 or above KD, so Nylar and Cyriloid, just kind of showing that they're the support players. You're not even really intended to get all the kills, but it clearly shows that they're more attentive towards supporting their 3 other players, which are maybe more confident, or maybe their entire strat is positioned around them. Other than that, I think we've got a good game on our ends.
Couldn't agree more. So that tells me it's time for us to go. Hopefully the players will be ready in a second and get head on in. I'm gonna ask the prediction just quickly. Hey, can you put up the talent predictions? I want to see who's voting for what team here, because if I remember correctly, this is the one where me and Kreis have a split. We have that difference.
I mean, we have our difference between the first 3 matches, apart from the last one. But I believe in you, Wayne. I believe in. What's your decision with Diavoli?
Ooh, my decision with Diavoli is probably going to have to be the fact that one way or another, it's not in their favor. Diaboli are a great team. We've seen that they can work well, but we're going to a map that is Chalet. Everyone likes Chalet. Everyone knows it. It's going to become the new Oregon if people keep playing it this much. So let's hopefully head in and let's see what Diaboli can actually do.
Now, one thing I want to pick up on before we head into this map as well. The one map which they have played together in a head-to-head was Chalet. Now, Diavoli won it 7-4, which varies somewhat quite confidently. So hopefully UAIM have done a little bit of their homework. They've written down what Diavoli like to do and figured out maybe ways around it and counter-strat it. But we'll soon find out whether Diavoli can hold on to this reigning crowning champion between the two of them, or it'll be tied up. We'll soon tell.
Yeah, you're right about that. This is just what I'm kind of hoping for and waiting for. One way or another, we cannot let anything slide. Monty and Clash Band feel like that's kind of weird since Clash can't be played anyway, but maybe they know something I don't.
Apparently so, unless it's, you know, they just know it's probably just bank, since that's the only reason I've seen it happen. But maybe they just don't like the Clash full stop. They just, even though she's quarantined, we'll ban her out anyway. It sounds like you, to be honest, Drago. Just get rid of the Clash anyway.
No, I'm not going to argue that fact. It is me. But I understand why I do it. I do it out of pure rage and hatred of every time I've had somebody now put down the Clash and spawn pick me from outside, or sorry, reverse spawn pick me. And it's like, how is this fair? It's the last 30 seconds of the round. I'm on the roof. I'm about to vault in. The Clash is outside on the pillar watching from sight. Again, if anyone does try this, I don't recommend it. You can go out and basically play Kali and look in through to piano. That long angle does work with the Clash, and if you have the eyes for it, you can destroy any attacker that's trying to hold that piano hallway or trying to go for a plant in those weird positions. It works. I don't like it, but I know it. So, for now, hopefully we get to see the Rooney plays, and let's get to see this. Sorry, go ahead.
If you know all that stuff, I need your strap. Pass it over. I need some of them beautiful strats. But what we have at the minute, we're going to see the Blackbeard being brought, which is obviously no surprise whatsoever. However, it seems like a little bit of a trap op central somewhat. Obviously, we have the Aruni just to delay more time, but the well, I like to somewhat think as the sentry, you can use them as a trap op, have a little bit of a beeper or barbed wire with a C4 underneath it. That is most definitely doable. But the frost is most likely just for that shield on top blue. Now, heading back, obviously comparing the two games which we saw, we see that these UAIM have started on top floor instead of going to kitchen. Bar gaming, which we did last time. Seems like it's their more comfortable position. However, one thing I've seen from Diavoli is that 4 players have repelled on them Solarium windows. They are all prepped and ready to go. A long toss of a nade all the way into bathroom. Not sure if that's going to get the shield at all, which I don't think it is. It's going to be captured by an ADS, but a swing from Allard. I think that's from the really long angle. Will take his head clean off as they do finally take position inside a Solarium. Nyla is able to pick up one. Able to pick up maybe a second, but Siri will be cut off trying to reclaim the position, which was originally lost by Marek. But with a minute 35, they can slow this down and take as much time as they need, as Smith would just barely get away. The skin of his teeth, as I think it's all just going to start folding in from Diavoli as we head into the last minute 20 centimeters away. But finally, Allard will get one of several devils as it's down to Smiz in a 4 versus 1, and he'll be entirely overrun inside of Closet, not allowing him to leave.
I'm just not sure how to feel about this. One way or another, they're trying the best to make everything work. And yes, it is. There's points where they're getting away with it, but there's also points where they're not. We've seen the fact that they tried to go for that push there. 4 players repelled in the window. They made it into sight. UAM didn't exactly rotate to defend that, didn't try to go for any flanks. They just tried to be like, hey, yes, they are pushing from a Solarium. We acknowledge that. What are we going to do about it? Angles. That's it. They didn't really fight or contest it.
Yeah, it kind of seems like they wanted them to push forward. It seems like that's what they wanted, but every single way that they wanted them to push forward, they answered back with a different angle, which disrupted what they wanted to do. It seemed like it was a lot of Diavoli not really countering, but just opening up basic angles, which UAIM just couldn't really handle.
You're right about that, but I'm also just noticing I've seen a lot more Mozzie today. Has something changed, or is it like just the season's hit reg feeling better? Because I can kind of feel that a little bit, because whenever I got Denari as the new operator, I was like, okay, I'm gonna start bringing the Scorpion. I'm hitting every shot. I'm feeling much better about it. There's less hit rejection. I'm just wondering, is that the reason Ballsy's being brought more, or is it just for the drones?
Not actually 100% entirely, but I mean, I know that the Roni's an absolute go-to gun full stop anyway, but soon to 10 tell. Plus, the Roni has the funky sight on it, isn't it? Oh no, they share it out anyway. But Nylog, who can have a P10 Roni because the DMR instead will go down. And I think we'll be finished off by this fight. Actually, no, it gets rezzed. I think they got dropped on the hatch. As they will luckily scathe away with a player free. That was a very quick engagement, but basic holding on to library upstairs, seeing what UA can do. But like I said, having this mirror window or a deployable shield with a warden, it's kind of like a little bit of a dynamic duo. So we'll see how this one pans out.
Can't flash me, can't stop me. Don't worry about trying to smoke me. You can't stop me. For now, this Capita is going to have to try and cut off the angle, but Blackbeard bounces the C4 off his face, keeping him alive, luckily, but also pushing this player out of mezzanine. What if Warden is still there? But Blackbeard does get his own kill on the Marits, but is shot in the back. But Smiz is there as well to also take out Arl when he tries to go to the flank. It's just not worked out for the attackers. It was such a close, tight engagement. Everything was working well, but not able to finish it. Mira is now open. It is going to have to be up to these defenders upstairs to keep any sort of attacking presence off this top floor. Hatches are open, and especially for the fact that Mozzie just goes and peeks and gets the kill. Scyther cannot stay alive. He's taken off the board, becoming a 2v4. A minute left. They do have the timer, but they just can't win the engagement. These gunfights are not their friends at the moment. I'm hoping the Thatcher has a different answer for them right now.
I mean, a 4v1 situation. I think they actually saw the elbow. That Mozzie saw the elbow of the actual Twitch running past, but I'm not actually sure that they noticed. But then slip on past. They definitely hear the Twitch, forcing them to run inside of sight. Going into a little bit of an odd positioning. But Devils is just going to walk straight on in. It gets his head taken off by Smiz as it's all down to Aerial. Thatcher just waiting. No, Marek just knows his position. He's taking swings straight onto it. He's just going to get a little bit of an opposition inside a mud room. Try and take the swings. Able to pick up one, but the super shorty will be finishing off the round. Onto that Thatcher.
Not sure how to feel about that. As you can see, the kill hungry did come out. Those 3 players actually lined up, which could have been disastrous. You could have lost the 1 player in bar because the wall was soft. You could have lost the Wamai, and you could have lost the Mozzie. If you'd lost all 3, it would have been up to the mirror just waiting, and they knew where she was. She was still hiding in the back of the closet. It could have been disastrous. Luckily, it did work out for them. Just gotta learn the lesson a little bit. UAM is here taking the first round. That becomes a 1-1. That is a much better split this time around. Both teams are fighting it out. But we haven't got to that ban state yet. We could see the Blit, the Blackbeard ban, and then the whole match can go one way or the other.
Exactly. Now, between these two, you predicted for Diavoli to win. Did you have Chalet in mind when voting for them?
No, I actually thought we'd end up going to Consulate or Nighthaven, but they've shown me up. Both teams today have shown that, hey, we are liking Chalet more. We're waiting to see it leave the rotation pool, yes, but we know how to play it, and we're going to show that fact.
Fair enough. I was hoping for a little bit of a UAM switch up, since actually Diavoli, one of their top 4 maps is actually Chalet. They have one of the highest win rates, but that's obviously not coming from the most amount of data, but still, I was hopefully looking for a Chalet ban, especially after last map. Don't like doing back-to-back maps, but here we are, unfortunately. Now, starting us off, we do have that Deimos, which we are seeing quite a fair bit of after his release. It's pretty much just an improved Jackal track in that retrospect. Then again, obviously, instead of Jackal being able to just ping one person, Deimos is able to be seen by the defender. little bit shield on top of the piano does finally get destroyed, but obviously you still have lots of time to work with. You still sit in the piano position quite comfortably and take the swings, but the shield just adds that fair bit. Well, I like to call it a fake mirror window, so to speak. C4 gets tossed down, trying to claim any health of Allard, but nothing will be claimed. They're trying to get this breach open. It's just a fight for the vertical at this point. Just trying to claim as much room as possible. The series still holding on to the Stellarium. As they know from round 1, they took Stellarium hard. They claimed it with everything they had possible. But you got to remember that the site is kitchen. The longer they hold on to the top floor, the shorter time they have to actually take the site. Like we saw last time, they don't have actually the thermite to open up the kitchen breach as it's still caded off. They're gonna have to figure out where that is, nade it off, which I think that was a C4 which took out entirely, but there you go, there will be that kitchen wall being opened up finally, allowing these lines of sight into sight. Pushing straight on through.
It wasn't a C4, I'm pretty sure it was a nade. I'm pretty sure Deimos had just got it, barely. But that's not the important fact, because right now we've got lines of sight, we have the second H-Charge going on. One-on-one, it's not looking good, especially with the player on Solar Stairs trying the best to have that long angle, but you don't have an ACOG anymore. So it's going to be up to this Kite and Kitchen to hopefully try and win the long-range fights. Blackbeard be able to destroy the wall, but any sort of line of sight or any sort of problem is not going to work in his favor. Ooh, lying down next to that. Ariel getting a 2-pick, taking out not only the Frost, but also the Jaeger. And there's another one. 2 more of the UN players taken off the board, but Kite actually can answer with his own, taking out Devils. And all for now, the diffuser is going down. C4 in hand, rips out, detonates, gets the ace, takes him off the board. Should have stuck the plant. But it is now 2v1 and it goes down. Scyther finishing off the round, taking out the 2-brow after downing the Kite.
That was almost awful from Diavoli at the end there. If he just somewhat tucked away, played time, would have been able to secure that round just purely because of time, but soon we'll tell if UAE will be able to draw another round back for themselves. But bans will soon come out. I'm assuming a Blackbeard ban will most likely be relevant here, which there you go, and so will the Warden. You can see in this replay, C4 does get tossed out with 10 seconds remaining. I think it's actually less than that.
I believe you're right.
It was 6 seconds.
Could have still planted, but again, diffusing takes 7 seconds. That's the difference. You don't have the wish to be late when you're diffusing, but you also don't have the wish to let this slide. So, for now, there's 2 things I want to pick your brain about, just from how that round was played last. UAE, they're coming out, they're winning out the timer, they're just barely losing the round. But, as we can see from Diavoli, as we can see from these 2 teams coming out, I'm wondering if the timers are always going to be the factor, or if it's going to be like, hey, one shot is stronger and we're just missing it. Because right now we can see that Rooney is going to be banned next. If they had a 4th ban, it'd be a Rooney, and hopefully they learn their lesson on the side of Diavoli, because UAM are probably going to get rid of it, is what I'm expecting. But that bathroom hold is right now very strong. Just you need the player on the roof with a long range to hopefully take it out. Yes, it can be countered, but I don't think they're going to let it.
Well, one thing which I haven't actually seen much of is that if you can play the mirror as well as the Aruni, and you have the Aruni gate put onto the black side of the mirror window, you know the Ash is going to put an Ash charge onto it. You can actually just entirely just back away and use it as like a little free ADS.
Alright. I can understand that, but for now, Mark's going to have to understand how he got taken out. 4-5, just unlucky. Long angle working out against him this time.
Grenade out.
So, I don't think that bathroom is as strong as I wish, but Marit's also getting taken out from the run out. Claymore, sorry. That Shadow being taken out by the Claymore.
I mean, they've died on that deployable shield twice from that long angle, very early on. Something needs to switch up with UAM there, since they're able to actually put Siri on top of that shield. However, last time, Siri got traded for it. Hopefully this shield is actually proving to be actually successful for them. purely for the fact of they really want it this bad. If it doesn't work out at all, it's going to be somewhat of a waste. But we see Siri taking a swing onto Ace, just barely missing. I think he's actually still behind that hardle. 3DS is going to be burnt, actually, but then a nade toss through. Shield still hasn't been gotten as of yet. But then again, they still have the support from Rooney sitting by the actual breach. But with a minute 20 remaining, they have plenty of time to actually work with. Global Shield, I'll eat my words. It's actually proving quite successful for them, just slowing them down. But I think Scyther is actually just going to probably put a door in it and just say, leave him there. Leave him be.
Well, you do seem to be right about that, but you should never forget these players again do still have gunners. There's Jaeger hitting those angles and taking out heads. But now it's working out in their favor. The sick defender timer running them out and making Smith get one pick, but all answers with his own, taking Siri off the board, becoming a 2v2 again, very quickly coming down to just these gunfights. Harry Hell about to take out another one, and now it's just up to nil. But here's the thing, this Jaeger has been getting kills this round. He's got the angles, he just doesn't have an ACOG. I miss the old days. Because for now, 30 seconds, have to go for this plant. Whatever comes out of this, it's a lot of time to waste it. He's seen the rotate, but he can't go for the defuse. He can hear it going down. He has to get the person covering it, but he can't. Arlen answers with his own. That's that striker winning the gunfight to save the round.
Well, that shield seems to be working very nicely for them. It's just they keep getting first picked right off the bat. That seems to be the issue. If they're able just to sit inside, I think it's just entirely being pre-fired through the window. Sitting behind that shield, make sure you're there before prep phase is finished and you're secured in a good position. Maybe on the strat-wise, give them less to do. Give it to someone else, maybe. Maybe it's the fact they've got a little bit too spread out reinforcements, since that one little small detail could affect a lot. How spread out like a reinforcement is, where you need to put rotates. Anything like that could affect your time in getting into position and be cut off entirely. So it's things like that you have to put into aspect when creating strats.
Well, I seem to be right about that. There's something I'm wondering, I've just noticed that I'm not sure if you have as well. Because this is what I'm worried about.
10 seconds.
You have the grabber being dropped. You have a forest being dropped. There's only two things really, well, three gadgets that are possible to hack right now. Mozzie, if you take your drones, but again, that's a pretty big if. You have the fact that they've brought an Ernie Gate, which is something that is useful if taken from them, or the Womai gadget, but those are all things that come over the time around. The one you're really factoring in is the cameras themselves, or taking the Ernie Gates and just not worrying about it.
I mean, like we said before, however long you hold on to this top floor is what's going to be claiming this round, really. Now, having the mirror actually playing in... Oh, devils. That's twice, I think, actually. He's thrown a drone just straight into these Mozzie pests. Max will go for a little run out. I don't think it will be rewarded with anything, but like I was saying, anything you hold onto this top floor with, you need to hold as long as you can. If you don't, that's pretty much round done. And like you say, when everyone's just sitting in sight, it's just shooting fish in a barrel, basically.
Yeah, if I'm right about that, hopefully they've got their answer for what they can do now. It's a minute gone. The gone sixes are now being used to clearing up as much of upstairs as they can to just try and protect the plant, which it seems like they might actually just go for a window jump in, one way or another, try and get us Serena out. She is stuck, hatch is not open, she's gonna burn in there unless she's just tucked herself tight enough into the corner and is not being caught. But Captor runs to his own flame, but is shot in the back because they hadn't droned whether or not she was safe. But there's Maritz to answer the question, take her out to make sure no. Devils answers with his own as well, taking out another player on the side of U-Game. This is massive for Divoli, making sure that they can get this 4-2 split on their attack. As we've seen last round, it's very impactful, but Mark gets his own, clears the site, but the trade works out. Actually, didn't matter, Gridlock, sorry. The Sphinx did not die and was able to survive because of that stim.
Very nicely played from Divoli. Doesn't really actually much need to clear the top floor. Instead, they both just coordinated the attacks just to both jump straight in. The rush straight from sandwich window, going straight to top mezzanine, taking out that dark, just causing enough ruckus And hopefully, I'm assuming that there was a player downstairs who was watching the hatch from below, where the Finker just jumped straight in through the window, looked directly right, and just shot the head off. But other than that, rather than just taking one by one, top floor, then down, they just went, you know what? We'll do both. Why not?
I can see a couple of things that could be going right or could be going wrong. I'm hoping I'm right about this because we get to see the two-barrel. We're going down. We're going in the kitchen again. We have the two-barrel. We have the kite. Last time they defended the kitchen, they lost, but it was still coming down close to the point where they did have man advantage. Just one was down but not out. So hopefully they've got an answer to this because right now they really need it. Can't let anything through. Anything can't. Sorry, nothing can slide right now.
Exactly. Now, potentially, you know, if the script is correct, it'll go to 4-2 like the last game did, and then a slight comeback from UAIM, and potentially maybe a different outcome. But only time.
I do not agree with him. I do not know what will happen. This is notice, but for now, we're gonna have to wait and see. The drones are being taken out early, which is really effective, but it also gives out the fact that there's a player upstairs that needs to be cleared out before you can even attempt to go for that wall, whether it is with an ace charge or whether it's just putting pressure on. Surprisingly, the library is clear. Maverick's droned it, but he cannot just be like, yep, let's jump in. There's still a frost on the table. If you don't check the gadgets, you could be taken out from that. It has a large chunk of health to lose. Oh, hold on. All right, question for you. When you defend upstairs for this sort of site, when you're holding kitchen, and they've brought a buck or they've brought an IQ, if you don't have that information gained, what is your biggest way to stop it right now? Because at the moment, you can't stop your gadgets from being destroyed. You can't stop any kites charges from being used. You just have to kind of hope.
Well, assuming that obviously we have at least one roamer, I'd place them somewhere towards the basement so they can walk up fireplace stairs like we saw last game from the Jaeger, taking out Nixon, who was the thermite, trying to take the wall quickly. So if you know that, oh, they're playing the vertical underneath all the way to the fireplace, you can have them just walk straight up and take them out, and maybe even get traded off, but possibility is still there.
Alright, I can understand that. But
I mean,
I'm just kind of hoping we get to see this play because, oh, Devil's getting a kill on Smice, taking him off the board. It's now going to be up to this wall will be breached. Myra can be used, but Two-Barrel's still upstairs to cause trouble if he can get line of sight. But doesn't matter, Shadow actually takes out Devil's huge pick. Oh, Two-Barrel's getting a long angle, trying to take the person out the mezzanine staircase, but he doesn't know somebody's close on the breach, does he? He does, he swings and gets the kill. Works out, that's Ariel being taken off the board as well. This is now falling back in favor of UAIM.
I mean, like I said, they haven't cleared the vertical as of yet, and with 30 seconds remaining, you don't have time to do it. So they're just going to take these gunfights inside of sight and hope that the vertical doesn't work out for them. Able to get it down, but it is traded off. That's 3 versus 2 now, as we can see the res going off. But no C4. They have the vertical, but I don't think they're actually going to be able to go upstairs and see this player. They see the cross coming from Siri. Scyther goes down, but so does Maracas. It's all down to Allard, and that will be the round cut off. I don't think they know he's downed. They start getting this defuse off. Have one cover, but a Claymore claims one. Hopefully, they know that the player is downed, which they do finally. Scared me a little bit, UAIM there, but a lovely little clutch after being somewhat on the back foot for most of that round. And a very well-deserved defuse there. Apart from that Claymore. I think that was just like the icing on top.
That Claymore could have clutched out the entire round if Jaeger was closer. I'm happy he wasn't. But that is one of the oldest tricks in the books. Claymore in the drone hole. So for reason you check for red lines, or if you do, you are one of the few people who change the color of blue. Yeah. It's important to remember that this is Rainbow Six Siege. Traps and gadgets are your friend or your enemy. UAIM having a 4-2 split on their defense is not great, but maybe UAIM's attack is a lot better on Chalet. We're just going to have to wait and see. Blackbird and Sammy are taking off the board, meaning that you can't really be blocking too many doorways, entrances, and you can't just be rushing sight with your big bulky shield. I don't know how Sammy does it, but she does. For now, hopefully we get to see a Deimos ban, but no, it's a Blitz and a Mirror ban being taken off the board. They don't want any more shields. Knowing that Clash is banned, it's going to have to work out in their favor.
I think that this UAIM is just... Diaverl is just like you. Nothing to do with the shields. The Clash ban, Blitz, BB, the entire thing. They want nothing to do with it. It's like your favourite team at this point.
I'm starting to understand why I spent so much time understanding that this is a great team. This is what we need to see. But you can see yourself. You're looking at the playstyles. It's working out really well for Diaverl. They're strong. They've been with Voltage League, Voltage Series for so long back when it was a league. So it's just working out perfectly in their favor. They've got that experiences. They've got their namesake, and the players are just showing up.
Clearly showing out at the same time. Diaverl 4-2 up. As we switch side, defense to offense. Obviously, Diaverl taking 4 rounds on attack isn't really a strong point. It should really be the other way around. UAIM should technically have the advantage here, but obviously, like we said, from statistics-wise, it's only a smidgen. So it could go either way. And as I'll eat my words again, last game, the Myth game, was really somewhat attacker-sided in reality. But we'll soon tell on how this will pan out. As it seems to be going a somewhat similar way as last time, as Smith is going to be taking quick control of Solarium, not caring about anything in the world. Just hoping there's no one's there. Or maybe that was just a quick drop. I just couldn't see. Taking a little bit of the wall. Obviously the can openers only open up just a little bit, say meter by meter square. Enough for you to just vault straight on in. Which, I mean, I'm surprised they used they have to be used quite a fair bit on wall now, especially during ranked when they ban out all of your heart breaches now.
These players don't seem to be concerned about banning out hard breaches at all. I've realized this. It's giving us a more straightforward approach to, hey, we've got the breaches, let's just go for the wall, let's go in the site. A bit more old style siege. It's working out really well for them.
I mean, I'm somewhat glad that you don't have to ban off every single hard breacher there is just to try and give yourself a little bit more of an advantage. It seems like the teams actually, do their homework. They know what the other team likes, what they like they're playing, and what to go against. Which I love. Love to see, the passion of counter-stratting is there, which I love doing. But, I mean, you can't really do that in ranked, but instead we'll be focusing on the comp instead. Aerial sitting inside of Library, which is a little bit of a odder position compared to this, since actually there's only one person playing the Library window, so Aerial's got to be a little bit careful, and as I say, that will drop off entirely in great succession as the firebots do come out. Marat, so he'll take out Siri, and there goes that line. That means that entire Library window side is actually going to be uncontested. A little bit of a comfortability as there'll be 3 players basement as they all drop off. 50 seconds to go, 5 players inside of site versus 4 who are playing the vertical. I really do have a decent chance here of contending vertical. Now going against UAIM's attack here, they do not have much of a vertical advantage. No ram, no book, sledge. So we'll see how this one pans out. You do have that player in Dining, Shadow. He's just being cautious of Devils as he will start creeping up, but I think Shadow does know, just waiting for him to swing round. Does bait out the shots. It's going to be a little bit of a cautious 1v1. Shadow taking plentiful amount of damage, but with Devils who'll be coming on top. Smokes pop out. Plant will start going down by Smiz with the cover being there. Scyther actually killing his teammate, and Marat picking up another one. It's starting to flip the other way. Scyther's able to get a pick, but never mind. UAIM on the back foot again, and that'll be Diaverl cleanly stopping that plant in its tracks.
Yeah, a lot more faith there from UAIM. It just did not work out on the favor. Oh, it is going to be a bit of a flavor for. So for now, we're just going to have to hope that our observer can hopefully tell the players to keep things a little bit less spicy for now. Understand that they're on stream and this is a real match. 5-2. Again, Diaverl needs 2 more rounds to hopefully win this out.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
I'm going to ask you, will we get to this? Will we get to overtime? Or have Diaverl got this in the bag?
I think purely for how their defenses have gone, they've played it very nicely. I think Diaverl might be able to take this a clean 7-3, I would say. As a little quick prediction from now. But obviously it's Siege. Anything can happen any point of time. Could be an AC4 for all we know coming up. But the defense on top floor.
Flashbacks to all days.
Yeah. Obviously, haven't won this top floor on their own defense. Divoli's first time on their defense doing this top floor, so we'll have to see how this one goes. Spawn peek from Devils, actually. Not sure if any is going to be biting the bait, as no one will claim on top of the rush. There will be one. We'll see if there'll be any damage dealt, which I don't think there is anytime soon. But hoping to see at least one successful rush. We've seen no successful rushes so far. Absolutely none. We've seen 2 of them came out from VIP against Myth, but unfortunately none of them worked out. Maybe Divoli could, sorry, a UM could grace us with maybe just one.
I'm hoping that they can, because right now there's a lot of utility being used, a lot of things being burned, which is good, especially when you're trying to go for this top floor hold. You don't want the attackers to have too much to clear, because 30-second meta is not your friend. And as a defender in kitchen, getting pushed from all sides of side, it's not going to be your friend if somebody can push you in this mute. It's hiding in first floor. But if they can catch the angle off, they might actually be able to take off either this gridlock, or just, holding the first floor main entrance could end up just taking out gridlock. But she's 1 HP and Dream does not get this die for that.
I mean, DMR's absolutely been pinnacle this season. Pummeling plentiful amount of damage with just 2 shots at long range. It's hard to compete with them, especially with an AR, but they come just past the halfway mark of the round. Kind of just have to see how this one pans out. Allard's able to pick up 1, starting us off onto Nylar. There will go that gridlock finally after being put onto 1 HP. Shadow being cautious if there's anyone running out of K9 window, but I don't think anyone's ever going to be in that presence anytime soon. But taking that free pick, taking that gridlock, that will allow any flanks if they want to come out. But they're just going to entirely claim side. Just beeline straight through, claim the hatch, see if there's any vertical, which I don't think there is much of. Never mind, sides sounds like you thinking it's kitchen, but never mind. Smith is able to pick up 1 with that pistol. Plant starts to go down. Ariel's going to take a quick swing, but he is being watched. But things are there for the Monty Planet, which it does go down. Divoli able to just pick this straight back up. I don't think it's going to be enough, as the UAIM's got that diffuser down. 4 versus 2. I think they're going to be able to push it through. The Shadow, the cover from the big windows there, all down to Scyther. I think it's going to be a 5-3 after this kill. There you go. Siri is able to finish it off, not allowing them to try and retake whatsoever.
GM's attack actually has been a bit of a roller coaster right now. The fact that we are getting to see these plays somewhat work out in their favor, but also not. It is that, what I can say, lack of structure that is actually working out. I did say this match would be a bit more like ranked versus comp, which one is actually better in the long run. And they're actually kind of showing me up that, hey, they know what they're doing, even if they don't look like it.
To locate and defuse bombs.
Oh.
So I keep getting the sneezes.
Just try and turn no, I heard it. Stream luckily didn't. You were muted, but I heard it and I was like, oh wow, this poor guy. Bless you. Zoom tight. But for now, there's a hopefully getting ready. Here's the thing. It does seem to be the plan is working out better on UEM's favor. They're planting. They're trying to keep the match moving and remembering the main focus of Siege. Go for the plan. Do not worry about what your opponent's doing. Do what you want to do. And it's working. That's what's kind of terrifying me about the fact that it is working really well.
Very much so. Oh, go for another spawn peak. Will he be rewarded? Soon see, there you go. Devil's picking up Marek. That'll be that Deimos. Locked out. There'll be a little bit more of a roam, which won't be surprised to see come out. Site's kitchen. So they're just playing upstairs. It's going to be a little bit easier for them. This Nyla's going to waste no time, actually. He's going to walk straight into games. However, I don't think anyone's actually going to be anywhere around there. But taking that first pick, Divoli kind of can sit comfortably on any soft floor they like, but UAM have plentiful amount of work to do. They've got to push a giant stone boulder up the hill, basically, at this point with no Deimos.
Detected a bomb.
Well, whether it's a boulder you want or a boulder you get, you're just gonna have to accept it. As for now, they are having to be, well, I'm not gonna say Icarus, because they're some sort of Greek god right now. Diavoli are there to stop you. That sheep godhead is working out in their favor. They're gonna open up this top floor. Hopefully the two-brow isn't prepared. No, but he does actually get both of them and flicks his arm perfectly to the line of sight. But he is now distracted with an angle. Those are just timers waiting to happen. They know that the two-brow does not have any time left. So they can go for this kill here. Huge play, but the C4 from Marit actually does take out the thermite. That's going to stop pushing its track for the main entrance. They're going to have to go through those smaller angles, which does not give them a favorable position.
I mean, putting themselves into a 5 versus 2 isn't the greatest thing. Also, they have still, as you can see on the cams there, you still have the Fenris still active, which I think they're all just lingering around site. Also, you're able to take control of half wall, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough due to the amount of swings which could be happening. A little bit of vert on the mute, able to claim out Allard, bring it down to a 4 versus 2. But cast a curse, make that 4 versus 1. As they hear the Warden just creeping around piano, but Shadow has a lot of work to do. Gets swung on from multiple angles, unsure what to do. The breach is still available, but to get wall banged through K9 window on a run out.
That is heartbreaking to see, but there's not really many options you have there. Nope. 6-3. What was your script saying again?
I was saying, come back from UAM right after this. 3 rounds in a row, and then we'll see what happens. That's. I mean, flip some pages. That's what it's saying. Yeah.
Okay, everyone, please hold him to that. He has leaked the script, but for now, I'm kind of hoping we get to see something a bit more warranted. Whether it turns out to be these players not wanting to give up one way or fight, or them actually losing just out to something that catches them off guard. This is Rainbow Six Siege, as we all know. We have Melusi, Valkyrie, Fenrir, Mutant, Scopos. This is probably the penultimate round, is what I'm going to call it. Bar Gaming. I don't think they've won this, have they?
Bar Gaming. Divo haven't played it as of yet. It was UAIM when they went for the Wick plant. I think it was. I'm actually not 100%. I've lost track of time.
Have to wait and see. Well, for now, the biggest threat that they have right now is actually probably going to be the Deimos in the line. The Kebi Deimos line have a perfect synergy one way or another. If you don't like the word, that's up to you. But you phone call, you have to try and hear or listen. Give the Lion scan, you have a Deimos track. But they decide to go with Striker, Brava. It looks like they're planning maybe for what they've seen previously. Go for that rush plant with the Benka, go for the kills, and just try and hold sight up. We just have to wait. The fire barely missing out from Aaron. Almost gets to Brava herself, but she's still there fighting it. You have the ACOG, you do have the advantage, but this is Rainbow Six. People with great aim don't always need the ACOG to win that fight.
You want some fun Siege trivia?
Yes.
Did you know that Echo originally couldn't get Dokkaebi called because he knew about Dokkaebi, hacking phones, etc. So previously, Echo did not get Dokkaebi called, ever.
I actually did know that, but do you want to hear something else that might either make you happy or sad?
Hit me.
The fact that a lot of lore fanatics called it the fact that it's because Dokkaebi and Echo had been dating and that he blocked her number. That is one of the favorite reasons that people always give for the reason he could do that. But no, it is that he's also smart, also intelligent, and likes to hack and then stopped it. The only reason it stopped working is because they all got put into the same system when the team split up. And the fact that Echo, started working with Dokkaebi more, those changes in optimization of code just made it so she could push the better. But as you can see from Ariel getting double kill this round, taking out both Pink and Capta, bullets just work better than phone calls.
Apparently so, but bullets hurt harder. As it's down to a 3 versus 5. Never mind, they make that 5 versus 2. Divoli on the uphill on the downhill. It's easy walking from here on out for them. However you aim, it's all uphill. They have plentiful amounts of work to do. They have to separate these 1v1s in order to keep themselves in this game, but jumps straight on in, doesn't notice the player on blue stairs. Doesn't see him last split second, but I think that was a one tap from Allard, able to take him cleanly away, as it's all down to Shadow in a 1 versus 4, which it will be cut very short, not even going to drain the timeout, as that will be the round done and game done for Diavoli, beating EUA.
Painful to see, but you just kind of have to accept it, especially at moments like this where it's not over. It's done. That's match 1, yes, but they'll play against each other later. As we've said, this is day 3, I believe, right?
I think so.
Hold on, let me ask the producer. Is this day 3 or day 4? It's day 5. My math is completely off just because it's my 3rd day streaming. I do have to remember that there's 2 other casters going on opposite days, so please remember to tune in for those days, especially even the days that I'm not here. So day 5, we get to see Diavoli and UM just doing work. We get to see the gunplay, we get to see the skills working out. I'm gonna say, Blackbeard, even though he's been nerfed, is still a very strong operator, but he's no longer broken.
He's not. You do have to play him quite strategically and know it's more about your positioning rather than your gun skill with Blackbeard. Since obviously you got to know that people can see your feet, they can see your shoulder, especially with what you're doing. You can't just throw utility walls behind it. But it seems like teams aren't using him as relevantly as they used to. He used to be an entire powerhouse, like the mitochondria of a cell, and able to just beeline straight towards people, throwing nades at them to make them uncomfortable, and protecting the shoulders and feet so much better. So I'm liking this change. It's a very nice change.
Well, that makes me happy to hear, and I'm sure the players are happy to hear it too, because we still have 2 more matches left in the day. They're going to listen to this, they're going to hear the strats, and they're going to make it work themselves. So I'm kind of hoping they have the answer they need to follow this. One or another, they should. So let's just wait and see.
Well, I think my predictions are going absolutely amazingly. I'm 0-2. I think it's going great. Well, I mean, is anyone, I think so. Are you flawless at the minute?
Today, let me have a quick look see. Actually, we'll wait until after the highlights and then we can see the staff predictions, because I want to make sure that we're all prepared for our next match as well.
Exactly. But Diavoli, I wouldn't, somewhat the same result as last time. It was actually a better result overall. Obviously, last time they played it was last month on the 18th, which they won 7-4. Now they just won 7-3, so clearly it's gotten nothing but better for Diavoli, so you can't really complain about that one.
Well, I would say you're right about that, but I'm not the one to argue with anything. So, first off, very simply, let's go to the predictions. I want to see who's right and who's wrong. Myth, Diavoli, so far I'm correct.
It's just me who's wrong.
Yep. But again, we do have the next match where, again, we are on opposing sides. And here's the thing, so is Rowan, and so is our lovely observer, Otto O'Hotnix. I'm not going to pronounce your name correctly. It's going to be hot, spicy. But we're going to go for a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Actually, go get some water. Go to your restroom. We'll be back in, I'd probably say, about 10 minutes. So go get some lunch. Go do what you have to do. Your business is, just business has to be done. And then come back to us and we'll see you in a couple of minutes.
To hope that the opponents will drop down and give away the control from up above, and it's exactly what they will do, but there's still one more player up above. We're gonna have to be careful as we walk on side. Nipso will find him first. A little bit of chaos are happening, is being created. The pins are just all over the place, but it's just so...
A minute ticking down. They've still got this Tachanka alive, which could save them a lengthy amount of time, but I mean, in a 5 versus 3, it's not really a situation you want. As a lovely one-tap from Nipsu will take the head out of Hoxie as the plan will start to go down. No
nicely. Not going to be finding any damage. All the region with a fantastic way of trying to challenge the only breach they really necessarily have to. A bit of damage, a bit of damage. Yes, it is. And Nixon are going to be actually able to find the final blow. And I would see a slap on the wrist with the HP lead.
Very strong. You could have played him alone, but now he needs still support from the team, and that will just fall back to the team play that we need to see, especially in competitive. Now, Lami will be the first one to find himself a cheeky killer double frame, but triple, why not? The takes all free play.
Aren't necessarily that bad, but it means you're going to be a little bit short on utility overall as the impact nade comes through and shorted on the Ella, able to take down Lamb, finding the headshot. And I mean, I'm sure Lamb is actually going to get dropped over in towards admin by the Amaru, and Jeremy able to find the opening kill. The C4 not quite able to connect, but Rorik catches Jeremy off guard as it ends up being a trade in the end. Even man count, but the team catches Rorik. Dynamite has been the impact player of this round and has the most kills in the lobby so far. So yeah, the buff definitely proving to be crucial in this matchup so far as YMK goes down. Jokari, as Pozo was the only one left.
But from GK, they played that perfectly. Just to kind of delay as much as can. Rexon starting us off quite quickly as Rogue will be taking that control of the pillar. Now they're already at 3 versus 5. You're only 40.
Just too much to handle. As Eli finds another, it's all going to be left up to Merrick. On the Legion, has to manage to find all of these kills, all 5 of the kills. The pace going down is the Blue Line going to be able to stop it. It's not going to be able to find it. 1 kill comes through with Ryan.
How could they even try to win this round against 5 defenders? And still, 3 smoke cannons left. Like, is there really a chance? Maybe just need to kill onto Spiral, but he doesn't get it! No! Oh no, the trade is there. He's still just injured. Maybe
Might be able to find something here. The Yin Candela is distracting everybody right now, and Nook able to find the kill onto the Aruni, which is going to be massive for this push. A series through the wall, able to...
For the last 30 seconds, Hackle needs to get this hit down, otherwise you'll be caught up in this vertical all the way upstairs and weapons, but this round is almost over for Oblivion. He's able to pick up one at his rotate.
The time is ticking down. 50 seconds, that Raptors is open now. Nomad could possibly go up to get it, but she does run the risk of any other player, such as this Valkyrie, getting the headshot, taking her head off, and now becoming a 1v3. They know there's one player to
5 seconds left on the clock, but no, behind the bar, the Scorpions of Balu able to take down Heaven. That's going to mean there is no more Dokkaebi on the board. Don't have to deal with that whatsoever. There is going to be Blackbeard pushing down and trying to take control. Ducky able to find 2 kills. That's a...
Trying to see the Dokkaebi in, take away all of those tools the defense have brought to stop this rush.
Oh, does Layla? No, they don't! Janu just going to be following the Graviton, getting a bit oversized, but it's backed up by good gut skill, as able to pick up 2, and now overtaking this verticality.
With their attack and go down for the main side onto bar. Funness have already in kitchen, also in closet, trying to push on quicker than light. And the screen is going all white, and but look at the kill feed. The only color that I see is blue, and again just blue. Free.
Spinning across the whole map. So you can see here the visual effect coming in really well as he hides away from this drone. But they're just putting a net across the whole map. The jump out going to be there as well. Going to take out this player on big window as well. As that's going to be your ace of all people. Taken off the ball early. That visual...
To do that himself since he's so eager on these kills at the minute. But with 20 seconds remaining, while to make something happen, the Slayers trying to get themselves inside a site, but there will be a trade from Leonski, but Sod
to take down the Ash, meaning those Ash breaches not going to come in handy. I know one was already used, but not quite sure about the rest, as the Maestro cam proving absolutely diabolical here, dealing so much damage onto Rumi, and another one from a different angle, the wall being opened up.
Now, it's going to come out one way or another. Ooh, the pre-part barely missing ahead of Smute. Swings at A-ball. It's not in their favor. C4, no, and he just doesn't land. But Deimos doesn't either. He gets taken out. Falcon getting his own pick, though, making it a 2.
Look at Raxo, knows one's abundant. This player is very isolated in the flashback. They're going to be pushing Raxo into a corner and even being held from the main breach. That peeks out, tries to get the pre-fire, not going to be able to lock it down. As Simply does finish the job onto the earlier down player, but now in a sandwich with being 2, just to keep them on even ground, and round 0 it will be Kent. As now 3 against 3, dropping down to the bottom 4, hunt down some of these players as 1 is stuck on the side of Wine, and it will be Danu. Not much of a chance as Packbull there shuts them down. And GK, they still have a contender down.
Or still being up, but no one's playing behind it, so that's fine for the attackers so far. They haven't cleared the vending position yet, but they do now with the Blitz, but they get a trade there, and he's just insane for doing that.
Well, you gotta have thought they could have hopefully pushed in early and tried. Welcome back, everyone. So, as we started previously, we've had 2 great games so far. Yes, both of them ended in regulation, which is good for the teams, but just, you know, it's keeping us on pace, it's keeping us on time, which is such a weird thing for us. I'm very happy to see it. We're going on to our next map. That is technically incorrect. It's not Myth versus Psychopathus now. So, we'll have the production fix it, but I want to tell everyone that I'm excited for today because it's actually, we're going to Panu, which is a team I like to see, and a team I'm pretty sure Cries likes as well, right? Who are they against?
They have the almighty GK, the current top players, top team of T2 and a bit T1, if I'm not mistaken.
Feels like it.
There we go. It's fixed.
The teams are waiting just for the starting time, so doing the bans, they're doing everything else, but I want to have a sneak quick peek at where we're going for the next match. If our lovely production can go into the bans, let's see how this ends.
Chalet, please not Chalet, please not Chalet.
Yes! Night Haven. We got it just as they completed it. So, they're on Layer, Cafe, Concert, Clubhouse, Bank, Chalet, Border, and Skyscraper Band. I would have loved to see a Skyscraper ending, but Night Haven Labs just seems right. I'm actually kind of wondering if this was Panu's plan, because Skyscraper is just a map everyone knows, but nobody likes to play. Night Haven's a map everyone knows, everyone likes it to play, and it's quite strategic and straightforward. It's kind of like Clubhouse. But
now, one thing which I am pointing out as well is that all the teams are the ones which are the most voted to win. Actually, all the teams who are the underdogs within all of it, of picking the maps which are somewhat the worst for them, which I'm finding a bit odd. So they previously played Night Haven Labs and lost 7-4 on it in a best of 3. The only map they've actually won against is actually Lair.
Interesting. So again, looking at the head-to-head, I found something similar, and it's making me wonder whether this was the right play or just they chose to ban out Layer immediately because they know that's the one match they could be beaten on. But doesn't matter. For now, you're going to come back to us. We'll go to team stats, and we get to see GK, Hungry, Rorik, Skipper, Rexon, and Packbull. Again, back lineup. We know who they are. We've seen them in the last couple of days. Those KDs are there. There's not for show, but to be just surprise, be aggressive, and understand that this is what true skill looks like. Packbull being the only one even slightly below negative KD, and that's not going to last. This whole team is going to be above positive by the end of the match. I'm calling it now. So let's head on to team 2, and hopefully Cries can give us some insight, hopefully.
Now, an absolutely astonishing 2.04 KD from Nifsu. But then we also have Lamb, Rastin, what was it, Nix we ended on last time?
I believe we ended on Nix and Nisu.
And Halver. They've got some very confusing names. But, however, Lamb obviously a little bit lacking on the SRV with a 14%. However, you can somewhat kind of tell which one's the support and which ones aren't. Obviously, Nix, obviously having that 30%, but still with a 0.62. Very heavy support player. But Nifsu having the KPR of 1.12, survival rate of 45% with a 2.04 KD. What more would you like? That is a star player on your team supported by some of the best players as well, I think we've got a good match.
I would say so. But we'll never let this slide again after what you've said last time. Where DK just had to win, we had to have a problem. And then, it couldn't have just been a clear, close match. It was a fight back and forth. We should have went to overtime, and I do believe that was going to happen today. So, as the match of the day, I want everyone to understand that, hey, this is not Hero Labs. If you hear me say warehouse, and I'm talking about garage or garage about warehouse, it's because of how these teams work out in their favor. It's similar to Clubhouse. That's how this map was built. It's a bit more of a spread out one of 3 floors. It's all up to us and how it works out.
Exactly. Now, between these two teams as well, you can expect probably a very good battle. Obviously, GK losing their last game against a Myth, and Panahoon, obviously, I think they're, if I'm not mistaken, they're a mid-table team, maybe a little bit higher. I could be entirely mistaken. However, we can go take a look at the standings so far. I'm not 100% if they're going to be updated during these games at the minute, but just so we can have a quick peek and just remind ourselves. So there we are. There we are. They are updated for the Myth and Seeker Patas game, with Diavoli unable to obviously go any higher at the minute. So Panahoon being 3rd place, only behind GK by 3 points and 3 rounds as well. So there's quietly somewhat close knit. Now, if Panahoon do win this game overall, they will go above GK due to head-to-head. So they will take that 2nd place spot. But for now, we'll see how this one goes. Myth is trying to bring it all back from being a mid-table, but unfortunately VIP being still at the bottom, even with their emergency sub. Now, what do you think of this game? What do you think is going to be the outcome round-wise?
So, actually, if the camera can go back to my face, it's time to get a little bit stern and understand that DK, no matter how they're playing it, it's going to be a masterclass. You cannot waste, you cannot make your mistakes one way or another. This is your time to show it. There's no more time to blow it. You have to just push the button, be prepared to go in. There's no time. You gotta drone. You gotta use every stat you know about Siege. No, any dirty angle, any weird offside play. This is a team that actually can beat you and has come close in the past. So, if you do not let anything slide to GK, this is my warning. You can still lose. Panu can win this quite handily. But again, it's not over yet. Panu, on the other hand, you guys have the grit, you guys have the stance, you know you can win this, so do it. Just put it in the work, put in the effort. Don't make stupid plays. If you do have a problem, but this is where I'm going to start loading into the map. It sounds like the players are ready. They're getting a bit rambunctious, and everyone knows the 5-5-5 scores. They have been told today, mental mind games are not on the table. It's about skill, it's about guns, and it's about callouts. Working as a team, being cooperative. So, head to a quick break. We'll be right back.
And
Hey, buddy.
welcome back. After a little bit of break, we had just a couple issues, but we're past. We're over it now. We're in the game.
Well, for now, I'm just happy to be here and happy to be able to play, well, watch in this case. But Thermite's being taken out, Kide's being taken out. That kind of leaves, hopefully, some interesting maybe interesting Bant plays, but I'm still thinking Bant's going to be gone on the defense side and Ace probably on the side of the attack, but we'll have to wait and see.
Exactly. I wouldn't be surprised if it will be a Two-Brow or a Bandit ban just to get rid of all the electricity, which there you go. So apparently Skipper is just not ready for something, maybe got something cooking. But we'll tell about that. Now, Nighthaven Labs. It's a very versatile map. You can open up as many floors and walls as you want, and you can literally see the entire map. Not the entire map, but from the bottom floor to the top floor from 2 vertical holes. It is an astonishingly vertical map which you can use. However, I don't see many people actually utilizing it as much. Now, if you were to attack top floor, how would you do it personally?
Personally, I either like to bring my Thermite with his band, so I'm going to put that on race in this case. Opening up top and bottom with the charges, making sure that I can just, have my set friend, block or sledge, open up the rest of the wall. I've now opened up both this side of connector, this side of command office, and we have the ability to put on the pressure onto whoever's on rafters. Having a third place already, whoever it is, Blitz, Monty, Blackbeard, in this case probably going to Monty, push into the warehouse, causing a little bit of phantom pressure, try and make sure that person on rafters makes a mistake. Take them out, have another operator try to go for Aqua just to cause a little bit of havoc and mayhem. Then we move for the attack. We go back through server, try to clear out as much as we can, and then just push straight in, take out the mirror, destroy as much gadget as we can, because we are still bringing, as we see in this case, Ace. But now they're trying to push the drone up to get it destroyed. To be fair, this technically could work, but it's high risk, high reward. It gets it. Inflation physics.
Fair play to Packball for that one, finding out where that drone is, since it was in an indestructible place, and I don't think they have any impacts on the board to actually take it out, but fair play to him for actually getting that out there, because you'd be able to get that Echo drone out as well and pick it straight back up. Now Panahoon already asserting their position all the way in connector side, wanting to just claim this positioning, which I won't be surprised if we do see a mirror ban straight off the bat next, since obviously she's most of the time just going to be a pain to deal with. But with this Monty able to block in the field of view, he's able to probably punch that shield, quite nicely, which there you go. He's able to claim it very quickly.
I've got to say, that Maestro Tram finally going to be turned around. But it actually only faces the direction it's stunned. So if they just do this now, as they have, they've opened the mirror while popping it with a shield. So I'm just saying, if Mirror was able to get the angle, she probably could have taken out the Monty in time. But for now, they've put the pressure on. As I said, they've made sure that everything is open. There's lines of sights. There's weird phantom pressure being brought. You cannot turn your back to anything, and it's working out better in their favor. One way or another, they can't let anything slide. Here comes the rotate from Monty, hopefully down into the warehouse. As I stated, now the personal rafters is gonna have to be prepared. They can't just let anything slide. Hungry already taking damage, chip damage on Sammy barricades or on rafters. If the Sammy can hear the Monty, she can. He knows his person there destroying the barbed wire. Can't just forget about it.
Now, the only thing difference is that sometimes if you know the Monty's walking up on that catwalk there, you would want to reinforce that in front of you. However, they don't have any reinforcements left, but Rowick does have plenty of bullets to take out Lamb. Monty does de-shield after again echo cammed, but Nike's there to take out Rorik, so the trade is available. This Maestro Cam is doing plentiful amounts of damage and being utilized quite nicely, but I think they actually got taken out in the end. They're just trying to play, but Pagball just sticking out his butt cheeks a little too far out the doorway. And taking a little bit of damage, but Halber's also taking plentiful amounts himself from this Maestro camera, about 3/4 of his health, but he's going to run straight on in and take out Skipper, making that a 4 versus 2. Plant will potentially start going down. Here comes the Echo drones, and they've got to do this perfectly. 8 seconds to get this defuse. Sorry, the Echo cam over, but Hungry goes down to the Monty, and so will Pagball. Never mind, it'll be Nifsu who takes him down, but the round being over from Panahoon quite decisively, taking their time, depicting everything they need, and just dissecting the rounds for themselves very nicely.
I can't say I'm unhappy, but I've got to say I am very happy. They're showing their strength, they're showing their plays, and it's going to work out in their favor in the long run. We're hopefully going to see GK and Panu fight this out. Panu winning the attack on a defensive... Actually, hold on, I should ask you. Map, Night Haven Labs, do you count this as defender favored or not?
For it being somewhat, not a new map, but newer than most of them, I like to think it as a slightly attacker-sided, especially when I've seen it being played. But I know that it's a defender-sided map, like quite heavily, almost at the 60% for Night Haven, but exactly 57%. A lot of the time, I do see a fair few attacks succeeding. So that's why I think part of that stat is maybe incorrect. Well, I feel like within my heart it's incorrect.
Alright, I can understand that, and I thank you for your opinion. I'm going to say your opinion is wrong, because I do count this map as slightly defender-sided, but more just almost a perfect 50-50 split if you have the two teams that know how to play it, and you bring the right operators. A striker being brought here, but also a banner. Yes, you're going to make sure that gouge wall is open, so that players thinking that, hey, we can just safely tuck away upstairs and play it. It's not going to be your game. It's not going to be the way you want to play it. Now, they're going to go for the rotate. They're going to try and push down the stairs into sight, maybe causing a little bit more distraction, making sure that nobody can just forget. Because if only one player is on site and everybody else is roaming, retaking site could be a dreadful task. But now, the drones are being used. This is what we wanted to see more previously in the last game, and we get to see it now. This Goyo is still upstairs with smoke. If they don't clear him out, that is two massive operators who've got shotguns in hand. Clear out as much of that first floor and shoot down below into sight. It's not your fate. It's not you're going to be there for you to play with. Here's what I'm hoping, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. Ram gets to use her gadget. They clear up as much of sight. The person gets pushed off a staircase, and then Goyo and Smoker stuck up. Pinch take out.
Yeah, so you want to hold on to try and not allow them to try and potentially give them support and trying to come upstairs. But in order to, they need to secure the staircases first. That's going to be your first objective, which you said correctly. However, Rorik is proving to be quite a fair bit difficult to allow them to take this staircase on EXO, so they can obviously execute towards Skipper and Rexon. But they're wasting so much time, they need to speed it up. But Skipper, like I said, taking out the head off of Lamb. There goes anything to do with the Ram. I don't think she's actually used many of her gadgets. Skipper takes a second. There goes Halver and the Hubana as well. Those hatches are going to be a little bit more secure. Nifsy's going to try and secure a little bit more area on top of Rorik, but I'm not sure if it's going to be quite successful as Nike. Going to be taking a little bit of damage towards Hungry. Just going to be sitting very patiently. The first kill coming in the side of Panahu from Rastin. GK now 2 down, actually, bringing it down to a 3 versus 3. Maybe a little bit of a comeback for them. However, Rorik is wanting to get a little bit active on these stairs. Maybe going to try and potentially go for a little flank after they have the audio of dropping all the way down towards cargo stairs. Nifsu takes a plentiful amount of damage. He's got to be a little bit careful here since the driving factor of them, as the vertical is going to have to start coming out from GK. Nifsu's able to trade off with Rorik, as it's now the shield and the AR remaining. Plant starts to go down, but I'm not sure if they know about Rexon being in his position. They faked out the smoke, not knowing that he's there, but it'll be nice instead. But it'll be this pick actually taking out the blitz, and that will be the round ended with a nice, lovely GK recovery. I won't say recovery, but more of a round hold, since they did go to even 3-3 at the end, but they were to withdraw it back in the end.
It was very close to going one way or the other. And the fact that GK were able to solidify the defense just at the final moments worked out really well in their favor. I'm kind of hoping they know what their plan is. Because right now, the defense seem to be a close-knit team. They're using the communication, they're using pre-rendered strats, they're making sure that, hey, we're not changing too much from our adaptable plan. We're still holding tight. We're bringing the Melusi, we're bringing the Legion as traps, we're making sure the Warden's there with the smoke, they keep sure our sites safe, and then we're bringing our gun skills well. They've warmed up for this. They're not letting anything slide.
Exactly. Now, Panahoon, I would say technically won their round due to a full rush, but the speed was a good factor of it. GK was there on the basement, able to decisively slow them down a lot more. Them slowing down Panahoon's pace is what somewhat collectively won them the round. Since you had Skipper, even if Skipper didn't really get kills with that TCSG, it was still very plausible that that round could have still been in GK's hands. Granted, those 2 picks was absolutely lovely, almost came out to detrimental for GK in the end, so it went to a 3 versus 3, but even still, it's that time waste which GK knows so well.
I'm gonna have to agree, but for now, that Maverick line causing a little bit of mayhem, just enough where it's like, hey, you can't forget about this. This is now a danger. If you try to, we will take you out. But as you can see, they're planning on more than just thinking about it. They're going to shut down as much as they can. Here's my problem. Do you like Maverick? Yes or no?
I love Maverick. Absolutely love him. I can't play him the greatest, but I absolutely love him as an operator, full stop.
Okay, then I'm going to ask you, in cases like this where you have the Maverick, you have the Ram, you're using the tools, I kind of feel like this sort of play isn't always your friend, especially when you're doing like top floor lines aside to make sure that, hey, the Swiss cheese strat, that caught me off the most than anything else with him. Seeing this, where it's like, hey, we're going to open a line time, you can do it with a bomb, you can do it with Ace. But a lot of people didn't realize that until it was too late. Ram actually taking a bit of damage, but there's Maverick off the board, tackle and roar, answering drone, getting triple kills, just jumping in the site with Blitz, staying as the last man standing on the side of Panda, who has to jump back out just in case anyone gets the line of sight above him. Impacts coming out, barely missing a shot, but Rourke still challenging.
Seemed like the absolute Rorik and Pagball shooting fish in a barrel upstairs after they all funneled in, as you can see on the replay here. All funneled in, and then just kill after kill after kill after they tried. I think it was a rush maybe, trying to go either upstairs or downstairs, as it all just fumbled entirely, leaving Nifsu on his own. Seems like maybe GK were mostly prepped for it.
Did seem to be the case. They are reading each other's playbooks. They've probably done the VOD review. So, here comes the ban. Are we banning for annoyance or are we banning for strat? It looks like it's comfort. Make sure to take off the echo and take off the glass. They were actually probably really impactful on both sides. So I can get that. I'm just kind of wondering. Because as you can see, he just immediately switched. Didn't even worry about it. We got the new operator now being brought out in Hungary. So do you think this is the plan? Bring an operator that annoys them enough where they can just start bringing the new 2027 strat book, as they're saying?
2027 strat book is going to be something I think completely different to 2025. I think within, it'll be 8 updates since then. Well, actually, no, it'll be more. No, it'll be 5.
It's 8 seasons. It's 8 seasons of great gameplay coming out from Siege, so just don't worry about it. For now, we get to see the new. Hopefully, we get to see how they played, and maybe something you guys can take away at home as well. For now, this mirror strat will be the same to make sure that the line of sight, they've got the assignment. Here's the thing, if any teams are watching this and thinking about it, the Asami mirror ban are probably going to be the most effective, even if you're not prepared for it. So, I ask you this, very simple. Thermite, Thatcher, which duo in this game, so Tide or Bandit in this case, or anything else to go with, which duo do you think is the most effective as like a kind of...
What, just the attack or as a whole?
As a whole.
As a whole, I genuinely think Mirror Warded.
Mirror Warded.
It's either that or a Mirror Jaeger. Those two as a duo go hand in hand. I think it's better than Thatcher Thermite at this point. Thatcher Thermite was so 2019. We're past that. Yes, it's still an original combo, but I think we've got better duos now. Like the Mirror Jaeger, Mirror Wamai, Mirror Warden. You've got the whole shebang. See, like if you had your little duo, Rexon's Mirror would still be there. There you go.
No,
it's just things
you
like
could have
that.
had Warden on it, and the Mirror still wouldn't be there because that's not how this game works. Yes, you can have those duos to have your team set up and stacked, but you always have to be put in a different position. That's what I'm saying. Looks at Thermite and Thatcher, it's going to be guaranteed opening a wall one way or another. But as long as both players are alive, there's Damos having 3 operators now tracked. So here's the thing: if he was below, he could probably do a lot more. But we just have to wait and see. Oh, they shot the ace charge just barely out. The C4 rings out and actually gets the ace as well, taking off the board that he wanted to play so much. For now, they can't just run in and go for the diffuser. They know the defenders are watching it from the line of sight. It's really dangerous now. It's 4v5 with a minute left, and Rexon gets a second one as well. That's Ash off the board.
Rexon being proven to be absolutely detrimental on that vector, not allowing to take space. But speaking of Rexon, he does go down, making it a 4 versus 3. Rastin's going to get a pistol whip, but however, Hungry's going to bounce back with a one onto Lamb. Headshot after headshot, nothing's going to be spared whatsoever. As we come to the last minute of the round, Anahoon, with obviously a shield, as well as an AR in the hands, they've still got plentiful to work with. They know they can separate this Monty, which is going to be absolutely detrimental, as it's all down to this Capital. He's got to take 3 1v1s and most likely holding multiple crosses. He knows that the shield's gone there. However, he's got a shotgun to answer to from Skipper. And especially with that TCSG shotgun from last round, we know he's very reliant on it. However, Hungry does go down. He's able to take 1 1v1 for free. However, 2 shotguns remaining, and SMGs. It's going to be a little bit hard for him. He has to go to Skipper first, but he'll be there. Catch him off guard, trying to rotate across the catwalk. Oh, lovely pre-fire.
Gonna say, that felt more like Pani was funneling. One way or another, they did not have to go with it. They could have fought back, yes, but it was just coming down to the timer. Everyone does have to remember at home that these teams do have tactical timeouts, and I feel like you can't use it yet, not until you're on your defense. But for the side of Pani, this might be the time to use it, just so it'd be like, hey, let's slow down the momentum, give ourselves time to talk. Because right now they're funneling rounds, and it's going down the toilet. 3-1 split. It's going to be a 4-2 split. Yes, that's okay, but you want a 3-3.
You really much do, but 3-3, after knowing that defense is very sided on this map. See, the attack is still relevant. Depending on how you take it, you can obviously sort of flip the odds. However, Panahoon has still got a plentiful amount of work to do themselves. GK obviously posing as usual DK, aiming to control this territory as much as they can, especially with Rorik on there. Also, last time we saw Basement when they were holding the vending stairs, they would just control it ever so effortlessly. It feels like it just makes it look so easy. It makes it look absolutely so easy. But I mean, that's why they're top of the table.
Well, do you think you're right about that? Spot that's the first pick, only 20 seconds into the round, and Skipper takes out IQ. That's a huge pick to lose, especially when you've got so much utility to even worry about. The fact that you're going downstairs as your bomb site, you have the fact you bring Maestro, you're bringing Warden, and again, everyone should remember that IQs can see Warden's glasses when they're in effect, but also the Valkyrie count. So many more picks, but Rexon runs out and gets Striker as well. Not a play you want to start with. 3v5, less than 2 minutes. Well, sorry, more than 2 minutes in the round. Great start.
It's just trying to capitalize on the very, very small things, which GK do absolutely perfectly. Just simply running out when they know that they're all spread about. Had the rough call of maybe like 2 or 3 are going reception. You can hear them around there. That's what Skipper's called out, and they know that one person's just walking around outside a vending window. So Rexon just thought, you know what? We'll go for it. High risk, high reward, and he was granted that for sure. Taking the first floor, obviously Dokubi calls get distributed, as I don't think there's anyone actually left upstairs. No, man, there is. There's a Rexon. He's going to be combating Alva, which he will come out on top, as well as we do have Rorik lurking in Cafeteria. Keeping 3 on site in case Rorik does take that death on the chin, but after what we've seen from GK, really seem to be in tip-top shape so far. But they're going to just drain time. C4 got distributed, nothing came on. I think it's just a little bit of damage onto Nifsu. So they're just trying to corner Packball here. Heber's being dished out. The wall hasn't been taken, but I think, Halva should most likely rotate down there unless it's already open, which it's actually soft. I'm not sure what's going on with that one there. Rostin getting the wall bang, bring it down to a 3 versus 3, but with 45 seconds remaining, they need to start getting this plant down or start taking these picks, since it's kind of all gone quiet. There isn't really much to deny any of a drop or anything, since we have seen Denari have a high pick rate actually on Nighthaven Labs, but here we see they're trying to go for a cargo take for the second time. It worked the first time, but the post plant was just not it. 20 seconds. Time is just ticking away. Seems like they want to funnel them towards Pillar, but Rorik's able to pick up Nifsu. They will go that Ram. Rastin gets taken down by Skipper, and it's all down to Halva on 1 HP. Able to take out that Evil Eye, which was going to put her down to 1 HP. We're just playing a little bit of ring around the rosy between these two sites, but we'll save the KD instead, as GK will take the round, making it 4-1 or 5-1.
Well, to answer your question, it's going to 4-1. This is the final round of GK's defense. I'm not sure how I feel about this looking into overtime. 4-2 split, yes. Manu can handle this. GK can lose it, it's fine. But I don't think GK will. I think they'll put themselves in a 5-1 state where they can just rush. Here's the thing. We're seeing the new operators like Aurora and the new one for the defense being brought. Whether you're using it effectively is what matters. You got to think about the fact that we don't know everything about these new operators yet. We're still stuck in the old days of Siege before Siege X. Before Clash do work, we're still stuck in the ideas of, hey, can we adapt fast enough to this? Or are we picking comforts? Now, as we can see, we've got the Capcom being brought, we've got the Moisture being brought, we have the we have the Legion. Wow, my brain just could not remember my uncle with shorts. But for now, you have to remember, one way or another, it's 4-1 or 5-1 or 4-2 split. You need to win the round, Panu, and then they have to remember that, hey, we'll bring Roar, we'll bring the Thermite, bring the Strat, bring the weird things. Thermite's banned, we bring Habana, she can do similar things, or Osa, and you bring Fuse. Again, those are all options. Oh, the pre-fire that could have come out from there just early enough to take out maybe the mute. It was just when he was standing up, but it's not worked out in the field. They're going for the walls, they're getting the ceiling. I'm kind of worried whether this is going to play out to, hey, we could have just pushed into the other side of sight and made sure to take it out. I'm going to ask you quickly, what do you feel about Kitchen's bomb site?
It's a little bit of an odd one. So, there's always going to be better sites. Always will be. I think it's only a emergency only situation which you'll ever need to play Kitchen. I don't think it's plausible to hold it that well, since of how much of the vertical you can just cut off and then just take site with force, because you could just cut off, Kitchen Hatch, especially with you can use Riola as well to your advantage, but Lambe and Howard taking a kill each on the R4C. Skipper, there you go. There's the your favourite of a cap can, but C4 from Hungary is able to take out one, as it's down to a 3 versus 2, potentially being a Panahoon advantage. We take it to a 4 versus 2, but sorry, not 4 versus 2, a 4-2 split. However, it doesn't seem like that GK are finished just yet, but nor are Panahoon. You never doubt them neither. But with a minute 20, they have plentiful to work with. They can mold this like Play-Doh to how they like. However, GK have got like a playground. They've got a little sandpit to themselves. They can play with what they like. But only time will tell within the last minute of the round.
Definitely not about that. The fact that it's a 2v3 with a minute left. You have probably one of the best operators for that time sink, being that Legion. But again, you have too many angles to try and hold. You can't just be like, alright, I want to be blasé about this. One way or another, these people are going to be stopping you from getting into sight. You can push in, try to get the angle, but whether or not they have the diffuser, something you don't know as a defender. You have that on sight, you're trying to block the angles. Here's what I'm hoping. They've just droned out the Legion. They understand that if they jump in, there's probably Green Mines and everything else to stop you. Yep, Green Mine calls out. He has to take it out, but he cannot go for the defuse. The call out from the Legion should come through the Mute, but the Mute is trying to take upstairs control.
Flangs.
That's the thing, it's very late, but it works out well. It distracts the two attackers, but Maverick's not even paying attention. He doesn't even know where he was shot from. Now it comes out to the Ram versus the Mute. Mute's got the shotgun in hand, so he has the distance, but he's not going to win. That pistol does so much damage. Diffuser did go down in time, but Ram is there to try and stop the plan. Oh, barely stops the defuse, pushes him off of it, but does not have the time to waste. Anything in pocket, any gun, anything that can stop this is going to have to be done. Here's the thing, it'll only take 7 seconds for a diffuser to go down. It'll only take 7 seconds for a diffuser to be stopped. Has to find this Ram or just go for the thing and hold it. Because pros don't fake, and right now that does work out in Panu's favor.
I mean, it's a very well played from Panahoon there, getting that diffuser down, taking that time wisely. However, it was almost detrimental as GK were almost able to clutch that up there. But a 4-2 split for GK, you cannot complain about that one. But Panahoon needing to show up and show out with their defenses here, or else this is going to be it for them.
Well, you're right about that. There's no way of saving it if they cannot fight back. A 4-2 split, let's go to the defense. Hopefully Panu have their answer to the question of how do we stop the GK train? Because they kind of figured it out there at the end. Make sure that if you're bringing a flank or something like that, you have someone there on the drones to catch them off, or make sure that you're bringing ahead of time. Mirror ban, perfect. Kaid ban, taking him off the table is good. Think about the Ying, thinking about the Monty, just getting rid of those two operators is probably the best play, but it works both ways. Now we know we're going to command center that everyone plans for. Here's the thing, DK's bringing gridlock. They're trying to make sure that, hey, whatever you're thinking is, we can do it too.
Exactly. Now, it seems like they want to obviously just control them flanks, since maybe they're predicting that Panahoon is going to go for a little bit of a rotate behind them. I can see as well, ELC 4 Series 6. Do get yourself signed up for that. It is starting tomorrow. That's both. That's qualifier 1, which will start tomorrow. Sign up now. You only have a couple hours remaining. If you haven't signed up, do go on to OPL. If you're having some issues as well, feel free to open a ticket and then admin will respond to you as well in the Discord. But like I said, you have the major, you have the minor, and then you also have the T2 circuit as well. So you have the community path as well as the competitive path. So do get yourselves signed up to them as soon as possible.
Always a good way to play, always a good thing to find more people who can have fun. But for now, we've got the Thermite still being sized on the other side of PK, not banned this time around, so the angle is ready. This person on Raptors is cut out and cannot be pushed out just as easily. They're going to try their best, of course, but anything that can be forgotten is dangerous. If they peek one of the two doors, could get the Thermite in their repel, but he is safe and pulled back in the sight. But Tuber actually goes out for it when he tries to go for the player in the office. Here's the thing. I do believe that Sammy's pushed up a bit too close, especially when there's a mute who could just do the call. Damos has the last 4 operators on the defense all tracked, so it's not the best state to be inside because the floors are soft. But this Damos might have a different plan. Just call it. There's a lot of ways to play your teammates and a lot of ways to, just bait them.
Exactly. Now, going down so early, that Tuber is going to cause a fair few issues in the time department. Since GK are able to actually claim decent positioning here very early, much earlier than Panahoon would have liked. It's now just to continue on forward and get these wolves a lot quicker, especially that they have the Thermite on the board. Obviously Ace still on board as well if they would like to use that in future rounds, but We're taking a little bit of damage from inside the site, but never mind. It'll be a lot more than just a little, as Lamb will take the head off of back ball and Skipper will put down to 1 HP as Nifsu's going to take the aggressive swing. Rexon's able to try and trade one off, bring it down to a 3 versus 3. However, the health department from Rexon after taking 2 gunfights is not in his favor. We can see Rorik in a little bit of an odd position here, playing behind the boxes, not knowing of Lamb's positioning on the bottom warehouse stairs. Will make it into Panahin's advantage for their defenses. And like I said, they've got to show up and show out if they're wanting to win this map on their defenses, as it's down to Rexon and Hungry with 40 seconds remaining. Let's try and double up and try and reduce these until maybe 1v1s, but the crosses are available. Hungry goes down and no trade is available as Rexon's last remaining player takes the swing around, but Nifs is going to be there. I think that's 3 for the round for him. He'll be pummeling with that shotgun onto the moon.
I'm definitely not looking forward to trying to fight that myself, but hopefully do have an answer for what they can do now. Right now, it's Pan who's winning. They've got the momentum. They took it from you at the end of your own defensive half. You cannot let this slide any further. Again, they have 2 main options. What I'm hoping to see is the fact that we have a Deimos being brought, we have a Akebi being brought, and they're not just going to really be 6. They're going to be used against them and use the most smart angles to shut it down early. Maverick is still on the board. This is probably the time to use that Swiss cheese strat that we always see. So, hopefully they got something for me.
Excuse me. Now, it seems like that GK are kind of dabbling in the same sort of roster. They want to keep that right aura available to them, most likely to cut off the rotates from the players inside of gaming, maybe looking like to go for a exo take. But we'll soon have to find out about that one, because obviously they're going to have the hold upstairs. Now, the one thing which we have seen plenty of times, if they're going to rush, they'll be opening the kitchen hatch and then running straight down exo. It's happened plenty of times before, however, it'll be down to Lamb and Rastin who'll be denying this here if they do go for it. Which, it's happened to me plenty of times and I've done it plenty of times, so I'm really hoping... You can see I'm wanting a rush. I'm wanting a good rush.
The itchy trigger fingers here, and I get that, but for now the bigger problem is the Goryo spawn peak. Well, not spawn peak, but run out. That could actually end up working out in their favor. Even for a Nufu to go for a pinch on this person on Aqua, just waiting, could always be a great plan. And you do not have that time to waste. Even if you would like to, one way or another, you have to be able to stop whatever strat, whatever play they want to bring. And this is what I'm thinking. Hey, Deimos only has Legion tracked. They know that there is a Deimos, but we know that there's something that can hunt them down. But you're still free to roam. Castle's now been checked. Sammy has been found, goes to the pre-fire after destroying it, but Hungry cannot find the kill. Tries his best, but here's the thing. They can now drop back the site and clear out even more. Top floor isn't the objective. They wasted more than a minute. This will be the time to start rotating back. They know where Castle is. They know he's in Vendings. They've got the angle, but oh, Coil barely survives. Does not take the bait for the challenge and leaves.
I mean, 4-3. Again, Panahin trying to draw this one back. Playing time ever so nicely, dropping back when they need. It seems they're playing this not perfectly, but it seems like it if that's their plan to try and drain time, since we can see leaving GK with a minute to get their vertical and get their prep done is almost optimal for them, as Lamb's going to be a little bit aggressive towards this cargo stair side, but won't be rewarded with anything just yet. Now, like I said, with a whole minute remaining, they've got decent time to set something up and cut off rotates, which you can see there as Hungry will be picking up 1. So they're going to try and make their way down into the basement. It's definitely still top floor. It's seeming a little bit like it's going to be a hatch drop. Just trying to claim as much of this vertical. As I always say, vertical goes both ways. With 30 seconds, clock is ticking. The retake upstairs is possible, which you can see from Nifsu coming upstairs, which I think that Skipper's kind of caught on to. She's just wanting the vertical more than actually to take picks and just deny this plant. 20 seconds. as it keeps ticking each 10. Rexon's able to pick up one onto Nifty, leaving that into a 3 versus 3. Seems like they want to go for a cargo drop, which they have done. Smoke's able to distribute, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. That'll be Skipper going down to the hands of Halva. Sorry, in Nike Wood. As Hungry and Rexon will be able to get one. It's still down to the Smoke, but Rorik is able to finish it off in the very last second of the round.
I'm not even sure how to feel about that. It was so close. But that does put GK 2 rounds away from winning. They can still do this one way or another. Just going to come down to whether Deimos or Aurora know what their plan is. They know what their strat is. They know that Fenrir, Mute, Warden, Pulse, and Legion are being brought, and we're going to storage. That doesn't mean it's over with, but it also doesn't mean you can just relax. What I'm hoping is this works out in their favor. You have Fenrir, somebody whose gadget can only work with 2 at a time. If you plan it out right, such as bringing like you or anybody else, you can ping the gadget. You have Pulse bringing that new secondary sidearm, which is fantastic, I might add, and I don't think anyone else is going to argue with the fact that more operators have it. We're just upset we don't have the SMG-11 with an A gold in it.
I mean, I miss them days. I really do. Especially as well when we had that game that brought back we can have ACOG on the original operators on plane. I loved that.
That's a flashback to something in a greater time for me. But as we can see now, we get to see the 6th pick. Deimos has been swapped out. They're still keeping Little Kebby, but they're now bringing the Glass. So maybe it's time for the rush strat, go for the turtle plant with Hungry on Blitz, but we're just gonna have to wait and see.
Precisely. Now, correct wrong, it was Nighthaven Labs, which was one of the newly updated with the.
It has its pipes now, it has its beepers. This is what it's like updated. So things have been certainly changed, and certain abilities, such as Fenrir, is now having a 6th sense to basically dodge bullets at the last second. But the call out will come out to his teammates. Warden is an electrical, so that means there is 2 operators upstairs. They have been droned. They can't be forgiven. They can't be forgotten about one way or another.
I think they had the cutoff here from the window as well, but Hal was going to pick up one with the C4. There will go Rorik. As I think that was from underneath. However, I'm not sure he's going to be able to get away. As the trade's there from Rexon all the way from Kitchen. It's down to a 4 versus 4. It seems like a very fast-paced defense around for Panahoon here, just trying to take the aggression. Is Nigel, who's able to pick up 1, takes a little bit of damage, who's able to get away with half of his health remaining. As it seems like it's slightly going down for GK here. Nifsu's able to pick up 1, bringing out to a 4 versus 2, and they're not even halfway into the round. Panahoon able to prove and show that it's not all just down to their attacks. Their defenses are proven to be shown effective as well. We're hitting a little bit of a goo mine, a little bit of proc damage, but it's all somewhat of a little weight. GK have plentiful amounts of work to do. Whether they can get it done, we'll soon tell. As Nike's able to pick up Rexon and Nifsu, it's the Nikes and Nifsu game today. It's all just them 2 splashing out on this round, finishing it off themselves, cutting the round a whole minute and a half short.
That does seem to be the case, but now we get to go to this last ban. Panahoon have tried their best, and it's working amazingly. They need 3 rounds to win, but Geeky only needs 2, but they need 1 to equalize. That's what they want. They want to take it to at least overtime or to win it outright. Hopefully this ban is what's needed. I don't see it being a Glass, but I do see it be a ban. Oh wow, it's banned in Glass. What is the idea with Glass being banned today?
I mean, it's just like a DMR with just an absolute ton of damage, so I can't really blame them. But I'm not 100% about the Glass ban, since he hasn't been used and abused like he has previously, but maybe they just didn't want him on the board at all.
Maybe there's something we don't know, and something we just have to wait and see. Actually, there's another reason why they could be doing it. Specifically stop any smoke plants, because yes, they've got Warden, but he is their only deterrent besides bulletproof cameras to any sort of smoke plant. And they know that DK like to be tactical, they like to bring strategic, they like to bring Ying, things like that. That's why they chose to get rid of Ying. They're getting rid of the multi, they're getting rid of the Ying. The only one they're left on board is yes, Blitz, but it's not working out in the favor of DK one way or another, so hopefully there's something else. Maybe there's just the fact of, hey, we know GK's crutch is smokes, plants, and strats. So take those away. Make it just gun skills. Make it a rank game.
Exactly. Now, I'm liking the pick of the Zofia. It's nice to see the Zofia being brought out a lot more, since obviously after the update of her being taken away over Last Stand, she didn't really get that much love, especially the AR got nerfed at the same time. However, with a little bit of a buff, she's starting to come back a little, which I love to see.
I can understand that. I could probably agree. It's something that we did like to see when we operators had unique interactions, but it's now coming down to those being removed a little by little to keep it a bit more even and fair. In fact, the Scopus can't be stimmed by Doc, though is probably one of the most in-universe ones I actually enjoy.
I also love the fact that I was talking so much about this Zofia, and it's the first picked off by Lamb.
There's a reason it needs buff, needs that withstand brought back, but they answer with their own, taking away the Asami. I'd say that's probably a fair trade, but losing the ace as well, that's painful to lose your hard breacher. Rourke being taken off the board again. That's capped out gone. Nifu with the C4s is dynamite. But one way or another, Nikki's gets taken out now. They're evening things up. His Fenrir gadget is going to be a menace to this Thermite, but it's now a 2v3 with a minute and a half left. They have time. They have their gadgets. Still a Thermite charge in pocket while also having these Nomad touches, but they can't just sit still and forget. They have to drone, they have to push in. Thermite still to join his pocket, but Packle is taken out before he can use it. Lambe getting the shot from a long angle, now becoming a 3v1. Nomad is probably a good operator to have this in, but if you can get the line across or pick up somebody who's being a bit too aggressive, it's gonna have to be in their favor one way or another. I'm kind of hoping this doesn't go off against them now. They know that it's there, but if they can impact check it with the Legion or anything else, they can maybe get it off. My mistake, there's no impact checks, there's nothing left. They have to go for the preg, but the shotgun in hand of Nifu does take out the last player standing.
I mean, unfortunate trying to clutch that one out, but unfortunately Panahoon obviously able to hold on strong to that site, as we can clearly see. Just taking as many non-risk gunfights, I'd like to say, since they're just taking as many C4s. A lot of their kills have come from a utility as well, which I'm liking to see. It seems like, oh, maybe GK maybe just have that little better gun skill. Why if we just minimize the gun skill and entirely just go straight towards C4s, maybe cap cans, etc. Which isn't a bad shout, to be fair. But we head downstairs as they'll try and defend it. Since last time they did lose, I think it's the only attack round which GK have won, if I'm not mistaken. As it's tied up 5-5. Which, I mean, either way, from watching these two teams play, I could not entirely predict on how it's going to end.
I could probably agree with you on that one. Seeing how these guys are trying their best to hopefully shut it down early, but just barely missing out. I'm kind of thinking that, hey, it's their choice. They push through, they try their best to get in early and deep, but it's just going to come out to, let's fight it through. Let's go for the guns. It's 5v5. EK did win most of their defense half. Counties won most of their defense half. Only a couple more rounds until we go to OT, or only a couple more rounds till we have a victor. Hanu need to win the next two of their defensive half, and that's game. GK, on the other hand, need to win the next two of their attack, or just one and have a solo T. This is where the pressure starts building on these players. We have seen that the Deimos only has one operator track, and now it's a 5-on-5. You've got 30 seconds left to go on the round. They should have drones up, they should have lines of sight created, pressure being brought. But they can't just forget about the defenders.
You can't at all, but it seems like from the way the pathing has been going with from Panahoon, it seems like they're drawing this back ever so nicely for them, hoping to control it and having a grasp on these rounds just a little bit more. But they're going to start making this vertical towards kitchen side, allowing them just to get a little bit of a peer and insight of what's happening downstairs. But I think there's actually that many downstairs. As Skipper's able to start us off, that'll be on to Nifsu. As actually everyone is actually top floor. No one's actually towards basement. Never mind, I say that as Nike's has just gone downstairs, but Being one player down, Nifsu, your star player at the moment with 11 kills. It's a little bit awkward as Rastin also goes down. It seems like that the defense on the basement isn't clearly their star time. However, trying to make his way downstairs just almost gets cut off by the player on 90 windows. It'll be swings either side. As a swing from 90 comes his way from Rex, and it will be stopped entirely as it's looking to be a flawless for GK. Hopefully Panahoon at the minute. It's just constellation prizes at the minute. They're trying to draw back any kills for themselves. As they're going to start to go for the bunker with a minute remaining. It's not really the position you want to be in with a minute remaining. You want to train it a lot more than that. Excuse me, with a lot more deaths than that. But GK playing this quite almost flawlessly for themselves, taking the gunfights they needed to. Evading as much risk as possible, but Nike's able to pick up one onto Pack Ball, trying to bring it back for themselves. As they've still got 4 more kills to go with 35 seconds, it's looking a little bit dire.
It's right about dire, but for now it's a 2v4. Have to decide whether they want to have someone push in, drop the badge, or go for the line, go through Deimos tricks. But it does seem that Deimos is going to have to go for the fight. If they can push through this castle or through this sound vacuum, they could do a lot of work. But it's not going to be their favorite. But Rexon gets the pick, takes out him from behind. That smoke off the board is just up to Zelda. Deimos still has 2 in his pocket, so he can track the other. Ella is not safe inside. But tries to get the Deimos with a long angle, but can she get it? Yes, she can, but the diffuser will still go down. Rexon actually will win this gunfight out. VHP in a dream did not work out in their favor.
I mean, almost a flawless for GK there, putting themselves onto match point. I mean, you can't really complain with that attack there. Obviously, trying to draw it back. I mean, obviously, it's the 2 attacks which they somewhat only needed. They need 1 more. However, it's going to be the hardest ones for them, since Panahoon have somewhat crushed them on most of the other defenses. So we'll see how these pan out as they'll go to storage and control instead. They're going to try and avoid basement like it's the Black Plague. So we'll leave that one as is. But GK needing this attack to flush it all out. Now, I don't know why. It's a common mental thing with Siege players. If you are on the attack and you need a win, for some reason, the chances of a rushed plant is a lot higher than others, which is a little bit weird. I don't know why.
I think it's just the fact that it catches people off guard. That's probably the psychology behind it. But if not, there could be a lot more to it. I'm kind of hoping that there is, and it's not just like, oh, we can do this, so yes, it obviously works. It's the perfect strat. No, it's going to be something like, well, this is what happened, so there must be correlation to it, or causation. In this case, we can actually see the fact that Pani is sweating. They're getting trigger fingers. They're hoping to try and win this round out. They haven't kept their cool. Mentally, they still have it. They're still in the match, but they can't just let it go. They brought assault. Something of what I'm hoping is a bit of a comfort pick, but you could probably correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I do think the Solace is a decent pick. Obviously, sometimes it's a little bit unnecessary since the use of the gadget isn't really there. However, most of the time, it's kind of at the similar impulse. The only time which you're going to be really using it is to spot out where they're pushing from and what position they're playing. Most of the time, if I'm going to be picking a Solus, it's to catch out of the plants. However, the Solus is not going to be used at all. Every single time we speak about it, like the Zofia last round, they're just going to be cut off entirely. Not going to be seeing that Solus anymore, as it will be killed at the top of the reception stairs. But not a good start for Panahoon here, being 1 player down, as well as GK's conversion rate being quite decently high. Rexon, 2 for the round of him. Skipper takes 1. Nike's trying to bring them back into it. It's down to a 4 versus 2. And it's looking a little bit shaky here for...
Oh, I do believe you're right about that. Barely missing out on this win as they try to go for the door. I'm hoping Nicky's does have an answer for this. It's a 4v1. And right now, he's going to have to try and stop any plant, any push. But he doesn't even hit a player in front of him, just barely missing out. The ears are working though at the last second. The aim is there, but Skipper takes the round. That's GG. That's them done. Well, I do believe my co-host has just had a small hiccup. He'll be back in a second, but I'm hoping that everyone there at home understands that this was a tough match, no matter how you see it. The stats do show that with 15 for Rex and Skipper with 10, and only one player in the enemy team having an 11. So let's see the highlights from this match. That's the previous match, but still a good match nonetheless. I cannot hear you, not in video ninja. Don't worry about it, you're fine. But as you said, it's a little bit of an oopsie. It happens completely, but it's just the way it goes. No matter which way this game plays, hopefully we can have something brought back. Hello, Crouch. Let's see if they can hear you.
Hello, test. I think you can hear me now. I think I'm back. So,
welcome back, buddy.
Had a little bit of a technical issue myself. Just had a little bit of a dropout, but I was able to see the end of that game. A 7-5 victory. Very nicely done for GK though. However, you cannot doubt Panahuna as well. They played that ever so nicely on their defenses. It looks like they just stepped away a little bit too heavily for them, as well as GK just kind of picking out the gunfights, which is necessary for them, catching Panahuna a little bit off guard. But either way, a very good game. Very well played from both teams.
I'm just taking a look at the script. It looks like the next part is production schedule. Then we talk about how the fact that I'm going to be completely right today. And then we talk about the fact that I'm getting a little tiny Tachanka. But anyway, that I don't know what that means. So there'll be interviews coming up later with this winning team for the end of the day. So don't go anywhere. We're just going to have a quick break for 2 seconds. And then we'll be right back.
To hope that the opponents will drop down and give away the control from up above, and it's exactly what they will do, but there's still one more player up above. We're gonna have to be careful as we walk on side. Nipsa will find him first. A little bit of chaos are happening, is being created. The Finns are just all over the place, but it's just so...
I mean, with a minute ticking down, they've still got this Tachanka alive, which could save them plenty amount of time, but I mean, in a 5 versus 3, it's not really a situation you want. As a lovely one-tap from Nipsu will take the head out of Hoxie as the pen will start to go down. No,
not going to be finding any damage, although Ryujin with a fantastic way of trying to challenge the only breach they really necessarily have to. A bit of damage, yes it is, and Nixon are going to be actually able to find the final blow on. How to see a slap on the wrist with the HP name.
Really strong, you could have played him alone, but now he needs still support from the team, and that will just fall back to the team play that we need to see, especially in competitive. Now, Lamy will be the first one to find himself a cheeky killer. That'll frame a triple, why not? The takes all 3 players.
Aren't necessarily that bad, but it means you're going to be a little bit short on utility overall as the impact nade comes through and shorted on the Ella, able to take down Lamb, finding the headshot. And I mean, I'm sure Lamb is actually going to get dropped over in towards admin by the Mario, and Jeremy able to find the opening kill. The C4 not quite able to connect, but Rorik catches Jeremy off guard as it ends up being a trade in the end. Even man count, but the team catches work. Dynamite has been the impact player of this round and has the most kills in the lobby so far. So yeah, the buff definitely proving to be crucial in this matchup so far as YMK goes down to Akari as Pozo is the only one left.
Or from GK. If they want that. Just need to kind of delay as much as can. Rex and starting us off quite quickly as Rogue will be taking that control of the pillar. Now they're already in a 3 versus 5. You're only 40.
Just too much to handle as Eli finds another. It's all going to be left up to Merrick. On the Legion, has to manage to find all of these kills, all 5 of the kills. The pace going down is Mind going to be able to stop it. It's not going to be able to find it. And 1 kill comes through with Ryan.
How could they even try to win this round against 5 defenders? And still 3 smoke cannons left. Like, is there really a chance? Maybe just need to kill onto Spiral, but he doesn't get it! No! Oh no, the trade is there.
No!
He's still just injured. Maybe
might be able to find something here. The Yin Candela is distracting everybody right now enough. Able to find the kill onto the Aruni, which is going to be massive for this push. A series through the wall, able to...
For the last 30 seconds, Hackle needs to get this hit down. Otherwise he will be brought up from this vertical all the way upstairs and weapons. But this round is almost over. for Oblivion. He's able to pick up one at rotate.
The timer's ticking down. 50 seconds. That Rapture is open now. Nomad could possibly go up to get it, but does run the risk of any other player, such as this Valkyrie, getting the headshot, taking her head off, and now becoming a 1v3. They know there's one player to beat.
5 seconds left on the clock, but no, behind the bar, the circles of Balu able to take down Heaven. That's going to mean there is no more Dokkaebi on the board. Don't have to deal with that whatsoever. There is going to be a Valkyrie pushing down and trying to take control. Ducky able to find 2 kills. That's a
trying to slip the to the game, take away all of those tools the defense has brought to stop this rush.
Oh, does Layla? No, they don't! Janu's just going to be following the Bravo drone, getting a bit oversized, but it's backed up by Good Gut Skull, as able to pick up 2, and now overtaking this verticality.
If their attack can go down for the main side onto bar, Vanessav already in kitchen, also in closet, trying to push on quicker than light, and the screen is going all white, and but look at the kill feed. The only color that I see is blue, and again, just blue, free.
Spinning across the whole map. You can see here the visual effect coming really well as he just hides away from this drone, but they're just putting a net across the whole map. The jump out going to be there as well. And they're taking out the player on big window as well, as that's going to be your ace of all people, taken off the ball early. That visual
Pick to make it equal to do that himself, since he's so eager on these kills at the minute. But with 20 seconds remaining, while to make something happen, the Slayers trying to get themselves inside a site, but there will be a trade from Leonski, but Sog
to take down the Ash, meaning those Ash breaches not going to come in handy. I know one was already used, but not quite sure about the rest, as the Maestro cam proving absolutely diabolical here, dealing so much damage onto Rooney, and another one from a different angle, the wall being opened up.
Now, it's going to come out one way or another. Ooh, the pre-part barely missing ahead of Smute. He swims at A-ball. It's not in their favor. C4, no, an H doesn't land. But Demos doesn't either. He gets taken out. Falcon getting his own pick, though, making it a 2.
Look at Raxo, knows once opponent. This player is very isolated in the flashback. They're going to be pushing Raxo into a corner and even being helped from the main breach. That peeks out, tries to get the pre-fire, not going to be able to lock it down. As simply does finish the job onto the earlier down player, but now in a sandwich with being 2, just to keep the...
Welcome back, everyone. This is the final match of the day. We're going to do this quick because the players are itchy. We're itching. Our trigger fingers are ready. I want to go play Ryan. And I think Christ is about to cry one way or another. So, hey, let's go on to see Sacred Patis and Rygen's map plan. Then I'm going to get you to tell me the 2 team stats one way or another. I want to know how this is going. We're back to Nighthaven Labs. I'm going to cry because today's the only day we've had 2 dupes. We've only had 2 of the maps. That's it.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I'm glad to see that it's not Chalet. Thank the Lord, it's not Chalet. Nighthaven Labs, you love to see it. Again, it's, like we said, a Chalet. We get to see the map again. We're not going to have any non-duplicates, right? It was between Clubhouse and Nighthaven, and to be fair, let's be real, I think we'd actually prefer a Nighthaven. But between these 2 teams, we have some great lineups at the minute, so we'll quickly have a look at those very quickly. The team stats, we will start with the lovely Seco Patas. So we have Forever, Coles, Danu, Raxo, and Shurton, either one. However, holding a decent KD across the whole board, just below a 1 KD for Shurton, and that's it for the negative wires. However, with a very high survival rate as well, you cannot complain as well with this KPR. This is all a great rounded team at the minute. However, I'll pass over Ryujin to you.
So, with Ryujin, let's go Dragons, of course. But I just want to point out the fact that we have Null, we have Neos, we have Poser, we have YMK, and we have Hosey. I'm going to call him How. We have Mr. How, we have Null, we've got Neos. But, again, these players, yes, their KDs is slightly below, but they're all playing within like a couple kills of each other. Everyone's got more than 30, it was closer to 40, but they're all working and their survivability rate all seems to be the same. No player is just 1 dying and that's it. So we're going to head quickly onto the match. I want to see where we're going to. We know we're in Nighthaven, so let's load this in, get ready to see this match.
Okay, I think we got a little bit of
so There's something I've just been told in my ear. So one way or another, the predictions actually say me and you actually agree on this match. We both hope that Sicko Palace lose, but we both agree that one way or another, it could be Sicko's win. So we know the stats. So Sicko is technically better on page, but it's Siege. It's never over till it's over. Ryojin are here to hopefully keep us in stat.
Exactly. Now, between these two teams, they haven't actually ever played against each other. But the one thing I can tell you though is that Sicko Palace, they're 11-9 on Nighthaven Labs. However, Ryujin are 5-6. Let me also remind you that I think Ryujin banned Clubhouse over Labs, but their Clubhouse stats, they're 5-3, and Sicko Palace are 19-3. That is an insane statistic. 19-3. So they were kind of pushed into a really unfortunate decision to stick into that Nighthaven Labs. But as far as I'm aware, we are able to jump straight into this game of Nighthaven Labs, which I think it's going to be another great game. We've had nothing but great games today.
To be fair, I do have to agree with you one way or another. I don't think we've had a bad matchup, though at least the players have tried their best not to show it. It's always coming down to the last one, who's going to bite the bullet, who's going to be taken out and sent home. They're not giving up yet. They're still showing us that they know how to play. They're still playing to the best of their abilities. And we're seeing that, and I'm so happy for the fact that we are seeing that. I need to see something new. I need to see Ace and... I know that's Ace is technically a new ban, yes. But something more than just, hey, we're banning the hard breachers again. We're banning the electricity sport.
Exactly. I won't be surprised if the bandit does come out as well. Actually, never mind, it'll be a mirror instead. A slight difference than what we saw from the GK game. Obviously, you can't compare the two since there's entirely new roster and teams. Now, we both agreed that Ryujin could potentially take this one. However, statistics-wise, they are actually the underdog. So explain why you voted Ryujin.
I voted Ryujin because Dragged. That's simple enough answer, but it's also because of the fact that we've seen what Ryujin can do. They do like to fight back. They do like to have everything forced at the end of the day. They don't let anything slide. So I'm kind of hoping this works out in their favor. They've shown us what they can do, but they want to show us what's necessary. Sicko Palace, fantastic team, a great matchup. Honestly, I can see Sicko versus any of the great teams here and win. It'd be spectacular. Ryujin's the underdogs. They know that they don't have the same team comp or anything else. They've lost a couple matches where they shouldn't have just because of silly mistakes. But as long as they fix those mistakes, they could honestly have a chance at this. So, yes, Ryujin being underdogs. Yes, they've hopefully worked on what they needed to last week, and let's see if this works in their favor.
I was seeing the shield from... We're saying Housie? Hosey?
Yep.
Housie?
It's up to you. I like Hosier. He's an Irishman. He sings beautifully, but that's not the important part. The important part is going to be how do they want to handle this?
Oh, you can see that they're entirely most likely going to go for this either A, catwalk, or B, connector. You can tell that obviously most of the time from bringing the Monty. If you're going to go for the catwalk, you're most likely going to go from connector and then rotate all the way over just to apply that little bit of pinch pressure. Millimeters away, Dano was from almost taking his legs straight off, but he is stuck in this position here. Well, I don't think many people are actually going to be peeking it since it's just a little bit of a dangerous angle. Now, Hauxie going to need to get himself into a decent position since obviously just standing there with the Montes is going to be a little bit useless. However, he's got to be careful of that fire pipe. That pipe can do an infinite amount of damage if it's popped directly onto him. So he's just got to be a little bit careful. Oh, there goes that Monty.
Honestly, losing your Monty out to that is going to be heartbreaking. But there's nothing more heartbreaking than something up. That is one C4 off the board, probably for one of the best picks it could be. If that didn't happen, we probably could have just walked in the site and almost planted. they don't have a lot to stop you besides the C4s. So, for now, it's going to be up to this Nomad, hopefully trying to get a pixel angle on somebody. But don't know how close people actually are. Drones aren't being used yet effectively, in my opinion, yet. So, we're just going to have to wait and see.
Exactly. Now, they're going to try and get this Maverick all the way onto the main breach, which Danu, again for the second time, it's just almost taking his legs off the second time, as I said, but trying to claim as much of this as they can as they'll start to get the hard breach off and able to shoot the toes, as Coles will get a second. That's one gunfight, 2 kills. Neo's able to get one, trying to draw it back, but it's a 3 versus 4. 30 seconds remaining. Psychopath is starting to get quite aggressive to deny this, but I don't think they can actually jump through that rotate. Even with the hard breach down, it hasn't destroyed the soft wall. Dana's able to pick up one So's, Coles, as it's all down to Neo's for the first round. He's done on about 1 bullet worth of health. He's kind of stuck in this situation just outside the IT breach. He's going to be held from many angles and just entirely shut out. And with 10 seconds, it's all but over for this first round, going into the hands of Psychopatas. And he's only going to get some collection kills, but never mind, it'll be Coles. I think that was a 4K for him in the end.
Yeah, it did seem like it. The fact that they're winning out with these is terrifying, because this is what I thought might happen. I thought Psychopatas' defense is really strong, especially in a map like not even Labs, I was about to say Clubhouse, is always where if you're good on both sides, you can win easily. If you're good on one side, you're gonna struggle until overtime.
Exactly. Now, Psychopatas, round 1, taking a defense win. That's going to be great for their mental. Getting the first round win, one of the best things that you can actually do in this entire game. The first round can determine a lot on how you're going to play. Raging, hopefully they're not in the slumps from the first round already. That would be absolutely terrible, but we'll soon tell. There you go. Cole's actually taking a 4K that round. A lovely little setup for him to finish off that round.
That does put Psychopatas in probably the best state to have. Even though the assists came out from teammates, it was mainly Coles that put in the effort forward. Yes, Bambi had to risk his life, yes, things had to happen, but it's not over with yet. We now get to go down to the next floor down, and it's gonna come out to, hey, what is our strat here? We're bringing the Monty. They didn't even worry about 6 picking too much. They thought, we're bringing Monty, we're bringing the Cabby, we're going to try and keep things open and fight it out. They understand that, hey, Blackbird is still an option, but Monty's better as a non-movable mount. That's what they need right now.
Now, I know it's all being soft. I get it that obviously you're eventually going to be just losing control of that wall eventually in that area since the hatch. Well, I don't get, I'm assuming they trade it off just for those reinforcements upstairs, I'm going to assume. So I'm not sure that one singular reinforcement. I'll have to do a little bit of a calculation to figure out what it is, but they've still got 2 in pocket. I'm sure they maybe just want to at least waste some utility.
Could be, but I also think there's going to be something else to answer for. Probably the fact that it gives the attackers a false sense of safety. Just like the fact that if they haven't droned where a castle is, nobody's expecting to be in that hallway. They do look up to the cameras, but oh, the quick lane actually didn't work out in his favor and gave away his position. Could have, if he just decided, you know what, I'm just going to push it, could have got the Dokebi. That would have been a huge pick, but it did not work out in their favor. But now that family pressure is there, Dokebi knows she can't just push it in. But here comes the bigger problem. They know the warden's upstairs, so they can't just go for the jump. And Monty will try, and now it's a Monty versus warden. C4 in pocket, so it can't be used, but there's still players above. Then Masami is going to be taken out by the round. She's down, but not out. She was able to block the barrier. So there we go, finally gone.
And then Monty's able to just walk around freely upstairs and just claim as much as they can, but oh my lord, Rexo pummeling, I think that was Pozo walking up cargo stairs. So they're just trying to claim it. So well, I think it was cargo stairs anyway. I'm not sure how we got to that position, but trying to get, this is what I mean by that vertical. You have so much of a distance of this vertical, but they have access towards site. The plan's going to start going down as they've entirely locked it out. Ryujin taking advantage of their overextension. It's all down to Danu. And that going against a Monty Dopey and a Bucket almost in pocket, especially with that call going out. 30 seconds remaining. Ryujin millimeters away from closing out this round. It's almost impossible for them. The Danie's trying to get the Monty. Does actually pick up one, almost gets the second. YMK has to take this gunfight almost perfectly, or else it's going to be in a difficult situation. 2 flashes get thrown, takes the swing on round. He's able to pick up the kill very nicely. Little weapon inspect.
Gotta say, that's just kind of the ego boost you need sometimes. When you get to see your black ice at the end of the round after it's just been clutched out, Ryujin were still fighting. A lot of people thought they were just, you know, tired. They're stressing out. They hadn't been on the best performance, but it looks like all they needed was for a change in month. It needed to become spooky month. It needed to become spooky, scary skeletons, and now they can shiver down their opponent's spine by trying to win it. Ryujin working out the best now. Here's the thing I'm worried about most. No matter what, it's a new season, it's a new siege, and it's September. So, Christmas decorations should not be going up. Understand this to everyone who loves it. Scary one. Right now, we've got Vigil. He will be the most terrifying operator this round. I'm calling on him.
Oh, he will be, 100%. I mean, I'm hoping that... Unfortunately, they won't be able to equip them for competitive, but a lovely little spooky, scary Halloween skin. Hopefully, this will bring out some nice ones this season, but... Like I said, unfortunately, you can't use them during competitive. We do see a lovely setup here from Seiko Patas. Like you said, that Vigil's going to be square. Is he using Boss G by any chance?
You can't ask me that question now. I need to know.
We need to know now.
We have to see.
He's
nope,
not.
It's the K1A. But again, fantastic gun if you've got both it and the SMG-11. He could also have a red pistol secondary, but that's not. He's got the SMG tool. So, but now, be prepared for any exchanges coming up between him and Blackbeard, because he does have those impacts, which are quite a deterrent.
Exactly. Now, they're going to try and hold onto this vertical as much as they can last time, or unlike last time, where they just hold it a little too much and they left little gaps open, which Ryujin capitalized on almost perfectly and getting that plant down after just, I think they went main breach or just dropped the hatch. They just took full control. Now it seems like they're going to lurk more first floor instead, and then have Primin all the way on top floor with that Vigil causing an absolute ruckus. Jose wanted to try and make an entry here, a grand little entrance with a lot of noise. This ram drone. But I don't think there's actually going to be anyone towards the storage. So actually, no, there will be that Warden again. In the same situation, however, instead of a Monty, it's going to be a Blackbeard with Primin taking that drop, coming back and helping out his teammate. However, Plant's already going down. They don't have much of the control. They have the vertical contested. However, Nov just jumped off the diffuser a little too early. He picked... one kill has been picked up by YMK as they'll swap over to a different side of the diffuser. I think it was an Echo drone actually stopping the diffuse. As it does go down, I'm not sure if they know exactly where. Never mind, they do now, as Nov is able to pick up the kill down to a 4 versus 2. And that'll be 2 rushes. The 2 same mistakes again. The Seiko Patas and Ryujin have just capitalized. 3 versus 2. They're going to try and trickle it down in terms of player count. However, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough purely for the fact of the position of this. They're going to try and go for a long on, which the possibility is there. I'm not sure if they can see a pixel of it against the swing. However, this diffuser's starting to go down. I'm thinking he might just stick it, but never mind. YMK's there to stop it in its tracks. Oh, that was a very close one. That was so close.
I need to see the timer at some point. Like, I was saying, a permanent timer that shows me the exact seconds and nanoseconds even of how close that was for them to losing it. The diffuser did go down in early, but I think it was literally like the last 8 seconds. It was the second before 7.
Oh god, this has been absolute mayhem. I mean, you know how I said that we haven't had many rushes?
Now you're regretting it?
No, we're getting them all. I'm loving it. We're getting them all from Ryujin. The only issue which I'm seeing here is that they're most likely just avoid basement from now on. Since, as far as they have 3 more rounds.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
If they lose one of them, they can. And if they win every round, they can't avoid it. If they lose one round, then they can. But I'm not sure how it's going to pan out, since obviously upstairs there isn't really much potential for a rush due to the tight-knit trinity you can kind of have upstairs, but we'll soon find out.
Oh, we gotta remember, this is Sacred Palace and Ryujin, not Panu, so it's gonna pan out in a different way than you're expecting. Because when you mess with the bull, you get the horns, and in this case, when you mess with the dragon, you get the fangs, or teeth. Not sure which way that works, but regardless, we're seeing the Elo, we're seeing the warden. We're not even that concerned. We're not seeing the triple mute strap, we're just saying sinking the mute in the walls as a deterrent. If they're supposed to stop any operators that just trying to go for it or waste enough utility such as EMPs or make sure that they have to risk their life for it. Grim has the EMPs to stop it, but they can't just let it all slide. They need to push in and go for the kill. Here's the bigger problem. Buck is sneaking downstairs. Whether he's droned up the bottom floor, droned up the first floor, that's great. He could just take all of the fountain pressures he wants, takes the entire map and the floor.
One thing I have been liking is the amount of utility Hibana's been getting over the past couple of seasons, especially after the new banning system. Since you can do things like this, which I enjoy doing myself. So the Hibana pellets on bottom and top will fully clear out anything up there, and obviously if there's a mute jammer, either impact EMP it, or since it's a mute jammer, you can do the top ones and then toss a nade from the top. And that will fully clear out that wall. Now again, it's the same thing with the Maverick, you can do it as well. Just kind of go from left to right on top and bottom. Which I absolutely love Hibana for as well.
Ace can do it too, plus those new breaching charges can be doing it as well, don't forget. But it's that sort of balance system that also brought this technique to light. A lot of people would have just been like, oh, it's fine, we've still got these options. No, we don't. Here comes the bigger problem though now. People are going to play aggressive. They're going to take out the target breaches instead of letting anything slide through like last time, where they just let it go. And it caused more havoc than necessary. But now, we're just going to have to see them push through. Hibana was able to open the walls. The site is clear. So, push in, go for the kills, and just take what you can. Monty is walking up, but there's barbed wire behind him, so he can't just turn his back. Ooh, that's actually probably perfect. That slows it down, but that also means Monty can just go for the kills himself. Don't even worry about it, just go for the pre-fire.
I think that EMP is, not the EMP, the impact is just entirely what's just fumbled that there, allowing them to get 4 kills straight off the bat, one after the other. Nade tossed towards Dana is left into another clutch situation. And it's going to be really unfortunate for him here. He's just going to entirely pushed out by this Monty. On 1 HP, that might collect him as well, which it will, adds to the KD, takes the swing onto the Blackbeard, just another shield to go. Try and shoot the toes of him as he tries to go for the swing. He's able to get the headshot, 1 versus 3. It is very much possible here, but time is not on his side. Everyone has entirely rushed all the way outside. Can't even long arm it due to the reinforcement being there, so it's a tough situation for Danny to be in this time. But everyone holding crosses runs away from the flashbang, but does get swung on by YMK as he's able to get the final kill for, I think that's like 3 rounds in a row there. You can see the lovely weapon inspect again.
I'm not sure if that's habit or if that's just VM, but it works out for them. Ryujin is getting into Sacred Palace's head. They're winning on the attacks when they probably shouldn't be on Night Him, but it's working. We do have a technical pause being called out, so I'm going to ask you quickly. So as you can see, timeouts are being used, tech pauses being used, people needing to fix their games, rehosting, things like that. What do you think needs to be changed for the side of Sicko to win this?
For Sicko to start winning this out, I mean, I'll be real. I still think that they can bring back 2 of these rounds purely for the fact of it was just a silly mistake with them impact, with that singular impact. And then the other 2 was just rushes. I'm sure that they'll be able to hold upsets perfectly fine, as long as it's just not for like a silly single mistake again. I think it'll be perfectly fine. I think it'll go 3-3.
Do you? I'm actually wondering about that, whether this fixes his system and then he starts playing better, or whether Howie wakes up and just starts going for kills. Here we go. It does look like, well, it has to be proper pause. They're going to come back to us. So, Howie's out. It's up to him whether he steps up for his team or the enemy steps up for theirs. Because right now, Ryujin's doing work, and I'm actually kind of proud of it, looking at how they're playing compared to the last match. Where, yes, they were winning, they were making silly mistakes, they were sprinting into gunfights. Now they're not. Seems like it's working out better for them. What do you think?
I think they're playing a lot better than last time. Since obviously last time they lost to, who did they lose to when we casted them last? Which was 2 play days ago. I can't remember exactly, but they lost quite definitively, unfortunately. So it's nice to see somewhat of a comeback gameplay from them. But one thing we can do is we can look at the standings and see between these two players and where they are, the two teams, sorry, at the minute, in Seiko Patas and Ryujin. Since I think, if I'm not mistaken, they're on somewhat of... No, I was going to say the opposite side of the table, but no. They're actually both somewhat battling for that 5th/6th place at the minute. Since Seiko Patas, if they do, they'll still be above Ryujin, even if Ryujin do beat them here. However, they do want these 3 points, since that will send them above Panahun and sending them straight to the top. So, I mean, from the standings from today, it's looking like everything's starting to level out on how it's going to be, since we don't have that long left before everyone has played everyone.
You're right about that. And to answer your question, it was Ryujin versus Myth. That was previously play day 1. Then you had Diavoli versus Ryujin. And then you had Gike versus Ryujin. You can know how the story goes with those. Same with Panu in play day 4 and play day 5. It was UAIM barely winning 7-5, but that's the match we've previously seen them on, where it was the closest. This match, we're seeing them up against Seiko Patas, which is actually kind of nuts, as you can see in the stats. It's 5-4. These are the ranks. Their teams are playing better than they have in a long time. The score differential isn't as high as compared to a team like the VIP, but it's still closer than UAIM, and Seiko Patas is still a team with a positive round differential. You can't let anything slide from these guys.
You cannot whatsoever, but I'm really excited to how this grand final is actually going to fully end out, because for the fact that we've got some of the best teams in T2 Siege at the moment playing in this tournament. I mean, there's so much you can be doing. You're fighting for these T2 points and gathering yourself all the way up there, which, if I'm not mistaken, GK can't actually collect T2 points, if I'm not mistaken, due to their positioning in Saudi League, if I'm not mistaken. You can correct me on that one. I could entirely be wrong, but everyone obviously still trying to collect these T2 points, which you so desperately need. At the same time, all of these teams, no matter what the outcome is, they've all played really well, whether that's through the qualifiers and through the group stages, etc., whichever one it was. They've all played absolutely amazingly and definitely given every single caster a run for their vocal cords. So you cannot really complain about that one.
That's true. Can't argue with that at all, but you can argue with one thing. Whether we're here to watch these players argue this out, whether we're here to watch them fight it out, or if they're just here to have banter, everyone is welcome in Voltage League. That's one of the things that I love about it. The fact that everyone's here. We get to play. You have casters like me, you have casters like Cries, you've got casters like Ambulance and everybody else coming in, saying hello, playing their games, and just casting over some great gameplay. Just be prepared for it, one way or another. This is Rainbow Six Siege. You're all here, you've all been to majors, or if you haven't yet, go to one. You meet some great people and have some great times. There's great cosplay people in this community. And ELC will be coming tomorrow, so if you just want to qualify and try your hand and see what the difference is between a ranked game versus a proper qualifier, understand. Loss is necessary, other forms of tracking are necessary, everything is there for a reason. So, welcome to Rainbow Six Siege. It looks like we'll probably have to go for a quick break. Is that correct, production? It doesn't. Yeah, we're gonna have to go for a quick break. The technical pause is locked the players out, so we're just setting up. We'll catch you guys in a second.
Finally. For a little bit of a wait, we just had a little bit of a crash issue, which happens in Siege way too often. New season, still trying to figure everything out with all the bugs. But we're back, that's all that matters.
Well, CJX, so it's going to be something that has to remain. Whether it be the new changes to the operators or anything else, there's one thing that always will stay the same. It's going to be how much this game loves to crash, but how much it loves to make us break out and crash out. Now, it's day one, Sacred Patas. Here's the thing, that probably was a really good motivator for them. Now that they got that time to talk, they got that second to be like, hey, our momentum's been stalled. We need to shut them down before they get their momentum back.
I mean, yeah, someone needs to try and bring this back for Seiko Patas, since, I can't imagine, they started it off so strong, didn't they? Started off really well, and it's kind of diminished downhill. 3 rounds in a row they have lost, unfortunately, but hopefully they'll be able to start bringing this one back, but soon we'll just have to see in these next couple of rounds. But I see a lovely little Denari sector from Danu. Needs to start taking some notes about these, since everyone seems to be coming up with something different nowadays with this operator, which I like to see.
Well, you either use it as a drone covering or use it to shut out the enemy players. That does seem to be the best way. It looks like they do understand the fact that there is no... Hold on. Is that how you're supposed to be using Habana charges now to make perfect crouches? Because I've normally just been racing it up and doing it so that the 4 is enough.
Oh, let's see. I think he tried to walk through there and got stopped. I think the shoulders are getting caught there, but
that's be raised a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. But Monk's going to try and cause a little bit of an issue on the catwalk, which I don't think is going to be quite helpful at all, since they're just going to disrupt the Monty entirely with impacts and Jmot mines. But trying to get rid of this barbed wire is causing a little bit of an issue, trying to just protect himself. He's also got Denari to deal, the Denari trap to deal with as well. But Neo's going down early on that, I think. Just a little bit of a ruckus for them. There goes your main, somewhat spearhead of a weapon as well as health to be regenerated. This Monty's just... This is what we mean about the phantom pressure, which we mentioned earlier. You can have it as an attacker by just simply having a Monty just standing there, menacingly, just doing absolutely nothing. He just causes an issue. You know that he's providing information, but then again, it's still phantom pressure and always will be. Just trying to find the toes of that Monty just to keep damaging and make him move, but nothing will happen as of yet. There's no C4s, there's no explosive on the board. They can only use smokes, which they're able to use when coming to the end of round. And Cole is able to take in 2 for the round. There goes YMK. This Monty not proving as useful as we'd like it to be, as he will start pistol whipping instead. He's able to pick up 1, but Cole's able to take 3. Will this be the ace for him? Potentially it could well be, as we're coming down to the last 15 seconds. Coxie's just slowly making his way in towards side and does get downed. That's Forever taking 1 and taking 2 with the pistol whip, not allowing them to progress any further.
Which I gotta say, that's painful to see, but he tried his best one way or another. He wanted to make it up the staircase to get help his teammates, to make a little bit of a distraction, but it didn't work out. Just either his timing or just didn't help them. Sadly, that is all that she wrote for now, because it's 2-3, last of the defense. A 3-3 split is what Psychopaths can hope for. A 4-2 is what Royal want. Hopefully, since the new operator's not being brought, this Capcan will be the one to save us. Those Goyos can help to slow down any push or any plants, putting them in cast barricades as well, and things are destroyed. Just standard plays. But you can see, B wall still being enforced. Things have to be stratted out and talked about. They don't know if they brought a kite. If they haven't drawn it out enough, the defenders walk away with anything.
Now, the fact that Ryujin have 3 rounds whilst on Nighthaven, I think is just a full positive in itself, full stop. Being able to take 3 rounds away from the defenders puts them at such a good advantage when going onto their defenses. Obviously expecting their defenses to be very nicely set up, and also abiding by the fact of statistics. They should be somewhat nicely set up here, potentially for a win, unless Seiko Patas come out with an absolute glorious attack. I'm thinking this is going to be a lovely ending here, potentially, and seeing a little bit of overtime.
Well, I hope you're right, because right now, we're only at the halfway mark. They're not letting anything slide. Free fire's ringing out, people are jittering. But now Ryujin understand that that wasn't to their favor. That tactical timeout did shut them down. So, here's the problem. To clear upstairs, they've got to make sure everything's safe and be able to rotate back safely. If anyone pushes in, they have to know about it. Is Monty going to try and push his way through? Actually, hold on. He might actually just be droning himself in to hopefully go after the score. If they can find the goal, that could be a huge pick. Especially for the fact that Vector is still a very strong weapon even without a takeover. So, I'm going to ask you this question. Are they going to shut down every rotate back to site? Or are they just going to wait and plant?
Well, from the time being, at the minute, it seems like that Primion's actually going to be taken off Neo's head, but I think that they're going to try and cut off many of the rotates, but the roam is actually going to be proving more successful than anything, since Hogsy's in a little bit of a tricky situation himself, and absolutely pummeled by this Goyo as Dana was able to take 2 for the round, and I don't think they're able to pull out much of it, as it's now down to a 4 versus 1. I think it doesn't matter what I say anymore, since we can see the prediction of what it's going to be, as Seiko Patas will take it to a 3-3 split. That was great timing to ask me that question.
Yep, no, just watching it execute everything. The fact that the Goyo had the gun skill to stop the 2 players on the windows and then fight the multi one-on-one, normally you should win that, but apparently to these guys it doesn't matter. It's their fight, they choose if they want to do it or not.
Ace Decay.
I'm worried about that ban. I'm worried because usual bans aren't what make Rage and win. It's the unexpected, it's the shuts down, it's the things that, oh wow, okay, we got to rechange our strat completely because of that. But we just have to wait and see.
Now, the Maverick Beam Band isn't the end of the world. That's all. You can still use your Habana, it just makes it a little bit easier. But I mean, then again, not having a mirror on the board just makes it a little harder for Ryujin. But obviously, you've got to adapt with what you've got.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Well, what we have now is the fact that we've got you as the sleepy boy, and we've got a 3-3 split, especially for the fact that Psychopaths took that quite angrily, lost the defensive half. Now it's up to Ryujin's defense. Yes, this is a map that some teams feel more comfortable in attack, some teams feel more comfortable in defense, but that's never going to solve all the problems.
Exactly. Now, what solves all my problems is a lovely cap can. Can't shoot, can't do nothing, cap can. It's the best thing in the world for me. But having a Kali brought up, I've seen a little bit more Kali recently, which I'm in the middle between. Yes, it's kind of somewhat like the old EMP on Thatcher, where it used to kind of just destroy everything in a little bit of an AoE, but I don't think that she's, you know, like a top-notch operator.
Well, I'll leave that to you, because right now I can see Kali being brought very well, especially if Thatcher's removed, but he's not. It's more the fact that they're just waiting for Maverick. They're trying to hopefully catch any players out being aggressive, because they bring these Sammy barricades. They understand that, hey, Kali is a direct counter to Asami, but also destroys a lot of other gadgets as well.
Very good point. But they'll start to get this wall finally. You're just prepping everything. It seems like they're wanting to maybe just kind of do like a basic IT and catwalk take, since we do have that Monty again as well. But it seems like Ryujin are somewhat expecting this.
Everyone's getting into positions, drones are being set up. This is what it should be like. You set up your drones, you play it smart, you make sure to get rid of any Fenrir gadgets that could give away your position. You don't know how close people are. Kali's still on the staircase, but Thermite's actually up close. He gets the opening pick, takes out the Asami, that's a huge pick, and also stops him from being able to reinforce the wall. Monty's now safe to walk all the way up rafters, and hopefully catch out any players trying to do anything to Itzy on A. Buck is below, so he can be there to protect Monty. But now it's going to be up this 2-bro. Using the MPX, which caught me off a little bit. I'm going to ask you, how's this supposed to play out?
Well, it seems like at the minute that they're trying to maybe try and force through that catwalk wall, since that being open is quite a fair bit of a disadvantage. You're wanting to reinforce that if you're needing to back onto the Zami, but obviously the Zami being dead, excuse me, I got the hiccups again. The Azami being dead, just not allowing them to push back and reinforce it. But Hoxie taking a nice lovely swing onto that Cali. Obviously, you see the Cali just walk behind that cabinet, making it a little bit fair, a bit awkward, and just pop that shot as they hit the wall there. But making it a 4 versus 4, 45 seconds remaining. It kind of seems like all the time has just dissipated entirely. Forever is going to take the rotate over to Fish, trying to disrupt this shield, as well as Nolf playing behind the bomb there. But he has the audio, he has the information. There's a whole cross waiting for this monster to walk on in, which I don't think they know. Never mind, they do. Seiko Patas take that swing onto that mute, take him out quite successfully, trying to corner Nolf, which they do nicely. Primi's able to take another, take it to a 4v1 as it's YMK left alone. There's a little bit of damage to that Monty, but he's either got to drop off or take these gunfights, whereas there's 4 to take overall. Waiting to see if he can find one at all, which I don't think he will, which the bug will go right round behind him, and it'll be Raxo to finish it off instead.
That is harsh to accept, but it makes total sense. You're put in a position between a mountain and, in this case, a gun. Not the place you want to be. Seiko Patas winning the round, actually taking their advantage for the first time this match. That tactical time, well, I'm going to say technical timeout, yes, but it has worked out tactically for them in the best way possible. Bringing Kali, as he said, didn't exactly work out how they wanted it to play. He was planning on using her more for gadget destruction, but in this case, gun skill works too.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Very much so. Now, the basement defense. This is where the Maverick band kind of comes in and plays effect. No more as your favorite Swiss cheese. You can't do that, unfortunately. However, you can still get that breach open, like we've seen from Ryujin did for 2 rounds in a row, just straight rushing into sight, knowing that they're holding up above with close to no vertical. They just took sight and kept it for themselves. So we'll see if Seeker Patas will do either the same thing or do a slow methodical take, since last time I'm assuming they're going to be trying to go for a kitchen take, then obviously push all the way over, but we'll soon find out.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Well, you're definitely going to put that, but for now, I'm kind of hoping they have their own answer for this. Because if they ignore it, they can end up fighting them back. So, let's say this. They push in, they go for the kills, they go for the plays, but they don't have the time. 2 minutes 40 is what we're at now. They have castles they gotta breach, they've got Goyos that they know they have to wait for. They have mutes, they have Valkyries, and they have Fingers. It's something that's so destructive that if you try to go for the plant here, it can shut down your entire day. They bring the war to hopefully cut off angles while also leaving the doors to their advantage. But if anyone's prepped like this, it's not going to work out in their favor. Really. Deimos has 3 operatives tracked. He's got his mute, he's got his warden, and he's got castle. Those are, one of them is roaming, yes, technically mute. The other 2 are trying the best either roam or anchor, specifically the one being stayed in assembly safe.
Entire reinforcing the control rotate. It's not allowing to maybe take that control, thinking obviously they're going to go for this 90 take, kitchen take. However, it seems like at the minute they might just go for a hot drop straight down to Exo and just collect a plant. I'm not sure if anyone's actually playing towards site, which I think there is one person. However, they've still got to go against this vertical. Straight down into Exo, like we said. However, you can see that roam upstairs trying to come out from YMK. The drone has spotted him. They know he's there. Premin's just waiting. He knows that he's tucked in this corner. He's just going to slowly creep on up. Like a little drum roll, it feels like. A lion hunting his prey. Comes around the corner ever so slowly, not making a noise, takes out him, but he was get traded from below by the mute. As there's the Deimos gone, 50 seconds remaining. Time starts ticking, however, they do have a good foothold inside of Exo. However, it's the vertical which they're going to have to combat. That's going to be the main issue. Pozo and Hoxie are going to be the main doorstop in this push. It's either that or maybe they go for an unconventional plant. Go for something which is a little bit different. However, it's forever on that diffuser. He needs to think of something unique. Cole's there with the cover. However, no disruption upstairs. You have nothing holding. Cole's is outside everyone's basement. They're going to full push this. C4 gets tossed out. Does a little bit of damage to Rexo. Going to try and go for this vertical, but there you go. That takes out Hoxie. However, Pozo's still there to do some damage. Forever taking a plentiful amount, and he will go down as it's all down to Dano and Coles in a 2 versus 2. No diffuser in hand. Dano goes for it, gets cut off by Nolf, but now it's down to a 1v1 with 1 second remaining. It's not enough time as Pozo will win it out by sitting on that vertical. Very nicely played by Ryujin.
In fact, go back to a 4-4 split. Just shows the fact that Ryujin know they're up against Psychopaths. They're bringing out all the stops. They're not hiding anything anymore. It is, hey, we know you're a good team, but so are we. We will fight tooth and nail to get our own victory here. And it's working out well for them. It's not stopped them at all. So I'm kind of hoping they have a different answer than what I'm expecting it to be. Because right now it's, hey, we have this strat. We have to push through. We cannot waste time. Which does work on your attack, but not so well in defense. But yeah, not over yet. We have to win some.
Exactly. Now, 4-4. Ryujin bringing back a defense for themselves, as they should. Obviously, Psychopath has taken the upstairs very definitively after it was almost a flawless. However, this is where it's kind of a bit of a grey area, the mid floor. You can technically rush it and take it with speed, but you can also take it slow and methodical. The most basic way to do it is take top floor, take vertical, secure angles, and cut off one specific area and get the plant down. However, has it ever been this easy? No, it never will be. So Psychopath's gonna have to bring out something maybe a little bit unconventional.
Sadly, are right about that, but I think they've got it. Psychopath's bringing the knock, to which hopefully one of these two can be the answer to show up, and hopefully shut out Ryujin and stop them being able to claw their way back into this match. They don't have the choice yet. It's not in their hands, it's in their opponents. Here's the thing. They know there's going to be a lot of sector for control. They need to open as much as they can. Then they can maybe go for a B window jumping and plant if nobody is in B site, but sadly Warden is. If they've drawn this out correctly, they can win. They should do the chess in their head, be the mental game. Blitz isn't even worried about the rotation. He's just out. That is a waste of a C4 now because Blitz ran straight through. There wasn't a camera on anything. The C4 has been wasted, which is a huge thing to lose. But there's still Mutant Warden, both having them. Oh, that is not the operating on the fight. So Valkyrie taken out. Now it's just up the smoke, but he is covered. Bell actually does get down though. So that's just up to a 3v3. Yeah, well, to be fair, he can be res. He's down but not out. But yeah, this time I think it's time to let him go.
I think he will be cut off here in just a second, claiming the kill. There you go, Danu. Might be able to collect the cameras as well of these Valkyrie, which will be a little bit of a detriment for Ryujin, but most likely it will just be shot out entirely and just claim the no info. Now with the 3v3, never mind, make that 3v2, Cole's taking one. Psychopath, as I was going to say, they can just take their time, but clearly they're just wanting to push for all these kills and taking absolute freebies. Now YMK playing inside of basement, it looks like he's trying to potentially go for a C4, but he thinks that someone might be rotating outside, but they're going to have to go for a plant at least sometime soon. But it's all down to Ryujin to kind of delay this time and drain it all out. Psychopath's going to use every single millisecond they have possible, but it's all about how much information you have on either the players. They're most likely confused due to the fact they can only find only one player, and the last will be YMK, just trying to look for him, potentially hearing him downstairs, but can never confirm, only if his drone was there just for a couple seconds longer. Coming down to the wire, Oz is wanting to get this kit down, maybe jump on top of a table of sorts, since they don't know where the last player is. They'll be a little bit concerned. 15 seconds as it keeps ticking. Pozo coming for the flank on bottom fish, planting on top of that table. Like I said, C4 isn't tossed out yet. Sees the head of each other. It doesn't get shot yet, but there we go. Poses up to take one. Gets traded by Raxo as it's all down to YMK. C4, I think, almost gets tossed, but he's able to pick up Coles, and it's down to Raxo to finish off this round and to take the lead in this tied up situation. Not in the greatest situation, but oh my lord, YMK, what a shot! All the way from control, jumping up onto the table and taking the head off the Twitch. Absolutely amazing shot there from him.
I've got to say, I was not expecting that, but that is one way to clutch out around. If there's nobody alive to stop you do the fuse, go for it. And that just worked out perfectly for them. So, it is nice to see, but it's not over yet. You cannot say it's over until Greylock starts singing.
Oh my lord, that shot, that's just dumbfounded me.
Well, if that was enough, you might want to close your eyes because this match isn't anywhere near over. They're not going to stop now or ever.
Well,
actually,
after... Oops, sorry, go on.
I'm just going to point this out. The rounds Grimace brought correlates to how many rounds Psychopath's Origin actually won. The fact that he's being brought half of the time, and that's half of the time Psychopath's winning. This is where I'm wondering, is this the team where they need more intel gathering, or do you think there's another effect that they're missing?
I think the point of the Grim isn't entirely just to gain the information. Obviously the information is there, yes, however, it's purely to push people out of positions. It's more of a... well, how would I say it? Imagine it more of like a Capital Bowl. You push people out of the positions purely for the fact that it's constantly like the old lion ping if you move. That's what you're given if you are stuck in the bees. Now, if you obviously stay in the bees, you have the threat of being shot from vertical, being shot from underneath, and just being shot just straight up as a whole. But obviously, if you dish out the Grimbees, you're able to push them away, take control, and that's where your information comes out, which I think we might see a little bit of a quick push into bending here. That's why I just cut myself short, really. The information you gain from it is entirely knowing that no one is there. That's the information you gain. But it seems like they're wanting to take a quick clear of the first floor, which YMK goes down. There goes your top frag of the game with 13 kills and 6 deaths. An absolutely astonishing amount of kills. Obviously can't doubt Coles yet as well with 12 on his belt too. Now with one reinforcement remaining, they can reinforce either side. It's just the gamble of which one. If they reinforce these head holes here, they can rotate over to Catwalk and start proceeding over to that side where the Azami will most likely be, but only time will tell on what's going to happen.
I don't know, I do believe you're right about that, especially with how they're using their drones. This might be the play just to be like, hey, we've got our pick, we've got our man count, let's go for the push as quickly as we can. The Army barricade slowly stopping any bullets that could have possibly gotten them, but it protects the two around. Now that they have the rotate closed, they're actually safer than ever. This is why Asami is such a strong operator, because she still has the ability to change how sight is. Late in the round, everything changes. You can change it exactly how they thought they've droned it, but it's completely different. Now you've got shields, key barriers, and rotate holes all in different places. But in the case where the Buck survives, runs away, and harmless Asami but stays alive. His phantom pusher is still down there though, so the defenders have to focus on it. They do get the pick onto one of them. Can they get the pick onto the second? Deimos does find, he is taken out by the Asami. I was expecting him to actually get the kill there, but that is not how this game works anymore. He's pushed off the smoke and he's pushed out the Asami. The barrier is set. Ooh, Tubrow has been pushed out from the pillar back. So they have to go for default. Whether they can do it or not, what with the smoke canister, the answer is no. They are being forced out. They've only got 30 seconds left. More holes are being opened, but nobody is able to stop them.
I mean, coming up to the wire of the round here at the moment, right, and just preserving life as much as they can as these green bees are distributed to have a Hoxie still in a great position here. He's able to pick up one, wanting the second, pre-firing out, and is able to get that second, shutting them down. Psychopath's now in a desperate situation as Pozo will finish off what they have started. taking the first death and also flushing out that round is an amazing way to finish off. Great for the mental as well. But Ryujin being the first being put on to match point, it seems like with the confidence they have in their gameplay and their strategy, they want to take this home.
I couldn't agree more. The fact that they're showing us how they actually play now, instead of us just thinking, hey, there seems to be something off. They're not doing what they normally would do. It's showing that Ryujin could take this just one more round, one more. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna jinx it because I want to see what they can do. Ram is now being brought inside of the attack, but on the defenders, you have Warden, Castle, Goyo. Gonna say Vigil again, Spooky Man, and then you've got Mira. There's not a big lineup change from their last previous downstairs hold, but it's probably going to be the mindset of players that are going to be the biggest change necessary to keep this going.
Exactly. Now, first time actually seeing the Thatcher being brought out, which is... I think we saw it in one of the other games, but I was hoping to see a little bit more of a pop-up of that Thatcher. However, look at that lineup. There is most definitely a rush coming along, whether that's a roam clear rush or a breach rush. I'm expecting them to all just funnel in through breach one way or another, because that I couldn't tell you what more of a rush setup you want other than that.
Well, to answer the question, it seems like they're not worried about rushing, worried about taking anyone's heads off. Right now, they're all set up outside delivery, making sure that they're quickly pushing through warehouse or through emergency. Just go for the plant. As you can see, there's 3 players waiting, especially the fact that if they don't have anyone to stop, it's like the fact that Warden isn't inside, he's above. If they can go for the smoke plant, it's the play. Warden now has to try and find out where they're planting, but can't. He goes to the outside hill, gets to jump out just before he's blinded, but he's flashed. He cannot see where the diffuser is going because the Incandelas. Here's just down 40 seconds. They still have 5 defenders up, but there's still 4 attackers alive. They know where people are. It's up to them to get the line of sight to try and go for the kill. C4 goes out. Blitz is still alive, just trying his best. But there's 2 defenders down. Beamer gets 1, takes out the other. Howler's just trying his best to go for one. But we can't land the shot, but he can't. Pozo can actually do a quick peek and get it. But Halsey's is down when they try to go for the diffuser. It is now just up to this Warden. He has to go outside and go with a long route, which probably isn't the play, but timer's up anyway. This isn't the attacker's round. He's still going to try and pad his KD. Because I pad his KD, but right now, it's just getting shot in the back. That is painful to see, but it happens.
I mean, Sika Patas... Was it, sorry?
I wasn't expecting that.
Not at
I'm
all,
happy
but...
to see it.
I mean, like I said, when it comes to the end of the game, the rushes come out. Every single time. It's where you need the rounds the most. You need to bring out the most obscure things, which the rush is most definitely there. Now, the only issue for Siko Patas is, do they dare do it twice? They could. Very well could. But it's all down to Ryujin as well. They want to clean sweep this out. They want a 7-5 win. They want the most amount of points possible. So I think, you know what, we'll do it again. We'll go back downstairs. They're lost to a rush. They'll be more vigilant of it. And they'll most likely be sticking towards them walls a little bit more, trying to hear about what's happening. But they'll most likely do the exact same thing as they did last time, expecting there to not be a rush, which lineup-wise, there isn't.
Oh, Sledge Rush might be the case. I have seen the 5-second Sledge Rush, which aced at the start of the round. Hopefully we can see something like that now come out from them to hopefully save the round, because right now, Sacred Patterson need that win to overtime, but it's more pressure put on Ryujin to win it 7-2, 7-5, and shut this down. If they can do this, they could be huge timing-wise, but also for their skills.
Indeed. Now, one thing we can also see is Daniel and Coles on double digits each as well. Same with YMK and Pozo. Both of them being absolute gunners of this game. Now, the roam upstairs is being immediately pressured by this blitz, which as C4 does get distributed, nothing will come of it in terms of kills wise, but they're still pushing as hard as again. Forever is able to pick up 1. That's 5 kills for him in this round, trying to collect himself and proving ever so rightly. that blitz, just pushing them out immediately. The cutoff has been seen. However, nothing will be gained. And we'll be backed away. YMK is able to push back straight towards site after this blitz is still bullying him. No means no towards that blitz. Hozo still going to be chilling towards these cargo stairs as Psychopaths want to push this with speed. Speed is what they need. But Raijin is just playing their time ever so nicely. Obviously only dropping off Neos, but still surviving with most of their players remaining and forfeiting the roam as Araxo goes down to Halsey as he's up top floor with a C4. He just tossed it straight on through, but I think nothing will arrive of it. They hear about the player on 90 window, but again, halfway through the round, so much has happened. There goes that blitz. This could be it for Raijin as they want to take this final round. However, Halsey's going to be cut off from that rotation all the way downstairs. Lovely positioning from Danu. As a 3 versus 3 with a minute remaining, there's so much which can happen.
They're trying to open up above to hopefully get these lines of sight. I'll tell you that nobody's given up just yet. Hopefully this works out in their favor like they're planning. But right now, they know if they try to push into site directly without checking, without droning, they're in trouble. If they have the drones, they're trying to relocate them so they can get the angles and hopefully keep themselves safe. Deimos has nobody on the track right now. It kind of makes you more worried for anything else. People cameras still need to be taken out. There's 40 seconds left. There's still Legion with a Gearman on charge. It can actually drop at the last second round and then be thrown. But for now, they're trying to pick the angle. No, that's Ryujin getting taken out to 3-2. But Psychopaths isn't done yet. They know they have to push into sight, but they know there could be Gearmines or any other bulletproofs or anything there. They need someone to be able to protect it from above. So Sledge can't push in. It's really effectively a 2v2 unless Sledge can even it up and take somebody out. But one is going in to hopefully cover the plant, but cannot get it. There we go. Psychopaths take the round. Forever above, getting out one and saving the plant.
And that takes us to 6-6, taking us to overtime, meaning everyone gets a point. But it just depends on who wants to take that extra point more. We have a minimum of 2 rounds and a maximum of 3 to go. So every single strat needs to be brought out now. Psychopaths nicely bringing back 2 rounds from 6-4 down to 6-6.
Oh, round 15, just not making life easy at all. No matter how much they want it to be, it will not. So, how do you win this now? I'm going to ask you that question. Theory crafting.
Well, the way you want to win this now, or who are we talking for? Psychopaths or Raijin? Which one, if we
Let's go Raijin, since they're on defense now on OT.
For their defense, they need to play something which is entirely different. You need something which switches up their playstyle, but they're still confident, can still work. Last time they played upstairs, they got overridden very quickly. So it's a very, very bold play to be doing upstairs, but give them the benefit of the doubt. They didn't really get to play it as much as they'd like to. However, they need to, if they're going to go for the attack next as well, they need to basically just keep to what they know. The defense needs to change, and if the attack's working, keep that the same. But obviously, as we saw from their attacks, it was a little bit lackluster apart from 2 rushes. So Psychopaths are going to keep saying in their heads, the only attacks they really won was from rushes. 2 out of 3 were rushes. Expect it. If they're not going to go for a rush, play like we usually did. So that's somewhat what Raijin need to do.
Alright. And then for the side of Psychopaths, it does seem like their plan stays the same. Open the walls, go from above, push down, make sure that you've cleared out any sort of phantom pressure, make sure that nobody can flank you, make sure you can go into sight. But right now they don't really have that choice. They have to make sure that, hey, we've droned it out, we've got 2 minutes 10, everyone's in position, nobody's died yet, which is probably the better state for them to be in, since they seem to be better with that man-for-man trade. But can't let anything slide. Even one off-split run out or something could shut down this entire round even more for both sides. But as you can see, long angles are being held, drones are being destroyed, C4s in hand are going to be thrown out windows, hopefully going to try and catch somebody off guard, but most likely not.
seems like that everyone's going to be preserving life as much as they can when it comes to overtime, since everything matters within this stage. Everyone needs everything. As you can see, this buck is most likely going to try and go for a vertical on this electrical door. C4 gets tossed out by the mute, but isn't going to be able to collect anything. But with a minute 20 remaining, it seems like not much of a push has been made by Psychopaths just yet, just distributing a little bit of pressure either side, as first will be Forever taking out YMK. There's your top frag gone and out for the count. As a swing from Hoxie with a shotgun, he's going to pick up one, as well as Nolf onto Prime. As Forever also goes down himself. It's looking like a Ryujin capitalizing on their advantage on their defenses, trying to close this one out as it's slowly drawing near, as it's just the Grim and the Thermite remaining. However, Hoxie does go down, and so does Neo's, bring it into a 2 versus 2. Unsure the whereabouts of Hoxie, whether he can be rezzed or not. I think he might be able to. However, you also got to bear in mind there are frost mats, which cause a lot of bits of issues if they do jump in it. There is potential that it could come through. C4's been prepped underneath by Pillar, which I think that's what they're going to try and go for. So it's a lovely play from Nolf. We'll just wait to see whether that pops like fireworks. Raxu's able to pick up one, and there goes the C4, is able to pick up Raxo, as it's Coles versus Nolf and Pozo. They're going to keep put. They're not moving. You're going to have to get some sort of construction tool to move them, since it's like concrete, as Nolf will finish off the round. Very nicely played. Almost came to the wire. But a nice lovely C4
so
prep.
close. Every time, it's so close. My heart can't take this. Ryujin are getting themselves into positions where they're winning out. They just can't shut it down. It's heartbreaking to see.
It's all about this round here, whether Psychopaths are able to hold on to that defense, or Ryujin able to flush out this attack.
Can I ask you a simple question? Since what we're saying right now is, hey, we know what we're doing, we can play this game too, but do they have an answer to this? Because right now, it seems like they're trying to push through, they're just trying to make anything work. I'm hoping Psychopaths have a strat, or have something planned. I need to know, because of you, just a little bit, the analyst, how would you analyze Psychopaths' defense?
Psychopaths' defense is very extended when it comes to the basement or first floor. It is heavily extended, which Ryujin have noticed, and obviously you've seen they've gone for their quick rushes and plants. However, when it comes to top floor, they're very compact, which, I mean, that's perfectly fine. Which I'm expecting, honestly, here, a little bit of a roam downstairs. They've played compact on the first floor. They've taken most of their frags from just delaying their time. So soon time will tell on what's going to happen with this. But for now, I think they're going to go for a little bit of a slight lurk or roam, just to deny this here. Obviously, like we saw last time, what we saw from this catwalk hold is that impact from Prim was the absolute downfall of it. Since that impact came through, got rid of them Keepers, and killed 3 people from it.
You're probably right, but there's a reason I'm worried, because right now, 6-7, that Maverick chick is still going to work out in favor. They know he's on his feet, so they know they can't just waste it and throw it earlier. Hopefully, though, they can catch him here when he's actually finished, but no, he's barely missing out because the barrier didn't break in time. He actually protected himself by not finishing the job. So, here's the problem. Do they just wait, go for the whole wall to open, or just try and make some length of sight, hopefully catch one of these players on warehouse or on the staircase off? But right now, it's way too much on the staircase for even Monty to even try and worry about.
I thought this push to go successful, they need to flush out this catwalk. It seems like this is going to be their main beeline section here, since obviously last time they used the Monty as the phantom pressure, just feeding information, and it went horribly. They were able to capitalize on them, but then it obviously flushed out entirely, and the attackers were able to win it out. So it was, I think it's a 50% win rate for either side. It was either horribly for Psychopaths or Ryujin. Now, I think there's a smoke's being distributed. There's no warden on the board, which I'm a little bit concerned about, as Poser's going to start us off onto Coles. There's your top frag gone for the Seiko Patas side, as they're going to be a little bit wary, as it's going to be a trade-off, but Neos is there to pick up one for himself. Bremen trying to get the reinforcement, but it's a little bit too risky. But YMK being gone, there's no more Candelas. There's no Warden on the board, so that would have been a perfect player to utilize as much as you can. But 40 seconds remaining, Pozo's able to pick up one, but it's going to be traded off by Forever, as it's down to a 2 versus 2. One of them being a Monty. Neos needs to help his teammate as soon as possible. Maybe a rotate over to try and claim back your teammate might be the play, but I don't think that they have enough time in this situation. The Monty's been trapped off entirely. They know he's alone. They might try and double up on him, but I don't think that's what's going to happen. But Neo's on low HP. It's a little bit of a struggle for Ryujin here, which is seeming like it's going to go to 7-7, but Neo's on 1 HP. He doesn't have enough time. The smoke's in the way, and Seiko Patas will finish it off without even taking a gunfight at the end of the round.
That's tough. That's losing to utility and being stopped. But now it's Ryujin's defense. We've seen that they actually work much better on defense on this map, but they actually had a really great attack previously, just not that round. So, one way or another, it's gonna come down to a 7-7 match point overtime. And if they can win this, they could take the whole day, and that's it done. This is the final round of the day, round 15. Place your bets.
I think might be having a pause. I don't think it will go through due to the they called it a little too early, but I think we'll see. Have to
2 seconds left, the timer just wasn't on the favor. And you gotta remember, they actually can call their own tag timeout, but you'll come back to our lovely faces in a second. And then we'll go back into the final round. The fact that that's happened though, I'd be kicking myself because of the fact that you want it to happen. You want that final round to be played straight away, so your momentum is there. You shut it down. If they'd use tactical timeout, if they'd use attack pause, fine. But you call up before the ban, or you call it before the round ends. Oh, that's heartbreaking to see.
Yeah.
But it looks like it's a technical pause, not tactical. So nothing can be done about it. Somebody crashed. It happens.
You never know. Mind games. Mind games. They're just delaying it as much as possible to get into their heads. I'm messing with you. But in order for... Because if I'm not mistaken, it's Ryujin on the attack, is it? On the defense?
No, Ryujin's defense. Seikopatas' attack. They've picked their operators. Now that they have to pick the exact same operators again, they are going top 4, which is a site that they've won, but also a site that they've lost once.
I thought it was basement.
No, let me check again.
We'll fully confirm once we get back in it, but I think it's basement as far as I'm aware. Since I saw the player disconnect from outside Exo door, but once we get back to basement, if I'm not mistaken, Ryujin have only won it once, if I'm not mistaken. And that's it. So it's a little bit of an unknown. They know roughly what they're going to do, but is it going to be enough to push them straight through? I'm very unsure.
I'm not gonna call them out. They've showed that today they could have won multiple times. Just getting caught out at the final round because of a technical pause would probably send me over the edge. But it's the fact that they've done this. They've gotten all the way to last round versus a really good team. That shows their improvement. It shows how well they're playing. It shows what's necessary for them to keep learning and keep pushing themselves through. My only problem is going to come out to statistically. This match has been a headache. I stopped tracking the numbers a couple seconds ago because of the fact that I was more interested in the match itself. I was more interested in watching how the players were playing, if there's anything weird happening, and it's just like, these guys are just, these players are true gamers. They are sweating everything out. They're making sure that they are leaving everything on the table. There's nothing being left behind. And it's working for them.
Very much so, yes.
Not sure if you've just been told as well, but we do have to go to our quick break. So the match loading will be in. We'll be coming into the final match. Get some water, but don't go too far. It can start at any point.
Finally back in the game after a little bit of a quick rehost. Had a little bit of a tech issue with one of the players, but we're ready for the final round of this matchup. Now, unfortunately, we can't see any of the kills or anything anymore, but last round, one round to do it all. Raijin on the defense on the basement. How do you think it's going to go down?
Oh, Raijin's defense. We are going to basement, so that is somewhere that I've only won once, I believe, as stated. So I'm hoping that they have an answer to this, because right now they have to win final. They can't make it down to the last player because it could go either way then. And since this is the final round on a map where we've seen that one side does prefer the attack, one side does prefer the defense, you can't really let anything through. Even a silly mistake spawn would destroy your entire mentality for this. You need those players to be there, to be focused, and make sure everyone stays alive for as long as possible. Use that 6th defender, that timer, to win this round. Ash, Sledge, Ram, and Ying and Buck are your opposition. You need to think ahead of time. They probably won't know it, just maybe the R4C because it's a very distinct gun, but that's about it.
Fair enough. Now, to be fair, it would have been an absolute bold play if Psychopaths went for a rush here. Speaking of rushing it, Cole's being taken out from Pozo all the way from basement. Taking a vertical shot all the way to rafters. That is a detrimental shot there from Pozo, and a very impressive one that is. The vertical isn't gone just yet. They do have that round available still. They do know that vertical is here, and the head gets taken clean off, but YMK is able to take one as well, as it's an equal trade from both parties. There goes Sledge and Buck for a trade for a castle and Vigil. Ryujin, I'd say, on the upscale themselves on them trades, since that's 2 verticals have gone, they wanted to disrupt as much of their position as possible in basement. However, only the Ram remains. You do have the breach charges of the Ash, but I don't think it's going to be enough to cover what you need for the entirety of basement.
Probably gonna have to agree with you on that, especially with the fact that they're trying to get into sight. They need to get into sight, they need to go for the plant, but there's still defenders there with a lot of utility. 2 C4s, I might add. That's 1 for each of you, plus the planter, just from anything that's wrong. So, right now, it's about who can get the reels, who can get the plays. The gun skill is up, because we know that YMX is off the board. He was the team's fragger. But, in the same sense, Forever's gone. It's a huge pick. Now it's just down to Daniel and Rasquez, but Rasquez has been taken down as well. It's not what you want. Pozo answering his own, getting a double kill. So now it's a 2v3. That C4 is now a direct count. You have nobody to cover if the plant has to go down.
Not taking a fair bit of damage, but that C4 being distributed, like we just said, doing a lot himself. However, 2 versus 2. It's coming down to the wire with 25 seconds remaining. The top 2 players need to be definitive. They need to be accurate. They need to be pretty much perfect. Downing out Prim. That will be it. 2 versus 1. They know where the last player is. Nov just waiting around the corner with that shotgun, and it will be Ryujin taking the last round and beating out Psychopaths to gain themselves them 2 points and clutching it out in a very hard-fought victory.
Ryujin just clutched it out. Yes, it's an overtime, so the point difference is there. But that's what they needed. They needed that ego of, hey, we took out Psychopaths. Yes, it's an overtime, but they fought hard and won it. So, you can see our lovely faces again. Thank you. We have some great. We will actually have a player interview after this. Cries, you'll be the one doing it because no. And yes, because it's not over. The fun's not done. There's no more matches, yes. But these players have fought hard and true, and everyone should hear what changes they've made, how they've done this, or just congratulations. That's the best way of putting it. So anything you want to say before we head to break?
Nothing much other than congratulations to both teams. I mean, you can't really...
Stat predictions. Stat predictions, please. I need to make sure of something. I need to see. Thank you for the... So, this is the first day I went flawless. Myth, Diabolic, Geek, and Ryujin. I called it, and I will accept that. And the only other person who got it with me is our lovely observer today. So we win, buddy.
No, we did. He
Wait,
voted
where?
Seiko. He voted Seiko
Oh.
Badass.
Well, then I win. I'm the only person who got it today, and I will gloat about that for the rest of today and heading forward.
It's going right on Twitter.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Right, I think we're going to cut on a little bit of a break, get this interview sorted, and we'll be right back with you. So we'll catch you in just a second.
To hope that the opponents will drop down and give away the control from up above, and it's exactly what they will do, but there's still one more player up above. We're gonna have to be careful as we walk on side. Nipsa will find it first. A little bit of chaos are happening, is being created. The pins are just all over the place, but it's just so...
A minute ticking down. They've still got this Tachanka alive, which could save them plenty amount of time, but I mean, in a 5 versus 3, it's not really a situation you want. As a lovely one-tap from Nipsu will take the head out of Hoxie as the plan will start to go down.
Obviously not going to be finding any damage on the region with a fantastic way of trying to challenge the only breach they really necessarily have to. A bit of damage, a bit of damage. Yes, it is. And Nixon are going to be actually able to find the final blow on. I see a slap on the wrist with the HP lead.
Really strong. He could have played him alone, but now he needs still support from the team, and that will just fall back to the team play that we need to see, especially in competitive. Now, Lamy will be the first one to find himself a cheeky low killer. That is very much triple. Why not? As he takes out free play.
Aren't necessarily that bad, but it means you're going to be a little bit short on utility overall as the impact nade comes through and shorted on the Ella, able to take down Lamb, finding the headshot. And I mean, I'm sure Lamb is actually going to get dropped over in towards admin by the Amaru, and Jeremy able to find the opening kill. The C4 not quite able to connect, but Roar catches Jeremy off guard because it ends up being a trade in the end. Even man count, but Matane catches work. Dynamite has been the impact player of this round and has the most kills in the lobby so far. So yeah, the buff definitely proving to be crucial in this matchup so far as YMK goes down. Jokari, as Pozo is the only one left.
But from GK, it played out just to kind of delay as much as can. Rexon starting us off quite quickly as Rogue will be taking that control of the pillar. Now they're already in a 3 versus 5. You're only 940.
Just too much to handle. As Eli finds another, it's all going to be left up to Merrick. On the Legion, has to manage to find all of these kills, all 5 of the kills. The case going down is Lumine going to be able to stop it? It's not going to be able to find it. It's 1 kill comes forward with Ryan.
How could they even try to win this round against 5 defenders? Still, 3 smoke cannons left. Like, is there really a chance? Maybe just sneaky kill onto Spiral, but he doesn't get it! No! Oh no, the trade is there. He's still just injured. Maybe
Might be able to find something here. The Yin Candela is distracting everybody right now, and Nook able to find the kill onto the Aruni, which is going to be massive for this push. A series through the wall, able to...
For the last 30 seconds, Paco needs to get this hit down, otherwise we'll be caught up in this all the way up the stairs and weapons, but this round is almost over for Oblivion. He's able to pick up one at his rotate.
The time is ticking down. 50 seconds. That raft is open now. Nomad could possibly go up to get it, but she does run the risk of any other player, such as this Valkyrie, getting the headshot, taking her head off, and now becoming a 1v3. They know there's one player to
5 seconds left on the clock, but no, behind the bar, the Scorpions of Balu able to take down Heaven. That's going to mean there is no more Dokkaebi on the board. Don't have to deal with that whatsoever. There is going to be a lap here pushing down and trying to take control. Ducky able to find 2 kills. That's a
Trying to sneak the Dokkaebi in, take away all of those tools the defensive brought to stop this rush.
Hello everybody and welcome back. We have our lovely game winner today, Nolf, with us. Nolf, how are you feeling after your win today?
Yeah, good, huh? Very good. Win's a win, so we are happy.
Very, very well. So before you came into this game, what was your main focus? Did you have a specific strategy in mind, how you'd like to play against Seiko Patas, or what was it like?
No, to be honest, we know them since a long time ago, so we know how they play, and we know that on this map we always win, I think. So we knew that this map was good for us.
Yeah, so I mean, you actually you beat the odds between your statistics wise as well. Seeker has had the higher win percentage on Nighthaven Labs compared to you did. Well, did you prepare anything specific for today's opponent at all, or no?
No, we didn't. We just played and we'll see.
Fair enough. Well, we saw that obviously during your attacks. You went for 2 quick rushes on the basement. After that, obviously, you had to kind of slow it down. What was the main adjustment mid-match after you had to bring it back from the rushes?
To be honest, we just saw that we are not playing the site at all. So every time we turn the site, so no one, so we just push in and try to go as fast as possible.
Perfect. Well, last and final question, and this is mostly personal for me. What were the communications like after YMK clutching up with Mute in control the post plant?
Yeah, it was incredible. I didn't see the kill because I was on cam, but it was very good.
It was a very, very impressive shot. But I thank you very much for your time, Nolf, for this lovely interview, and a very good congratulations for your points for today. So we'll quickly head right back in just a second once we set everything up again, and then we'll switch back just to me and Drago. Hello and welcome back to both of our faces. So after today's games, we'll have a quick little peek at the standings after the amazing result we've just had. Since, if I'm not mistaken, we'll push Ryujin slightly up. Is it not updated, if I'm not mistaken?
I do believe the teams have to put the numbers into it, but as of right now, most of the board is set. Geeky and Divoli tied for first. Geeky being 1 round over just because they won in relegation in the last match. If they hadn't, they would have been tied. Anu as well being ready and updated, but if you give it 2 seconds, you'll see there is the update. So, including Rouge. So they didn't change the lower half of the board very much, but it changed enough to show that, hey, they have their win. Yes, it's a win in OT, but that means they're 2. That means they're also ahead of team VIP, but also closer to finding UAM and hopefully clawing the way up, trying to win. But again, they're not over yet. There's no relegation, there's no being released from org or anything like that yet. This is only play day 5. This is only the 3rd day of group stages. So, sorry, 6th day of play days. Group stage 3. You've got to remember, it's a lot of numbers and my brain wants to sleep. So thank you to everyone being here. Thank you to the production team. Thank you to Rowan. Thank you to our guest speaker today as well. And thank you to our observer and Cries, you as well. Anything you want to say before we head out?
Nothing much other than sign up for ELC if you haven't already. Sign-ups literally close in hours. You have still got time if you haven't signed up already, so please, please, please go do. And I think it'll be a lovely little collaboration between the two T2 teams, T2 leagues, sorry. So I thank everybody for watching, as well as thank you Drago, Ruin, and O'Hoppings. That's all from me.
dance.